Okay, good morning. The time now is 10:29 a.m. on Friday, February 20th, 2015. And we have made history today because this area, I believe, hit 6 degrees, and it feels colder than that. So all of you who made it to this hearing today, my hats are off to you because it is extremely cold, and I know it took some doing to get here. But this also shows your commitment to this process, this review that we're holding this morning. This morning we're here for fiscal year 2015 agency performance oversight hearings of the Committee on Business, Consumer, and Regulatory Affairs, and I would like to call this hearing to order. My name is Vincent Bernard Orange Sr., Chair of the committee, and we're holding this public roundtable in room 500 of the historic John A. Wilson building located at 1350 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest here in Washington, D.C. I'm also pleased to be joined by the council member from Ward 1, Brianna Nadeau, who's a member of this committee. This is the first of 2 performance review hearings the committee has scheduled to monitor the activities of the agencies under its jurisdiction for fiscal year 2014 and 2015. Today, the committee will conduct performance reviews of the following agencies: the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration, Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, Department of Employment Services, Department of Small and Local Business Development, Office of Risk Management, Office of Tenant Advocate, and the Workforce Investment Council. The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration supports the public health, safety, and welfare through the control and regulation of the sale and distribution of alcoholic beverages. Known as ABRA, ABRA conducts licensing, training, adjudication, and community outreach and enforcement efforts so the community and businesses can understand and adhere to all of the district's laws, regulations, and ABRA policies and procedures. With the influx of new residents and the growth of the restaurant and bar industry in the district, the agency is faced with the tough task of managing the relationship between the community and local businesses. ABRA is a unique agency under the committee's jurisdiction since its operational budget is derived from dedicated taxes and specific and special purpose revenue funds. The Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs protects the health, safety, economic interests, and the quality of life of residents and visitors in the District of Columbia by ensuring compliance with business codes and regulations. The agency's responsibilities are wide-ranging. On an annual basis, the agency issues over 35,000 building permits, 4,000 occupancy permits, 50,000 business and professional licenses. The agency files over 65,000 corporate documents and conducts over 55,000 residential, commercial, and business-related inspections and investigations. DCRA is charged with ensuring that all businesses, professionals, and property owners adhere to district laws and regulations. DCRA also helps small businesses get the licensing they need through their Small Business Resource Center. And DCRA is also in the process of streamlining a permitting process through their Project Doc system. The Department of Employment Services fosters and promotes the welfare of job seekers and wage earners by improving their working conditions, advancing opportunities for employment, helping employers find workers, and tracking changes in employment and other national economic measurements impacting the District of Columbia. The agency provides district residents with job and life skills training. It provides training through a combination of federal and local funding. Additionally, the district employs thousands of district youth through the Mayor Marion S. Berry Summer Youth Employment Program and hundreds more through the year-round Youth Employment Program. The mayor just announced an expansion of the Mayor Marion S. Berry Summer Youth Program by increasing the age of eligibility in the program from 22 to 24 years old and providing free transportation. The committee is interested in how the agency plans to pay for the extension of this program. DOES also has a responsibility to provide employment-related services for unemployed or underemployed persons, and it provides worker protection and dispute resolution for workers and employers. Fundamentally, DOES is the lifeline agency to thousands of district workers who seek to make their way into the district workforce so they can earn a living and provide for themselves and their families. The goal of the Department of Small and Local Business Development is to stimulate and foster the economic growth and development of businesses based in and serving the District of Columbia, particularly small and certified business enterprises, with the goals of 1, stimulating and expanding the local tax base of the District of Columbia, increasing the number of viable employment opportunities for district residents, and extending economic prosperity to local business owners, their employees, and the communities they serve. DSLBD also maximizes opportunities for small and certified business enterprises to participate in the district's contracting and procurement process, economic development activities, and federal and private sector business opportunities that occur in the District of Columbia. The goal of the Office of Risk Management is to reduce the probability, occurrence, and cost of risk to the District of Columbia government through the provision of risk identification and insurance analysis and support to district agencies, and by efficiently and fairly administering the district's public workers' compensation and tort liability programs. The Office of Risk Management provides risk management direction, guidance, and support to district government agencies through the following divisions: Public Sector Workers' Compensation Program, Risk Identification and Analysis Control, Risk Insurance, and Tort Liability. The Office of Tenant Advocate's primary mission is the legal protection of district tenants. The Office of Tenant Advocate is responsible for the administration of a citywide housing program. The Office of a Tenant Advocate provides technical advice and other legal services to tenants regarding disputes with landlords, to educate and inform tenants about tenant rights and rental housing matters, to advocate for the rights and interests of district renters, and to provide financial assistance for certain emergency housing and tenant relocation expenses. This agency has a big charge with little resources, and we look forward to learning more of the challenges and the needs of the Office of the Tenant Advocate and the constituency it serves. And finally, the Workforce Investment Council is a private sector board created to implement the Workforce Investment Act of 1998 in the District of Columbia. It is responsible for advising the mayor, the council, and the district government on the development, implementation, and improvement of an integrated and effective workforce system. The WIC, as it is called, includes representatives of the government, industry, organized labor, and community college. It directs federal and district funding to workforce development programs. The committee is interested in the work being done by the WIC to connect district residents with jobs in the private sector. I also just want to take this moment to thank all the advocates that this committee has been working with over the past couple of years, and all the great legislation we've been able to get enacted by working together and being very vigilant in making sure that we work to increase the quality of life for the residents of the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to be here, and we all are really happy about the minimum wage law that came into effect. Right now, the minimum wage was increased to $9.50. This July 1, it will go to $10.50 per hour. And next year, July 2015-16, it will go to $11.50. And from thereafter, it will increase pursuant to the Consumer Price Index. We were also able to achieve sick leave and sick leave pay. That is, the tip wage workers will be guaranteed up to 5 hours of accrued sick leave, as well as being guaranteed the minimum wage, and not the $2.77 per hour, but the minimum wage. And those employers are responsible to ensure that tip wage workers are actually getting the minimum wage. So they're guaranteed the $2.77. The difference between, say, if it's $9.50 this year, if they don't make that in that hour, then it's up to it's really by law, the employer is to make sure that the person gets at least $9.50 per hour. So we'll be talking about all that today. The wage theft legislation was just enacted. I believe it's enacted in a couple of days from now, February 26th. And so we're looking to see how the agencies are going to implement that law as well. We are also able to pass law for the pregnant workers and it's my understanding that we need to find $498,000 in order to implement that law. For a $10 billion government, I don't think that should be a problem. The fact that we passed the law, we should implement the law. So we have a number of things that we can really be proud about, and we just have to keep working hard to make sure now we address affordable housing issues and we address the educational system and things of that nature. But I am pleased to be here, and especially when we're all working together, it makes things a lot easier. So with that, I would like to turn to my colleague, Brand Nadeau from Ward 1, to see if she have an opening statement, and after her, we will commence with the public witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. We know this hearing is going to be a long one. I know, Mr. Chair, we could have maybe squeezed in a couple more panels. I don't know. So I'll be brief and truly appreciate all of you being here today. I know we're all going to do a lot of listening today as we wait to have our turn to talk. And I hope we'll all be learning a lot together. I know that I'll be informed by your testimony as I continue to craft my questions for our government witnesses. The agencies and offices we'll discuss today enforce the laws that make sure people are playing by the rules. They work to keep our buildings safe, our neighborhoods pleasant, our employers honest, and more. And I'd like to keep my remarks brief since we have so much to cover, but please know that I've been receiving calls and emails from constituents about each of these agencies, and that my questions will in part reflect their concerns. But I also want to make the point that I believe oversight happens all year round, not just in hearings. And because of this, I've met with many of the agency directors before now to ensure a collaborative effort to advance progress of their missions and to provide them with the tools they need to address the concerns and issues we as council members experience when we're out in the community and in the trenches. I'm also going to share some praise that I've heard from our constituents. DCRA's Noise Abatement Task Force has been complimented, as has the Department of Small and Local Businesses leadership on stakeholder-based small business policy project. And I've heard great things about the Workforce Investment Council and its new director and the work of the Office of the Tenant Advocate. And I look forward to hearing how the council can work with all the agencies we discussed to better serve the residents of the District of Columbia. I truly appreciate all your testimony today. I look forward to hearing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And also, I just want to acknowledge the business community as well, in particular the Fort Myers Business Roundtable for all the hard work that they put in for us being in a position to get 4 pieces of legislation passed that directly impacts small and local business opportunities here in the District of Columbia. We'll talk about that more, but we're often on the right track in that regard as well to ensure that 50% of an agency's expendable budget is actually spent in the small business enterprise community here in the District of Columbia. And so when you look at a $10 to $12 billion government, we should at least have an expendable budget in the neighborhood of $2 to $3 billion. You divide that by 2, and that's the amount that should be spent in the District of Columbia. So this committee is very concerned about the circulation of the dollar, that is the circulation of the dollar in the District of Columbia, not outside the District of Columbia. I'm also pleased to announce that we're working with the Inspector General, who is actually in the process of conducting an audit of the fiscal year 2014 numbers, and basically we'll use that to really set and provide a guide on how we move forward as we implement the new law. So we're off to a fresh start, and everybody's feeling great about that. Before we start, I hate that I have to make this statement, but due to the number of witnesses testifying today, I'm requesting that everyone please respect the time allotted to them. Public witnesses testifying on their own behalf will get 3 minutes to speak, and public witnesses testifying on behalf of an organization will get 5 minutes to speak. I'm generally known for being very lenient and generous with time, but we have at least 125 witnesses today before we get to the government witnesses, so we're going to have to run strictly by the clock. And please don't take it personal if we don't ask the panel's questions. Once again, we want to provide an opportunity for everyone to get their testimony here on the record. So with that, I would like to thank everyone in advance for respecting this request, and we will begin today's testimony with Mark Roseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Council member and staff. I'm Mark Roseman, and I appear before you today as a board member of the Cleveland Park Citizens Association, CPCA. Last year, CPCA's then president appeared at the hearing and outlined two predominant concerns regarding ABRA. I'm here today to state that last year's concerns have not been completely cured and to describe a third. I should note before I proceed that I've made some changes to the written testimony as submitted earlier. I'll provide a revised copy electronically this afternoon. To reiterate last year's concerns, public notification, that is placarding, about applications for changes to alcohol beverage licenses appear to be inconsistent. In the past few years, 3 or 4 different establishments in Cleveland Park have applied for changes to their licensed hours, entertainment endorsements, or both. None of the establishments immediately were placarded, nor did CPCA, although registered with ABRA, receive formal notice. After our local ANC and CPCA requested a period of public comment, ABRA's board reconsidered. In some cases, it agreed to placard. In another case, it did not. Although progress is being made, the rules need to be changed so that public notification of the enumerated substantial changes in Section 25762 of the Code is always required. It is still unclear how ABRA employs the definitions of substantial change. As I just mentioned, sometimes CPCA's request for public comment has been honored, and sometimes it has not. When it rejected our request for public comment, the board defended its decision by claiming an application for an entertainment endorsement did not constitute a substantial change. And yet, when CPCA has been successful, the board has presumably agreed that an application for an entertainment endorsement does indeed constitute substantial change. The result is disempowering confusion. ABRA must be consistent and predictable with clear neighborhood notification. Our added concern this year relates to the sale of licenses, including their entertainment endorsements. The ability to serve alcohol is a privilege, not a right. This fact is reflected in the requirement that an establishment must apply for permission to hold a liquor license. Yet once establishment is granted a license, it can transfer, by that I mean sell that license, to a third party. In these cases, the transfer is automatic. There is no requirement that the new establishment apply for a license. The establishment is never vetted, and the liquor license itself becomes a commodity. I might add that in one case, a license was transferred to an applicant or new owner who had numerous ABRA violations, and that record was not a factor in the decision. It was automatic. The license was simply sold and adopted. Entertainment endorsements are treated similarly. An entertainment endorsement amends a liquor license so that an establishment can offer entertainment. An endorsement can also provide, among other things, the right to have DJs, dancing, and a cover charge. Problematically, even settlement agreements cannot delineate or limit the type of entertainment provided. As with licenses, entertainment endorsements can be transferred. The type and extent of an entertainment endorsement described by an applicant can change profoundly with future holders of the endorsement. There is no recourse for citizens, and just as with licenses, an entertainment endorsement becomes a commodity. They are bought and sold. This places citizens in an unfair situation. For 5 years, CPCA has worked closely with the businesses of our community to build and maintain a vibrant local commercial area. We support our local establishments and have built close working relationships with them and with the Business Association. The ability of establishments to transfer or sell their license and endorsements, however, means that citizens must always be wary of the future. Citizens must evaluate an application not only in its real-time merit, but also with an eye toward an unknown future. Licenses and entertainment endorsements should live and die with each applicant. The ability to treat these privileges as commodities must stop. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Council Member, and staff.
Thank you very much for being the model. You had 12 seconds left, so we're off to a good start. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairman Orange, Councilmember Nadeau, and members of the committee. My name is Brian Flavin. I serve as Vice Chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Commissioner for ANC 6B09 in Hill East. I'm here today to provide testimony on ANC 6B's experience with the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration, and in particular, our concern that the ABC Board tends to treat liquor license applicants more favorably than ANCs and other protesting parties. I'm testifying on behalf of ANC 6B, which approved my testimony 9-0 during its February 10th meeting with a quorum present. Our commission area includes 85 liquor license establishments, roughly half of which are CR licenses. Due to ABRA and ABC Board's insistence on handling renewals of all establishments within a license class at the same time, our commission had more than 15 liquor license renewal cases on our agenda for 3 straight months in 2013. This caseload required us to notice, distribute, and negotiate settlement agreements in a very short period of time, putting significant burden on us and our constituents. We would suggest ABRA and the ABC Board consider moving to a staggered renewal calendar for establishments within an ANC. We were also extremely frustrated to have the overwhelming majority of our negotiated settlement agreements approved with modifications by the ABC Board. While some of these modifications were minor, some served to significantly weaken the language in our settlement agreements. For example, the ABC Board recently ordered that we remove language from a settlement agreement that simply cited current city noise regulations because, quote, the board does not currently have a mechanism to measure noise in our agency, unquote. As we understand it, inspectors from the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs accompany ABRA inspectors to establishments suspected of violating the noise ordinance. Thus, it seems reasonable to assume that ABRA, working with other city agencies, can enforce the noise regulations in our settlement agreements and not just wipe out critical language aimed at maintaining peace, order, and quiet. The board was also inconsistent in applying these modifications. In one instance, we tried to proactively revise the settlement agreement based on our experience with the board with similar language in other agreements. When we sent ABRA and ABC Board the revised agreement, ABRA staff told us it was unnecessary. Our commission spent hours upon hours revising settlement agreements, contacting numerous applicants a second and third time to explain the modifications and seek new signatures. This is time that we could have spent on important work for our constituents. And most of the board's requested modifications changed language that the board had approved in past agreements. We would ask that ABRA and the ABC Board reevaluate how they review settlement agreements and develop a better strategy to communicate what is and what is not allowed in such agreements. The ABC Board also tends to favor applicants during the protest process. Let me share an example. In 2013, our commission protested an establishment seeking a liquor license renewal on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet. Unfortunately, our ABC committee chair, at the time a brand new commissioner, was 5 minutes late to the roll call hearing due to traffic. As advised by ABRA staff, we wrote a letter to the ABC Board explaining the circumstances and asking that our protest be reinstated. The applicant objected. The board sided with the applicant, throwing out our protest on a technicality, eliminating our right to weigh in on the liquor license for 3 years. In 2014, the same establishment applied for an entertainment endorsement. Our commission again protested the establishment on the basis of peace, order, and quiet. We tried to negotiate a settlement agreement, but unable to reach an agreement with the applicant, we proceeded to a protest hearing. As required, we submitted our materials and evidence to ABRA 7 days prior to the hearing and copied the applicant. The applicant, on the other hand, failed to copy us as required on their submission. I was only able to obtain a copy of the applicant's submission and evidence after emailing ABRA staff. We immediately filed a motion with the ABC Board to dismiss the case on procedural grounds. The applicant had clearly not followed the rules, which put our commission at a disadvantage. In our motion, we reminded the ABC Board of their previous decision to dismiss an earlier protest of the same applicant on a technicality. The board denied our request without discussion. To make matters worse, when I asked if they had seen supplemental materials we had filed to support our motion to dismiss, board members appeared confused and unaware that additional information had been submitted. They clearly had not seen all of our documentation, yet proceeded with the hearing. The ABC Board has a duty to treat all parties fairly in matters that come before it. In our case and other cases affecting other commissions, the board treats applicants more favorably than ANCs or other protesting parties. All we are asking is for the board to be fair to both sides. We encourage you to ask the government witnesses about these incidents and to work to ensure that the ABC Board and ABRA treat all parties fairly. Finally, we would be remiss if we did not mention our appreciation for a number of the staff members at ABRA, particularly Martha Jenkins and Sarah Fashbaugh. They have made a very frustrating 2 years dealing with the ABC Board somewhat bearable, and it is clear that they care deeply about their work. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for leaving 39 seconds on the clock. Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and committee staff, I'm Alexander M. Padro, Executive Director of Shaw Main Streets for the past 10 years and an 8-term ANC Commissioner representing Central Shaw. The DC Main Streets neighborhood programs, funded in part by the Department of Small Local Business Development, are making neighborhoods revitalization dreams a reality. Shaw Main Streets will enter its 12th year as a DC Main Streets program this May. Looking around Shaw, the fruits of 11 years of labor are everywhere. You can see our commitment in the cleaner and safer 10-block-long stretches of 7th and 9th Streets that have been maintained by about 100 men and women of our Clean and Safe team, mostly ex-offenders, since 2006. You can see it rising in the sky in the form of the high-rise apartment buildings, office buildings, and hotels that now crown Shaw's skyline. And you can see it in the faces of the thousands of Shaw and D.C. residents working construction and permanent jobs in the neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for joining Mayor Gray and then Councilmember-elect Silverman in December when we cut ribbons for 17 new businesses, storefront improvements, and murals in one afternoon. 25 new retail businesses opened in Shaw Main Street service area in 2014, representing almost 1,000 new jobs created, in addition to new office tenants that brought another 1,000-plus daytime workers to our corridors. In the weeks to come, Shaw Main Streets will launch a dining and entertainment mobile app that will allow residents and visitors alike to choose from over 120 restaurants, bars, theaters, and nightclubs in our service area. We'll announce the winners of the Best New Shaw Business of 2014 awards at our annual meeting at Longview Gallery on March 24th. And we'll shine a spotlight on Shaw's celebrated drinking and dining scene at our annual gala at the Howard Theater on April 29th. The changes that are visible throughout Central Shaw are the result of $1 billion in private investment in our commercial corridors, which Shaw Main Streets has helped support and bring to fruition. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you publicly for convincing Chairman Mendelson to restore the $25,000 cut in funding for each Main Street that was initially proposed in the FY15 budget. The loss of that funding would have required a reduction in service, which businesses might have failed because we would not have been able to give them the support they needed to get through their first years, which longtime businesses would not have been able to reposition themselves to capitalize on changing market conditions, which new businesses wouldn't ever have opened their doors because Main Street groups weren't able to help them navigate the maze of district agency regulations that stood in the way of their dreams. Thankfully, none of those circumstances came to pass, thanks to your leadership and support. The economic impact of DC Main Street programs began to be quantified recently through a study funded by 8th Street Main Street and Barracks Row Main Street, a summary of which you'll find attached to my testimony. Over $3 was generated in sales, income, and corporate tax revenue for every $1 invested by the district government in those two neighborhood Main Street programs. This does not include payroll, property, and other taxes and fees that likewise have dramatically increased through the economic development activity resulting from those Main Street program successes. An investment of $74,000 to hire a consultant to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the full economic impact of the DC Main Streets program since its inception in 2002 will shortly be proposed to Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development Kenner in the hope that he will identify funding to conduct this study this fiscal year. This will allow DEMPAD and DSLBD to plan for the future expansion of the program to other neighborhoods and the sustained funding of the efforts that continue to pay benefits for the city. The members of the Shaw Clean and Safe team take pride in maintaining our neighborhood as they rebuild their lives, many of them after years of incarceration. The team works 7 days a week, removing thousands of bags of trash from the city receptacles in our business corridors and filling even more bags of trash and debris collected from our streets and sidewalks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for sustaining critical funding for this program when a $14,000 per clean team FY15 budget cut was proposed last year. Your action prevented us from having to reduce the days and hours of operation of the Shaw Clean and Safe team and allowed our team members and those on other clean teams around the city to keep their jobs. It's important to note that the funding provided by the Department of Small Local Business Development for the DC Main Streets program and the DSLBD Litter Cleanup program is leveraged by private donations from sponsors in the development community. But without the sustained financial support of the District of Columbia government, these programs cannot continue to achieve the missions they are charged with, accomplishing changing neighborhoods and lives in the process. And I also wanted to take a moment to thank the staff of the Department of Small Local Business Development for continually looking for opportunities to streamline and improve the processes that are in place to help to manage the grant funds that allow these programs to move forward. They've been thinking outside the box, and they're to be congratulated for that. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Ethan Landis, and I'm the principal of Landis Architects Builders, a design-build firm licensed to do business in D.C. since 1990. We do most of our work in D.C., but a good bit in Maryland and some in Northern Virginia. I also have had the honor of sitting on the DCRA-run Construction Code Coordinating Board for the last 5 years. Chairman Orange and other committee members, thank you for the opportunity to share some of my company's experiences and suggestions with regard to DCRA's responsibility to help protect and serve the citizens and construction-related businesses of DC with respect to our built environment. I want to speak to three matters today that all fall under the oversight of DCRA. Number one, the length of time it takes to get more substantial building permits in the district. Two, the number of firms and developers that don't get proper or even any permits and inspections. And number three, the woefully understaffed DCRA Department of Illegal Construction, whose inspectors are overwhelmed and outgunned in their jobs. Number one, did you know that the building permits that fall into the file job category take at least 8 and often 12 to 14 weeks to secure through DCRA? This is without historic or zoning changes. This means that once a client has paid a design and costed out a project to the point where they can sign a contract and start construction, they have to wait another 8 to 12 weeks before they can start, if they follow the rules. This means that if they are waiting to move into the property as a new owner or a tenant, they have a lot of carrying costs. As an employer and entrepreneur, that means I have critical workflow that I can't produce, which in turn hampers my ability to fund my business and pay and make payroll. This also hurts a lot of landlords. By comparison, Maryland takes 1 to 3 weeks to secure permits, and Northern Virginia jurisdictions take about 4 to 5. DCRA has been working to reduce bottlenecks with their electronic filing system and developing a new residential department. This is intended to create efficiencies by keeping commercial and residential projects separate and reviewing in a more streamlined way. Please consider that these delays also cost the city a lot of money by delaying real estate tax increases, employment and business-related taxes, and the related multiplier effect on many business activities. Number two, the amount of work that gets done without proper or even any permits also hurts many DC residents, employers, and workers. Firms that follow the rules have to charge more to their clients, which makes them less competitive. There is a large shadow economy in construction, and the penalties don't discourage enough firms. I want to tell you a brief story about Patricia Simon and her husband TJ. They bought a condo on 11th Street Northwest from a developer, Insun Hofgaard, in November of 2013. They discovered in the months after moving into the building that was converted to 2 units and built with bogus permits and unlicensed tradespeople. It has zoning violations and no certificate of occupancy. They have been fighting to be made whole and repair many of the non-code compliant parts of the house. DC does not have adequate resources to protect its citizens from unscrupulous and well-funded developers like Insun Hofgaard of Great Falls, Virginia. You will hear soon from Stuart Crampton, another DC resident fighting against a different developer, flipper, Jay Galati of Potomac, Maryland. I will let him speak for himself and his wife and child, but tell you that their house was also renovated with little or no proper permits and sold to them with all kinds of code violations and structural defects that have caused them huge problems. While DC inspectors have been out to review their uninhabitable house, they need more help from the city to fight against well-funded repeat offenders who scoff at the city's permitting and other laws over and over. Number three, the number of illegal construction inspectors that DCRA has is way too small, and they are underfunded. I believe there are only 4, and most of them all have additional duties that make them really only part-time. There really are only 2.5 inspectors. Their file room is full of filing cabinets that are full of unresolved illegal construction cases. Can you imagine if we had only 4 part-time firefighters or 4 police agents assigned to as many people as work here in the city? The illegal players think the system takes way too long to get proper permits, and there is way too little of a penalty to them if and when they might get caught. Number 4, in conclusion, I would like to recommend that you help DCRA get several more inspectors assigned full-time to policing contractors and flippers so they follow city permitting and licensing rules. It would also be great if DCRA would help make the permitting process go more quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nadeau, any questions? Okay. All right, well, I want to thank you all for your testimony. Hear each one of you loud and clear, and the agency heads are here as well. And as I go through these testimonies, I will raise some of your issues with them. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jonas Singer, Nina Leggett, Jennifer Bergen, and Beth Harrison. Betsy McDaniel. Okay, you may begin.
Good morning.
Morning.
Councilmember Orange and members of the committee, thank you very much for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Nina Liggett, and I'm the Executive Director of Think Local First, a nonprofit organization working to build a stronger, more sustainable small and local business economy in the District of Columbia. Compared to big box and regional commercial retailers, our small and local business members employ DC residents, remain involved and invested in the community, and recycle dollars back into the neighborhood at a rate of 3 to 1. The 13 members of our board of directors alone operate nearly 50 businesses, which generate hundreds of millions of dollars in annual revenue and employ over 2,000 district residents. Supporting and nurturing independent businesses' growth helps to retain the fabric of our city's community and our culture. Yet when we hear small businesses are the backbone of our community, the average small business owner still doesn't feel like that applies to him or her. Testimony can be traced back through the decades of dissatisfied, tired, and abused individuals relaying their stories of days lost, wages squandered, and capital obliterated due to bureaucratic inefficiencies and expedited extortion displayed by the DC government. With a progressive and fresh start that the new administration is now taking, it is time to not only examine, but to finally address the inadequacies that continue to prohibit agency improvements. Honestly, I was about to print out an old testimony from 2012 that's still applied today, which Councilmember Orange, I'm sure you know, and as being a champion of small and local businesses, can definitely agree with, that it's just time to start doing things differently. So, in the past few years, we have seen the way that DCR has improved itself through up-to-date facilities, with online integration with Project Docs, and the eco-friendly programs. Yet any improvements in its basic day-to-day interactions with business owners has been slow, if not stagnant. While employee performance has been an issue for many years, poor customer engagement, relative feeling of disdain, and the communication is a general housekeeping issue that can and must be addressed. Specifically, Think Local First has key recommendations to ensure proactive planning for the growth of new and emerging business corridors in the district. A recent small business owner said perfectly that the district is moving up. It's not going horizontal. So we need to address that. And we need to, for example, staff two to four more mechanical, electric, and plumbing inspectors to increase coordination among DCRA, utility companies, and new businesses. Surely by now, we should be able to anticipate grid capabilities and avoid problems like the brownout that Bloomingdale's businesses encountered in 2013, which resulted in unforeseen expenses exacerbated by tens of thousands of dollars in lost revenue. If social media outlets can successfully identify and anticipate emerging neighborhoods like Anacostia, Rhode Island Avenue, and Ivy City, so can the district's regulatory department. If our agencies are held to the same standards as our entrepreneurs, the system will not only be fair but practical. Business owners are working expeditiously and on extremely tight timelines to raise the capital needed to open their doors, often through creative financing and personal credit. The permitting and licensing process must be predictable and realistic for all types of entrepreneurs. Delays are not an option for the small business owner. As the gentleman from Landis Architects pointed out, other jurisdictions are doing this much better than the district government. Lastly, I would like to call attention to the efforts of the Coalition of the Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development and the Department of Small and Local Business Development with the Small Business Policy Project. The Small Business Policy Project stated purpose is to identify and address barriers to the success of small and micro businesses in the District of Columbia. Their 5 major recommendations are to expand and improve service for small businesses, give a greater voice to small business, improve access to information and communication for small business, increase financial resources, and expand economic opportunity for small business. These recommendations directly align with the needs of our members, and we sincerely hope this does not result in yet another study that finds a final resting place on a shelf in an unknown office. Several agencies testifying today represent the priorities outlined above, and Think Local First looks forward to the opportunity to work with them in the coming fiscal year to ensure these goals are achieved. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Berger, and I supervise the eviction prevention work at AARP Legal Counsel for the Elderly. District agencies rely upon our office to intervene when there are vulnerable adults in need, and all we are asking in return is that when we need district agencies, they're there for us. We appreciate the support of the Office of Tenant Advocate in our written testimony. We'll go into much more detail, so we will focus more on the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. But to briefly highlight our appreciation for the Office of Tenant Advocate, the Legislative Director at Office of Tenant Advocate has done a lot of work to ensure passage of the Tenant Bill of Rights Act, to engage in the DCRA Technical Advisory Group for Property Maintenance Code introduction. The Air Quality Amendment Act passage was in part due to the assistance of Office of Tenant Advocate, and the conditional increase limiting that to 5% for hardship petitions was also the great work of the Legislative Director of the Office of Tenant Advocate. The funding that they give legal services providers give exponential results. For instance, if you see the attachment that we provided, for the money that we got from the Office of Tenant Advocate, we provided 12 times the amount in benefits, not counting our volunteer engagement and pro bono engagement. We also appreciate the outreach and education that the Office of Tenant Advocate provides. In terms of the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, their mission is to ensure the health and safety of district residents through housing code enforcement. Unfortunately, they're not accomplishing their mission. Time and again, we bypass DCRA. I've been in DC for 10 years. And I've testified with very little change to my testimony over that 10 years. And again, we've complained that when we call and someone lacks heat, it takes a couple of days to get out there. We're talking about a vulnerable adult. We're talking about losing sleep, that they can get harmed overnight because they don't have enough heat. And I wish that DCRA had the same imminence to their reaction when we call to get that help. It's gotten to the point where we simply bypass them. And what ends up happening is we're squeezing other resources of the district government. We're ending up going and filing emergency motions with the court. We're spending a lot of judicial resources doing that. We're engaging other public resources that shouldn't have to be engaged if DCRA were doing its job. So it is actually wasting government money by not doing its job. There is some more transparency. We appreciate PIVs. We appreciate the extensive meetings DCRA had with the community members about the property maintenance code, and we think that that kind of interaction should continue throughout the year. The inspection reports are hard to get. If we can't get inspection reports, we can't enforce the housing code in the court system, and that's a problem. We should not have to FOIA and subpoena records. And often when we subpoena records, we don't get them until the morning of the hearing. Timely, we also need building closure information. There's no rhyme or reason to when DCRA closes a building and when they do not. They'll close a building sometimes for minor issues, and other buildings are allowed to remain in blight with nothing being done. And what happens is housing providers benefit. When buildings are closed, they vacate their buildings and they can sell their buildings vacant for more money. And that is not supposed to be what's happening in terms of DCRA's mission. That's not enforcing the housing code. That's helping housing providers benefit from their disrepair of their buildings. Solutions are increased stakeholder meetings, increased training and monitoring. Inspectors, especially contractors, are not doing thorough inspections. Time and again, our investigator will go out and do an inspection and find a number of problems. And then when we compare it to the inspection report of DCRA, their report is not fulsome. They'll maybe have a quarter of the issues that we mentioned. And the issues that we're mentioning that are not included are holes in the ceiling. But what DCRA will say is, they called me about heat. It doesn't matter. If they're going to a unit, they should inspect for any code violations that they see in that unit, because it's a waste of resources to go out again and again. And what will happen if we go to litigate a case involving housing code violations and there isn't a fulsome inspection report, there's a negative inference from the court. And we have to fight an uphill battle to enforce the housing code. So not only is DCRA not enforcing the housing code, not collecting fines as amply as they should, but they're actually getting in the way of our trying to enforce when they're not. And that's problematic. We need transparency. We need the ability to get information. We need to know not just what percentage of fines they're collecting when they do issue notices of infraction, but we need to know how many notices of infraction versus outstanding repairs are being issued. In other words, are all of the cases in which repairs are not being made following up with notices of infraction? Thank you for your time and for your attention today.
Thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am.
Good morning, Chairman Orange and Councilmember Nadeau. My name is Beth Harrison. I'm a supervising attorney at the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia, and I have been working with tenants in the district for nearly 10 years. And unfortunately, many of the observations I'm going to share span that time period as far as my interactions with DCRA. On a positive note, and I won't dwell on this, I put some details in my written testimony, we have had very positive interactions with DCRA over the last couple of years on some very lengthy, complex rulemaking that is revising the housing code and updating it. The agency has been quite thorough. They've been very responsive to concerns. We have had an open dialogue, and I truly believe the end result is better because of the input and back and forth that we had. But legal aid and other tenants advocates and tenants that I speak with have serious concerns about the inspections division at DCRA. And these concerns span the whole relationship they have with the agency, from the initial point of contact to the inspector coming out to the follow-through after inspectors come. I've included some stories, but I want to emphasize in my written testimony, but I want to emphasize these are just examples of many, many stories I hear from tenants and other advocates. And with new leadership, we always have new hope. We do attend regular stakeholder meetings at the agency, and often the leadership of the agency tells us the responses we want to hear and assures us policies will change, things are aberrations, but unfortunately we keep seeing the same patterns over and over again. And we believe that fundamental change probably needs to happen at the staff level because of that. Among the concerns, tenants requesting initial inspections face barriers. They can face wait times of 20 to 30 minutes on the phone just to get through to a scheduler. Inspections for emergency issues can take a week or longer. Inspections for non-emergency issues can take 2 to 3 weeks for somebody to come out. There are also what I would call legal barriers thrown up. For example, a tenant who calls is told you must have notified the landlord even if you don't have a good way to contact them, because we have to give the landlords due process, as DCRA says. The entire regulatory process is set up to give the landlord due process. They have numerous opportunities to correct violations before fines are ever imposed, and that is simply a barrier that is being thrown up when somebody contacts DCRA. Another example, a tenant who calls and says, I have no utilities, is told you must produce a written lease showing it's the landlord's responsibility. That just ignores the reality that many tenants have oral leases. It also ignores the fact that that is a complex legal issue. A tenant calling DCRA for an inspection should get an inspection, not legal barriers, not legal analysis. As Ms. Berger mentioned, we also experience that inspectors are uneven. Some of the inspectors who come out are wonderful. They write comprehensive reports. The inspector assigned to the housing conditions calendar in D.C. Superior Court, for example, does excellent work. But some inspectors come out, they're dismissive of tenant concerns. Tenants have very bad experiences and don't want to call DCRA back out. And the inspection reports that are produced don't match up with what our inspectors see when they go out in terms of violations that are just somewhat readily apparent as violations of the housing code. The proactive inspection system, which has been around for several years and was a wonderful reform, is also having mixed results. Those are independent contractors, so that may be part of the issue. But buildings pass, but then we see them months later and they still have serious problems. We also have problems getting DCRA to come back out once the building is passed and gotten the certificate of compliance. We've been told the law doesn't allow it. The tenants must have caused whatever problems are there because the building passed a few months ago. It's impossible that there are problems now because it passed several months ago. And in some cases, we just give up on DCRA as a result of these reactions that we get. Landlords who fail inspections often get away with it. And we see tenants come in who have had failed inspection reports, and months later those same issues remain. And frankly, it's unclear to us exactly where the enforcement process is breaking down. I leave that to the agency to respond to. Sometimes second inspections don't happen. Sometimes I think the enforcement process just doesn't go forward. We're not sure. We just see the end results. And then finally, all of the above does interfere with our efforts to do private enforcement of the housing code to help tenants go into court, get repairs, get remedies, because we don't have the evidence to back up our claims, and so we have to send in our own investigators to fill in the gaps. We know DCRA can get this right. The housing conditions calendar and the inspector there is a great example of how we can work together and achieve private enforcement with support from the agency. And so the bottom line, unfortunately, is that we believe fundamental change is needed. We do receive assurances from leadership, but nothing changes. And I think this has created a fundamental breakdown of trust, not only by advocates, but much more importantly by residents of the District of Columbia. And we need to restore that trust. We would be happy to work with the agency and with the council on a focused effort to rebuild that public trust in DCRA and the Inspections Division. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Orange, Councilmember Nadeau. My name is Betsy McDaniel. I'm a resident of Ward 5 in Bloomingdale. I'm here to discuss and call your attention to a lot of the issues we're having in the increased number of renovations in our neighborhood. I know Councilmember Nadeau has had similar issues in her ward. One of the things, notification to abutting properties. When I briefly had a condo in Ward 6, my building did not receive any notification of work at the building next door, which was a complete gut rehab with the basement being dug out, and we received no notification whatsoever. I had asked not too long ago about improving the online services, which have improved, but they didn't include my request to include some kind of identification information, so if there is a problem that a homeowner can contact the builder who's actually doing the work and find out, especially on Sundays and holidays when there's a problem, because as has been mentioned before, the inspectors seem to not be available on the holidays and the Sundays, and it's really hard to, when there's a serious problem that's a dangerous problem, it's hard to find anyone to get help on the situations. I'm also concerned that on PIVS they list the stop work orders, which we've had a lot of, as mentioned before. There are a lot of people doing unpermitted work. And when a stop order is issued, there's not much information online to let homeowners know when it's all right for the person to go back to work. I see many times it says that 50% of the fine is applied to the permit, which to me is just a slap on the wrist to a developer who does this repeatedly. It's just a small cost of doing business. When it's a homeowner doing the work, it's a big cut out of the pocket, but when it's a big developer doing these things, $2,000 cut in half is nothing. I also am a little concerned about recent experiences I've had with the clerical staff at DCRA. When you call some offices, you always get a voicemail. You never talk to a person, and you don't get the call back in the promised 24 hours. It goes days with no response. I'm also concerned about the zoning administrator's role in issuing permits. In our neighborhood, we've had several people who have had approved permits for 2 units and who've actually turned their buildings into 3 units. And it seems like there should be more attention given to permits like that and some more follow-up. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Councilman Nadeau? No questions. Okay, we've been joined by the at-large Councilmember Alyssa Silverman. Ms. Silverman, do you have an opening statement?
I really don't. Thank you, Chairman Orange. Thank you all for coming today. I know it's a long witness list. These are some agencies that I am particularly interested because I think they're about economic opportunity and quality of life, including agencies like DCRA. Getting permits means that you can open your business or redo your house, and I think is extremely important to our city. I'm especially interested in DCRA, DOES, our WIC. So I thank you all for coming today. I'll be listening intently. I do apologize. I'm going to be a little bit in and out. So if I miss your testimony, please follow up with me and my staff. So thank you, Chairman Orange. Look forward to a full day today.
Well, thank you all for your testimony here today, and as the agency heads are here, I wish I had time. I'd like to really engage you two attorneys about due process and legal barriers and legal analysis and things of that nature, but we don't have that time today. But you might want to give the committee director a call, Peter Johnson, to further explore some of the things that you put on the table. Ms. Daniels, I got all your issues: notification, online servers, holidays and Sunday, stop work orders, clerical staff, and zoning administrators. So we have those issues as well. And Ms. Leggett, as you know, small business are near and dear to my heart, so we're going to continue working to make life better for our small businesses here. And I'm glad you're here today, and we will be in contact with you as well. Thank you. Thank you all. Next, we'll hear from Ronald Moulton, Tom Light, Jim McGrath, and Mark Erkenweiler.
For later, but something you won't like wrong, like interesting.
Hey, Manny. Sure. Yeah, you can print them out.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Moulton, we'll begin with you.
Okay. I'm going to start with a brief statement from my neighbor who's not going to be able to testify. I'm addressing the pop-up issue. We call it the nightmare on Buchanan Street. My neighbor is a lifetime Washingtonian by the name of Sandra Lassane, and I'm going to read her statement. She's been on Buchanan Street for over 50 years. It behooves me to understand how an agency can grant permits to developers and not have a structural engineer on staff to ensure that long-standing homes are not damaged. The transition of row homes to multifamily units has been a boon to out-of-town developers, while homeowners and residents are ignored, incur financial burdens, and have no recourse. We are told that we cannot sue them, but in a town full of lawyers, no one will handle the case of an elderly resident, not even APRA, on a fixed income on a pro bono basis. There are rogue developers that keep buildings, substandard homes, pay small fines, and even arrested for violations, and they are still allowed to develop in our city. And I'm talking about this situation with my grandmother lives, but this is a developer who's been locked up, right? He's put our whole block in danger where we had a gas pipe explode. It could have blew the whole block up, all right? This guy has put holes in my grandmother's house and my neighbor's house, Mr. Singh's house, which has caused the gas bill to skyrocket to warm the house up, right? He's her basement flooded where she had to pay thousands of dollars to deal with the damage to her basement. She had to cover her windows up, right? Because they said it's against the law. After she's been there for 50 years with side windows, now this developer comes in, expands, and now he's building side windows. So it seems as if the people are not being represented. And I just want to remind the council of what happened to our seniors some time ago when we let the tax issue go unattended to. And I want to say right now, our seniors are going through the same thing. My 78-year-old grandmother hearing this guy bang night and day on the walls for the last year and deal with this stuff. It has affected her life. And no lifetime Washingtonian or new Washingtonian who buys a house should have to go through this. And right now, I mean, the new director has taken his head on and addressed it with the 16th Street Heights and has promised to do some things to try to fix this. But I think it's up to the government as well, the council, to come forward and bring some people together to make sure the transgressions against the seniors and citizens of the District of Columbia are no longer valid. My grandmother has no money to fight these people. And if she were to go to court, a lawyer would cost her at least $20,000. So because she has no money to file an injunction or anything like this, this guy has totally disrespected her, and she's incurring damages that she cannot pay for.
Okay, Mr. Martin, afterwards, can you contact my committee director and give us the address and stuff, and then we can set something up, and I'll come out along with them, and you can take me on a tour and show me exactly what you're talking about. Okay.
Sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Orange, Council
Members Allen.
Good afternoon,
Chairman Orange, Council Members Allen, Nadeau, and Silverman. My name is Tom Lipke. I own and operate 2 certified business enterprises here in the district. Before owning those 2 CBEs, I managed another CBE for 10 years. My firm provides commercial revitalization services and capacity building to neighborhood-based nonprofits. Coincidentally, my companies are most active in the areas where you live and work, Wards 1, 5, and 6. I'm testifying today to provide just one example that represents the challenges faced when DCRA and DSLBD create roadblocks to small businesses serving our communities. My example involves a recent request for proposals that was introduced by DSLBD. It encouraged local companies like mine to assess, help organize, and support businesses along Georgia Avenue. My firm was more than qualified to apply, as we had helped more than a dozen communities around the district and dozens more around the country. However, while responding to the proposal, we found out we were not in good standing. DCRA's Business License Center revealed that we had not filed a one-page form that is ridiculously simple and takes less than 1 minute to fill out. It's so simple, in fact, that all the information requested on it is already on file with DCRA and DSLBD. And while the form states it's a 2-year reform for domestic filing entities, it has to be refiled after your first year of incorporation. For what it's worth, that secret is worth $1,600. I consider this excessive. Our company information was already on file, I was not notified we were out of compliance, and the form doesn't add any value to the clients or the community. Nevertheless, I paid $1,600 to fill these simple forms out and reinstate my companies. I then returned to the original proposal, which was to develop a report that might help create a Main Street program along Georgia Avenue. However, DSLBD required me as the business owner to submit, without advance notice, my personal tax returns as part of the proposal. Imagine if you applied for a job and the business owner demanded your tax returns. Unlike nonprofit returns, which are public documents, personal and business returns are private documents and not intended for public distribution. I questioned the relevance, but ultimately my company was disqualified. This is particularly disappointing because our team was the only competitor that had successfully done the work before. And so for these 2 reasons I've highlighted, 2 CBEs won't be able to help Georgia Avenue. Now, you might think this only impacts my companies, but it's much worse for our communities. These small nonprofits hire us because they don't have the capacity to perform these services themselves. In other words, if we can't help the community groups, the work won't get done by anyone. And so if we keep encountering these meaningless and expensive roadblocks, the community goes unserved and no one wins. I'm not alone in these recommendations. They were provided by the task force as well as the Small Business Policy Project. I understand these are growing pains amongst these agencies, but I encourage DCRA and DSLBD to work with local businesses to develop these initiatives. I appreciate the opportunity and look forward to any questions. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilmembers Silverman, Allen, and Nadeau. My name is Mark Eckenweiler. I am the ANC Commissioner for Single-Member District 6C04 that encompasses Union Station and the residential areas immediately to its east. I'm here today to make the committee aware of some systemic problems within DCRA that have a direct and very serious adverse impact on the residents of ANC 6C. These issues fall into 3 basic categories. First, failure to comply with DC law when issuing construction permits. 2, unresponsiveness when these failures are affirmatively pointed out by the ANC or others. And 3rd, and this is really the most disheartening, failure of a willful refusal to enforce against clear violations, even of permits. When we've had an argument about the legitimacy of the permit, even when there are violations of the terms of that permit, there's no enforcement against it. So let me take those in order. First, we've seen DCRA repeatedly issue improper permits. I'd say those are under three subcategories. One, failure to flag required zoning relief. Two, failure to comply with procedural requirements such as registered publication for after-hours permits that produce disruptive noise in residential areas. And three, just a general disregard for substantive restrictions, such as the criteria generally for after-hours permits. I know Councilmember Allen's office recently had to deal with a series of after-hours permits that were for 7 days, 24 hours, that completely ignored the standard under which those applications are to be judged. So the second category, refusal to act when errors are pointed out. Now, I get it that nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect, and I understand that agencies will make mistakes. But the problem is that when ANC 6E and others have notified DCRA of these kinds of problems, we've repeatedly met with refusal, and in many cases, willful refusal to respond to our calls or even our emails. In one case, a DCRA official, who I believe is present in the room, admitted to us openly that a construction project did not comply with the zoning regulations, but refused to take any action to cure that error. And when I inquired again last year after a C of O was issued for that building, the zoning administrator and his deputy simply ignored my emails. Third, once permits are issued, we have failure or refusal to inspect or otherwise enforce permit terms. We have one large construction project that's in my single-member district that had a series of after-hour permits. I had fought against those. Those would not be rescinded. And in fact, the acting building official, Mr. Jatinder Kokar, just simply stopped returning my phone calls or responding to my emails. What happened, though, subsequent to that, was the work continued and it went on. These were after-hours permits that had limits on them, on the amount of noise and the hours in which the work could be done, the types of work, and the contractor flagrantly ignored those, doing work like welding, grinding metal, hammering, as early as 7 a.m. on Sundays. I know we had one case, they started shortly after 6 a.m. on a Saturday. This went on until late at night, sometimes as late as 10 p.m. All of that in clear violation of the terms on the face of the permits. But when I called DCR after hours through the Homeland Security hotline, I got various excuses. The excuses were, we won't come out unless there's a life or limb emergency, so they refused even to come to inspect. I was told, we have no device to measure sound, which makes one wonder why they were issuing permits that had decibel limits on them if they were unwilling or incapable of enforcing. And then third, this was the most mind-boggling, I had one where the work was going on a legal holiday, and the permit on its face did not cover legal holidays, and the inspector not only refused to do anything about it, when I called MPD, which on several prior occasions had to come out and issue cease and desist orders for improper work at the same location, the DCRA inspector overrode MPD and allowed the work to continue on this legal holiday. So let me just sum up here, Mr. Chairman. The concerns I have, these are not just abstract concerns about obscure regulations in a book somewhere. They are about very real harm that is being done and continues to be done to my constituents and to others in ANC 6C. We have those rules so people are treated fairly and so the rights of residents, such as the right to a quiet Sunday morning in one's own home, are protected. DCRA's conduct over the past few years, in my experience, shows contempt, not just for me and my colleagues on the Commission, but for those rules and for the citizens that those rules are meant to protect. I'd be happy to provide further information, and I thank the committee for the time this morning.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. McGrath?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jim McGrath. I head TEDAC, the DC Times Advocacy Coalition. The President recently had his State of the Union address, and he declared the State of the Union sound. And I want to say that TEDAC wishes to declare the state of OTA sound as well. And if that isn't a grandiose comparison enough, it'll have to do until something better comes along. We will say right up front that, it's what you do with what you have. And OTA does a whole lot with a small budget funding. They're a small agency with a large mandate. They have a huge mission, advocating and serving tenant population over 350,000 people in the city. We're a city of renters and a city of lawyers, and it's too bad you can't get them together more often. There are so many lawyers in the city that if you ride a packed metro train and you move your foot in the wrong direction, you're going to step on the toes of about a half a dozen of them. Well, I step on the toes of a lot of lawyers in the city, and I like to whack a couple of them with this crutch. Mainly because when you go into landlord-tenant court, you see evictees, 95% of whom have no lawyer. That should not be. That's a disgrace in this city. We have more lawyers per capita than anywhere else in the nation, but you don't see them doing the right kind of work so often. OTA does a lot of legal work. They make grants to fund some litigation in apartment buildings and tenant associations, and they have on-site visits to buildings, they have workshops, stakeholder meetings, and many other services. But they only have 4 lawyers on their staff to serve a population of tenants in the city of over 300,000 people. Do the math, figure it out. Okay. Eviction is a terrible tragedy in the city. You put a person's whole life out in the street to be picked over, picked off, rained upon, snowed upon, a family dispersed, atomized, sent to shelters, temporary residences, and all the rest of it. We can do better. This city is under siege right now. We hear it all the time. It used to be like, peace, peace, but there is no peace. Now it's affordable housing, but there is no affordable housing. Why is that? It's a 3-part problem. We have gentrification. We have the condominium conversion craze, which is taking apartment buildings out of the market all the time. And we have the market rate phenomenon. Landlords all over the city, they have a favorite market rate for everything. The market has become a casino, and the landlords are breaking the bank at Monte Carlo in this city. And I want to identify with some of the things Mr. Moten said here. I think they're right on target insofar as shortfall for legal services for poor people in the city. Leadership in the city too often has wanted to convert the whole city into an instant Georgetown. We're not Boca Raton, Mr. Chairman. We're not Palm Springs or Martha's Vineyard. We're the District of Columbia, and affordable housing should be a priority for everyone who's seeking it. Until we realize that the housing is not a commodity. I've said this time and again. We're not talking about oil futures, gold bullion, or pork bellies. We're talking about the roof over people's heads. And all you have to do is take a look at the park benches out there right now in this kind of weather to see the urgency of that problem. And I rest my case right there, and I thank you very much for being heard.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Nadeau? Councilmember Silverman?
Well, thank you all for testifying. Mr. McGrath, thank you for your advocacy on behalf of tenants who are the majority of district residents. Mr. Moten, thank you for testifying. I do have a couple questions. First for Mr. Litke, so thank you for testifying. Is your first point that there should be a notification after a year that you need to renew the application? Is this the basic business license, or what is the form that you're referring to?
Sure. It's a domestic filing entity. It's simply a 2-year. I think it's to let the city know you're still around, to be candid.
So this isn't the clean hands?
Well, you don't get clean hands if you haven't submitted this.
Okay, I see.
That's worth $1,600.
Okay, and that's something that needs to be filled out every year?
Yeah, well, every 2 years except the first year.
First year. And did you
Right.
receive any notification from the city that you needed to fill it out again?
Not until I tried to get clean hands, no.
Okay, I see. So one possibility to be explored is just like we all get our driver's license renewal email, that you would receive an email saying that you need to renew this
That would
or
be
fill this
fine.
out again.
Either that, or when I signed up to create the articles of organization, you let me know that a 2-year form kicks
Right.
in the 3rd year.
Okay. And then the $1,600 cost, what is that?
That's $300 filing fee for each of these.
Okay.
$100 expedited fee, which I guess that means I was charged $100 to go to the actual license center, if you consider it same-day practice. The other charges were for the late filing fee, since I had not known I was delinquent.
I see.
So 2 times everything, 2 times $800, $1,600 for me.
Okay. And your point about your tax forms is, I'm not familiar, is that should not be a part of the
Well, my 2
process?
CDs are sole source entities. They are limited liability corporations. I don't find the relevance in anyone needing to know what my mortgage looks like or my health insurance or any other matters. It's not germane to the capacity of what was being asked of me to help develop a Main Street program or to write the report. So I don't really know why anyone's asking this, any different than anyone would be asked that if they were applying for a job.
Okay, we'll look into that.
Thank you.
So thank you. And to Mr. Eckenweiler, thank you for your service on the ANC. I benefit from it. Just a few questions about the illegal construction. So I know this has been an issue in our neighborhood. What do you see as the solutions? Is it, number one, having more? One concern I have reading through DCRA's responses to the committee is about staffing, whether we have the capability to do all the things that we should be doing. Is that the issue, or what do you think is the issue?
Councilmember Silverman, it's a little unclear to me, partly because of the lack of transparency. It's hard to tell whether there is simply a willful disregard for the law, or that is what papers over the lack of resources, and so that is the excuse that's given out to refuse to act on certain complaints.
So let me just go through the process. So you notice as a neighbor that there's a illegal construction or a permit is going, someone is doing construction and that's not what they're permitted for. You call the emergency line, right?
I've actually been through just about everybody in DCRA, including a meeting last March with then Director Majette, the Chief Building Official, Mr. Sabakan, and their Public Affairs Official, Mr. Orleans. That was facilitated by the previous committee director for this committee, Mr. Fisher. And so, sort of from there on down, I've tried everybody, whether it's emailing or calling the Chief Building Official, whether it's calling after hours when after hours work is ongoing illegally and it needs to stop now, not to have some administrative action taken 2 weeks thereafter. So I realize it's a long answer. The short answer is I've tried just about everything through every possible means, day and night, weekday and weekend.
Well, I'm sure that my colleague in Ward 6 is probably more knowledgeable than me about the ins and outs, so I will listen and ask about this when the government witnesses come up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've also been joined by another member of this committee, the council member from Ward 6, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, would you like to make an opening statement? And if you have any questions, you may do that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just roll all of it into one with questions here. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. Mr. McGrath, Mr. Moten, thank you both very much for your testimony and advocacy, not just on these issues, but really across the city, so thank you. A quick question for Mr. Lickey.
Yes.
And I've known your work. You've partnered with businesses on Barracks Row, on H Street, and on others, so I know you've got kind of that expertise, and Councilmember Silverman, can I highlight a few of the questions around what the specifics of the forms were? I do think, one of the things that I certainly will try to ask, and through the chair and the committee, is, we have a new director of DSLDB coming on board. I've been impressed with the way that she has talked thus far. I certainly will put your exact issue as a challenge to her as to how do we help fix something like this. And one of the things that I've had a conversation with her about is that I hope that she can serve as that advocate for small businesses, not just focused on the DSLDB portion of the pie, but really trying to think through that partnership with DCRA, the partnership with the other agencies, so that she can really see across all those agencies, even though they don't report to her, but she can be that advocate that helps bring all those different people to the table to help work through this. Because whether it's every 2 years having to renew the name of your entity, the number of papers and filings that you have to do, and as you said, the information was already there.
Right. Yes, if I may, I do support the new director and the staff, and we were able to sit down, and I was able to point out some of these concerns I had. Really, I felt they were kind of playing from the wrong playbook, and that was my point about the nonprofits. Yes, nonprofits, when competing, really should be showing all their charitable deductions, but I am a private agency, and I'd like to be treated as such. The staff has been very receptive, and I do think we all agreed that it's a little bit of growing pains trying to understand some of these rules, and that I hope I might be able to contribute as we continue to improve the programming.
That's good to hear. I'm not surprised, based on my initial conversations with her as well, that you're going to get a receptive audience there. But let's keep plugging away at it. Right. Just make sure that this is just an easier system. And like you said, for somebody who's got the expertise and somebody who has some experience, I'd love to have you working on some of those projects, because I think that you bring an advantage to that.
Great, thank you, Councilman.
Absolutely. Commissioner Eckenweiler, I appreciate your testimony. I don't think you submitted written testimony
I have not yet. My understanding is I have 5 additional days in which to do so.
Wonderful. I would just ask, I've seen you've documented very well frustrations and outlined the timeline of a lot of these projects. I think it would be beneficial for the committee, so if you could submit that so that just becomes a part of the record, it would be helpful.
I'll do so, thank you.
The big picture-wise, what you're talking about is that we put the burden of the checks and the enforcement on the public. And that requires as well a public who's going to be savvy enough to dig through permits, read the permits, understand what is allowed, what's not allowed, be able to read through the DC code, through the DCMR, and then figure out how those pieces all come together, and then find a way to report it. And that's a really high burden. You're an A&C commissioner, so you come with a tool set already, but that's a really high bar to expect our community, and so therefore I think we have that kind of working outside of the permits frequently. One of the things in your SMD, I think we've had 2 instances of one on a public project, one on a private project. And I was wondering if you could just spend just a second if you have seen any difference in what you think we need to be, how we attack that problem. On one hand, I'm pretty sure it's your SMD, the project on the 600 block of H Street on the south side, where we had some after hours.
My apologies for interrupting. That's actually my colleague's SMD. That's in 6C05, as now Commissioner Miller.
Excellent. Okay, well, you probably are just familiar with it since it's in the neighborhood, but it's a private project where we've had that after hours permit. And the permit was issued incorrectly, and it took neighbors complaining about, work at 10 o'clock at night before we were able to actually go, and DCRA was able to make a correction. But the permit should have been issued in the first place. And so we had the private part. On the public projects, so thinking about, for example, Stuart Hobson, we had a large number of issues there. From it's a public school, it's work by DGS. That should be the place where all the different instrumentalities of the public are coming to bear to make sure that everything's working the way it should work. And if you could just spend a second longer about how do you think it should be working, especially when we're talking about public funds, a public site, public work, just being contracted.
I'll say at the outset, I deliberately stayed away from that topic because, as you know, the DGS oversight hearing is next Monday, and I thought I'd keep my powder dry over the weekend.
Well, I sit on both committees, so
I know. I'm well aware. You'll hear from me again. This is going to sound really, really glib, and I don't mean it to be that way, but I'm not asking for anything special. I just want the agencies to follow the law. Mm-hmm. I'm not asking for a special dispensation for me, for my constituents. It is doubly galling, I think, and this is the point that you're really hitting on here, when you have not only DCRA failing to enforce, but what they're failing to enforce against is a project that is in fact a district government project, as in the case of Stuart Hobson. And what's really unfortunate about that is it's a great project on the merits. It's something I supported. Absolutely. I chair our Planning and Zoning Committee, and I pushed to see that arts addition get approved both through zoning and HPRB, and we got that done. And then to have it blow up in this way, where the agencies charged with sort of, pushing the project through, and then on the other side, the watchdog agency, DCRA, not doing their job. It's not just unfortunate and disappointing as a matter of good government, but I can tell you, and I'm happy to introduce you to the neighbors on the 500 block of 4th Street who have had to deal with this in the most severe ways for months on end. I mean, this is a years-long project, and they should not have to suffer this.
Well, your points are well taken. I appreciate your work as a commissioner. I know that your service, I think you take very seriously, which allows you to also dedicate the time and energy it takes to navigate this more than most neighbors should ever have to try to help do that. So I appreciate your work. What it speaks to me is we've had DCRA spend some energy with some positive results of trying to improve customer service to their clients if their clients are those small businesses. It's not perfect yet, but I do believe they've made a lot of progress there. But they also have the customer service aspect that is to you, the customer, the person who is just our commissioner and our resident. That customer service piece has to be there too. And I've sat down with the interim director, Ms. Bowling. I actually appreciate it. I had a really good conversation with her where I think she did seem to get a sense of urgency around some of these issues. And so we'll certainly follow up with her specifically on this when the government comes to testify. But I look forward to working with her to help fix some of these. So I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds.
I just want to make one suggestion. I believe that we should come up with an emergency guide for seniors of their rights when it comes to pop-ups from DCRA, zoning, MPD, and all the agencies who would deal with this compliance issue, the compliance issues that we speak of, because most people don't know how to navigate through these complexities because it's very complex. You're dealing with multiple agencies, and the senior, like I said, we already screwed up with the taxes. We need to get this one right, and I think our seniors deserve some type of guide. My grandmother could have used it. Mr. Lassane could have used it. So moving forward, if we can't get a moratorium on this until we fix it, at least get the seniors some type of guide so they can navigate through this.
Well, Mr. Martin, I've already committed my office to sit down with you and also do a tour with you, and we'll examine and see what's going on. Obviously, from my perspective as chair of the committee, I got to look at both sides of the equation, but certainly, you can come in, and I know that you will have your act together and be able to make the case, and you make the case, I'll be right there with you. I want to thank you all for your testimony here today. The commissioner from Ward 6 and the other commissioner, I guess I would offer to your councilman the same thing that I'm doing with Councilmember Nadeau next week. Is we're bringing the committee out to her ward for a town hall meeting so we can have a more in-depth discussion on things that are under the germane of this committee, and we're bringing some of the agency heads out as well to answer the questions. So I would offer to Mr. Allen, maybe we can work together and do a town hall meeting in your ward, maybe March or April, and bring out these folks so we can have an in-depth conversation about these issues as it relates to DCRA and DOES and others. Mr. McGrath, I just want to thank you as well for testifying. You've been here for a very long time, working on behalf of tenants and tenant rights. You're absolutely right. OTA, they do more with less, and it's a model organization, and this committee supports OTA with 100%. And you're right about affordable housing. Everyone talks about affordable housing, but where is the affordable housing? And I can say that I know that this new mayor is committed to the $100 million a year, not actually being in the Housing Production Trust Fund, but actually being spent. So we just have to see as time goes on, how we actually go about that. I'll be introducing a bill that calls for $1 billion of affordable housing over the next 10 years, spending $100 million a year, and break it down into 4 categories, $25 million for the homeless population. And when I say homeless, that's not, homeless, a lot of homeless people go to work every day. The people out of D.C. General, they get up and go to work every day. They get their kids off to school. They're just not making enough money. If you're only making the minimum wage, which is somewhere around $20,000 to $25,000 on an annual basis, but if child care is $13,000 to $15,000, where are they left to live on? So we need to provide affordable housing for that category. My bill also calls for $25 million for seniors on an annual basis for affordable housing, and then $25 million for the working class, those that make $30,000 to $60,000 a year, as well as a traditional 80% of AMI for a family of four. So we'll see how that goes, but we are very in tune, and I'm glad to see that the chairman has established a committee on housing and community development, and so we'll be working with that committee and Councilmember Bonds and see if we can finally get some real activity going in that area.
Now I know, Mr. Chairman, why you got the 10-act endorsement, okay?
Yes.
And I want to say kudos to Ms. Silverman and Ms. Nadeau. We met with them recently, and their views on affordable housing were very provocative and I think in the right direction, and we hope they really bear fruit in the days ahead. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Light, I hear what you're saying. We're going to look into it, but I also want to caution everyone once again that DCRA issues over 35,000 building permits, 4,000 occupancy permits, 50,000 business and professional licenses. They accept filings for 65,000 corporate documents and conducts over 55,000 residential, commercial, and business-related inspections and investigations. So it's a big burden that they have. Obviously, we want them to do it in a very efficient and effective manner. And a lot of times they may have processes that we don't agree with. But I am very familiar with that one form you have, because when I was in private practice and business, I had to execute that form. And basically that form provides them notice of who's out there. And we worked hard to get it down to that very simple page. So I don't know what the problem was there in getting that done and providing the notification to make sure that you actually execute that. $1,600 fine does sound very excessive to me. And then the personal tax return, we'll have to look into that. But thank you all very much for your testimony here today. Once again, I want to remind my colleagues we have 114 witnesses. It is now noon. If you don't move us along, we'll be here talking to the agency heads tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. in the morning. Next, we'll have Stuart Crampton, Valletta Roman, Edward Grandis, and Kristen Barden.
Good morning.
On the same panel.
Yeah. I think somebody didn't come.
Okay, Kristen, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Good morning, council members and staff. My name is Kristen Barden, and I'm the Executive Director of the Adams Morgan Partnership Business Improvement District. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Councilmember Orange for his continued support of our organization. It was Councilmember Brianne Nadeau's predecessor, Councilmember Graham, who introduced the legislation to form our bid in 2005. We look forward to working with Ms. Nadeau to continue our success. I'm here today to talk about how business improvement districts contribute to the economic health and quality of life in our city, to speak strongly in favor of continuing to fund the Bid Litter Cleanup Assistance Fund administered by the Department of Small and Local Business Development that was established in 2007. The fund should be continued at current levels or higher, and also to encourage the committee to quickly review the Adams Morgan moratorium rulemaking from ABRA when they receive it. The purpose of the Bid Litter Cleanup Assistance Fund is to provide grants for the establishment of locally operated and financially sustainable clean teams to maintain commercial corridors. The grant has enabled the Adams Morgan bid to improve our litter cleanup efforts through the removal of debris from curbs, gutters, streets, sidewalks, alleys, parks, and storefronts, as well as graffiti and illegal signs within the Adams Morgan neighborhood. With the help of Ready, Willing, and Working, a local nonprofit that is a program of the Capitol Hill bid, between October 2013 and September 2014, we removed 1,202,000 pounds of trash and 2,545 incidents where posters, stickers, and graffiti caused blemishes. We also service all of the public recycling cans that were installed in 2012 as part of the 18th Street streetscape. For the same time period, we collected 6,647 bags of cardboard, plastic, metal, and glass for recycling. The funding has also contributed to beautification services such as tree box care, including mulching and aeration every week between March and November, and well-orchestrated coordination with DPW, DDOT, and DC Water on broken streetlights, water leaks, and illegal dumping. The clean team also removed snow from crosswalks, storm drains, and fire hydrants with great efficiency. The overall objective of these grants is to help create healthy, vibrant, and safe commercial corridors, which is the same objective as the Adams Morgan bid. The Adams Morgan bid has been a recipient of bid litter cleanup assistance grants since 2008. This grant represents 20% of our operating budget. These grants have enabled us to expand our cleaning services from 5 days a week in 2007 to 7 days a week ever since. The team works 8 hours a day, 365 days a year. We have 14 members and a supervisor. Adams Morgan businesses now expect to open their doors to clean streets every single day. Because of the support of the Bid Litter Cleanup Assistance Grant, in January 2012, we expanded our cleaning program to 1 block off of the commercial streets in every direction on Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. This includes hiring extra staff those days and purchasing additional barrel, trash cans, brooms, trash bags, etc. This additional service costs us an extra $25,000 a year annually. We did this to respond to residents' concerns about trash from weekend activities ending up on the residential streets. This additional cleaning has been widely embraced and appreciated. We would hate to have to discontinue it because of budget difficulties. The Adams Morgan bid, like the other bids in DC, helps keep our community cleaner, safer, and friendlier. We work very hard to support the businesses and commercial property owners in the neighborhood, because when these businesses thrive, our community thrives. And when our communities thrive, the city as a whole benefits. As a destination neighborhood, our member businesses generate significant tax revenue for the district. But tax revenue is only one of the positive impacts here. Successful businesses create jobs. And while Washington did better than many other cities across the country during the economic downturn, there are plenty of people still looking for work every day. Nurturing our businesses, particularly our small businesses, is a critical part of addressing that issue. That's where DSLBD comes in. We need DSLBD to fully support us to accomplish our mission. Should the Bid Litter Cleanup Assistance Fund not be continued at current levels or higher, we will be forced to cut back the number of days we have clean team services to probably 3 days a week and the level of service we provide. We also would not be able to continue the tree box maintenance and graffiti poster sticker removal. We are concerned that the original intent of the Bid Litter Cleanup Grant may have become diluted over the last few years without looking at the true cost to small bids to provide these services. As you know, bids are funded through a tax on the commercial property owners, and part of the intent of the original DSLBD grant program was to encourage commercial districts to look at bids as a viable mechanism to provide additional clean, safe, and marketing services above what the DC government can offer, but with the goal of generating economic growth. Restricting the grant amount forces us to spend additional bid resources to continue to provide the high level of cleaning the businesses have come to expect, and diminishes our ability to provide the safety and marketing services that encourage commercial property owners to sign up to create a bid in the first place. Without significant funds for our safety and marketing program, the impact of these programs is minimal, and the commercial businesses suffer the consequences. The effectiveness of the bid also suffers. The current legislation allows for grants up to $125,000 a year. We recommend that the grants be restored to that level. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for your support of the Adams Morgan bid.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairman Orange and members of the committee. My name is Ed Grandis, and I'm here today as the Executive Director of the Anacostia Business Improvement District Corporation, or the Anacostia bid. We want to thank the committee for extending an invitation to DC Bids to present information today regarding the FY 2014, FY 2015 performance of the Department of Small and Local Business Development. As the Anacostia bid has only had operational funding since July 1, 2013, we can only speak to our recent experiences. In that, I also would like now to associate our comments and adopt the comments of the Adams Morgan Business Partnership for the good information it provided today, and we support that. As you know, the Business Improvement District is an entity that is recognized by the District of Columbia to provide public space management and programming to the commercial properties within its defined service area. The boards of directors are the commercial property owners and commercial tenants elected by its members within that service area. The funding is primarily obtained through a tax assessment separate from the real property tax on the non-exempt commercial property owners collected by OTR and transferred to the bid. The Anacostia bid, if it relied solely on the assessments to our non-exempt commercial property members, would be operating with a budget of perhaps just 10 to 40% of what the other bids are able to collect. This is why the Anacostia bid is the only 501c3 bid in the district. All the other bids are C6. This IRS distinction or designation allows us to go for grants that may be given to only such tax-exempt entities. We also have been very competitive in seeking grant opportunities from the district so that our programming can grow and be sustainable, and over time provide services that have become routine in some of the larger income bids in the district. One source of additional funds has been the DSLBD Commercial Clean Grant Programs. This program was initially implemented to assist DC bids with an annual income of less than $1 million. Without continuation of the various commercial clean grant programs, we probably would be consuming over 60% of our tax assessments that come in yearly just for a cleaning program. A bid will not survive if it is primarily a clean team program because its non-exempt commercial property members who pay the assessment are invested to see programming that other DC bids are providing. Typically, the initial programming of a bid is implementation of a clean and safe program. Based upon our research, the annual cost for us is approximately $126,000 to maintain just the status quo. We want to improve and expand services. However, each additional crew team member is approximately $25,000. Over the next several years, the Anacostia bid projects that we will bring in approximately $200,000 annually through our taxes. We develop 3-year budgets based upon the knowledge that there is a commercial clean team program, and without this program, the bid probably will not be renewed. The district funding of the commercial clean grant programs should be predicated upon an analysis of the true operating cost of an eligible service area and not an equal allotment for each eligible service area. Bid service areas are different in size, land use is different, and needs are different, and the clean program grant for each area should match the needs of that service area. We are generally very pleased with our interactions with DSLBD. The staff that we work with is timely and responsive. At times, I feel that they are part of the Anacostia bid team, that in that if we have a concern, they try to respond with a solution quickly. Sometimes I believe that we may not be given a long enough timeline to complete a task or meet a deadline. However, this may be due to some time constraints being placed on the agency. When I bring up timeline concerns, the staff is generally concerned and attempt to see if a deadline can be adjusted. One concern is that deliverables and other requests under an existing operating grant should not be increased or changed during the term of the signed contract. A couple of years ago, there were some issues regarding grant process. However, Chairman Orange, through your committee, has provided excellent guidance in its committee's report each year that has resolved some pesky issues and improved service delivery by the agency. One of the missions of the Anacostia bid is to partner with the district in providing opportunities to employ DC residents. We are delighted that in FY 2015, we have been awarded grants to provide cleaning programs along Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, New York Avenue Northeast, and Wisconsin Avenue Northwest. We continue to partner with Career Path DC, with whom you will hear testimony from later today. We are committed to our partnership with Career Path DC and want to have funds in the FY 2016 to continue this partnership, expand it, and hire more DC residents. I am very glad to know that through our partnership this year with Career Path DC, we've been able to help them to hire more than half of all the new employees they have. And we're delighted to work with the city to hire DC residents. What has also been exciting is to have funds to expand job training services to include landscaping or tree boxes and small open areas in public space. While this may be common in other parts of the city, in Ward 8, we are working hard to make that part of the fabric. We also are proud that we can assist in the removal of snow and ice from public space within our service areas, which is one activity that I receive a lot of residential calls thanking the bid for providing that service. We appreciate the opportunity to provide this information to this committee, and thank you for allowing us this time. If there are any questions, we look forward to responding to them. And in closing, I'd like to have you all recognize the pictures that we've included. We've had pictures included of Anacostia in this recent snow, of Pennsylvania Avenue southeast in this recent snow, and Wisconsin Avenue northwest. These are new services in these areas, and we are delighted to be able to provide that. You also will see some landscaping, which may not seem very impressive citywide, but for our neighborhood, the residents and the businesses are excited to see this, and we hope you help support us to continue those services. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'am, you may.
Good afternoon. My name is Stuart Crampton. I live in Columbia Heights. I want to thank Chairman Orange and the other committee members, including our council member Nadeau, for this opportunity to join the conversation about DCRA and its performance. I wanted to highlight that the recent housing boom in DC has turned the city's real estate scene into a veritable Wild West. In the district's real estate and renovation sectors, there's been a proliferation of illegal construction, unsafe renovations, including renovations involving lead and asbestos contamination, misrepresentations, false advertising, inflated property assessments, and general fraud. There are a significant number of developers, house flippers, and real estate agents engaging in this trend of illegal construction, and it's with near total impunity. My wife, Violetta, who's sitting next to me here, we both know about this Wild West of D.C. because it's affected our lives, our daughter, our health, our financial future significantly of late. In March 2014, we had to file a lawsuit in D.C. Superior Court against the house flippers who sold us our house. That's still pending. Before we bought the newly renovated house in Columbia Heights, we had several home inspections done. We got insurances from the house flippers and that the renovations were done properly according to the regs. And finally, we signed on the bottom line, bought the house in March 2011. While the house looked fine on the outside, the new drywall and the bamboo flooring concealed a lot of problems. It turns out that the house flippers had illegally renovated our house without the required permits and inspections. The seller also made several material omissions and misrepresentations. And all in all, to fix all the hidden defects in the house and to make it code compliant, it will cost us more than $460,000. We also had to move out because of the lead and the asbestos. So the seller/developer, Jay Gulati of Real Manor ZLK LLC, he did not have a DC business license. He runs approximately 20, maybe 30 limited liability corporations out of his $2 million house in Potomac, Maryland. In addition, the real estate firm for Gulati was AK Real Estate, and it was represented in the sale of our house by Jay Gulati's brother-in-law, Sunil Chabra. AK Real Estate was not registered in D.C. and was not in good standing in D.C., so AK was also operating illegally in the city. And the general contractor, Michael Creasy of Michael Luton Construction, also had no license and used all unlicensed subcontractors. And the few permits that they did have, the minor permits that they dramatically exceeded, were under the name of a guy who had been dead since 1972. And they were never transferred to the guys doing the work. So in D.C., dead guys get permits while violators are free to be repeat offenders. Anyway, all the research that we did into the building permit records suggests that the same flippers who did our house have also illegally renovated dozens of houses across the city over the last 5 years. This is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just one set of flippers. We also found that many other flippers seem to be engaging in similar types of illegal construction all across the city. Contractors, they know the game. These contractors who don't want to play by the rules. I'm not painting everybody with a broad brush. They also know that a $2,000 fine from DCRA will remove a stop work order, and that rare fine is well worth it. It's the price of doing business for them. It saves them probably $60,000 at least, in part by avoiding 12-week delays and the high costs associated with that while waiting for substantive permits to be issued by DCRA. Anyway, to wrap up, if I can, I would request that you start changing things by considering these two quick reforms. One, if you could require that beneficial ownership, the real owners of LLCs, be readily available in the public record to facilitate effective due diligence by DCRA, by lenders, home buyers and to help shed light and prevent money laundering and fraud by the repeat offender LLC, flippers, and contractors. That would be a good start. Second, when there is a stop work order issued, it would obviously be ideal, a big step, if DCRA could, enforce the rules, don't let the construction re-resume until a violation is actually remedied and is verified. The fines are not what's the key. The key is holding them off from continuing to do bad construction until the remedy has been done. Lastly, on a positive note, we are grateful that we've received good support from good people in the private sector, such as Landis Construction. Ethan Landis spoke earlier today. And we're also grateful for the under-resourced but very dedicated DCRA Consumer Protection Office, as well as the Inspections Compliance Office, which have helped us, on the back end of this drama. They've helped us investigate the defendants and putting them under a lot of pressure to settle, although that hasn't happened yet. Anyway, that said, it is still hard to understand how DCRA writ large has failed to do more on the front end before we bought the house to more effectively prevent illegal construction. I'll stop there, and my wife can pick it up on that aspect. But thanks very much.
My name is Violeta Roman, and I also live in Columbia Heights. I also want to thank the Chairman Orange and other committee members, Nadeau, Allen, and Silverman, for the opportunity to share our experiences regarding DCRA and its efforts to pursue its mission. To build off of what my husband just recounted, the reason we have a Wild West in district's real estate sector is because the regulatory regime is very weak. DCRA is a sprawling and complex agency. It is starting to head in the right direction, but it remains broken by years of understaffing, lack of transparency, and lack of accountability. Most people recognize that DCRA has fallen into despair over the past few decades. DCRA's mission is a good one, and we in DC have some of the most beautiful laws and codes in the books. The problem, though, is that DCRA is not equipped, resourced, trained, empowered, or managed well to implement or realize those rules, those aspirations, and those values. In our case, DCRA caught the flippers engaging in illegal construction at a few houses. But because DCRA is so focused on being business-friendly, the rules are bent and enforcement is softened. And so people like Mr. Gulati and others engaging in illegal construction have been able to simply pay a small fine of about $2,000 and keep doing what they are doing with no real consequences. The flippers we were involved with did their house flipping without respecting an EPA law, the renovation, repair, and painting rule. The flippers also misrepresented to DCRA that the house was built after 1978, when it was really built in 1910, and that allowed them to evade more scrutiny from DCRA. The EPA law requires flippers and contractors who perform renovations that disturb 6 square feet of paint or more in a home built before 1978 to be certified and trained, especially to prevent lead contamination. The purpose is to contain the lead used in some paints before 1978. As there are only about 180 contractors in DC that are lead safe certified per the EPA's website, this means that almost everyone is ignoring this law, and it could cause serious health problems. As you know, lead can cause brain damage in babies, developmental problems in children, and serious problems for pregnant women. We lost a baby after living in the house, and the fetus was identified with severe brain damage. And we don't know yet if the lead contamination contributed to the loss, and we may never know. The point is that this law and other DC laws designed to protect home buyers need to be enforced. We understand that the newly created LLCs they use, the flippers that flipped our home, including Western Development, still have no DC business licenses and still are not LEED safe certified. Why are they allowed to continue flipping houses in DC? Why is there no DCRA imposed moratorium on projects by this repeat offender and others like them? When is DCRA going to get serious about protecting consumers? That is not the way it is supposed to be. That is not how you build a city with safe housing. And that is not how you instill faith in government and citizens. And I would note that almost all the stop work orders we uncovered in our research involved houses that were inspected by DCRA's third-party inspection program, which outsources the regulatory or inspection function to companies. And the third-party inspection program sends the signal that the risk of getting caught for fraud or illegal construction is so small that it's worth it. It needs to be completely overhauled, if not scrapped. Business and economic development will not achieve their full potential in DC unless consumers are better protected. So the challenge I hope to take up is recapturing DCRA, empowering it and rebalancing it so that it better serves the consumers, the tenants, the home buyers, and the regular people.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Crampton, how many organizations did you identify in your testimony? We don't have your written testimony of ones that you allege are not in compliance with the laws of the District of Columbia?
There were 6 defendants in our original lawsuits. So there's 3 individuals, and then they each belong to or have companies.
Okay. Can you provide us a list of the companies that you've identified in your testimony today? I'd like to get them over to DCRA so we can definitely run a check and see what's going on with them and whether or not they're in compliance with the law and how we should move forward from there.
Thanks. Will do.
And Ms. Roman, I'm very sorry for your loss. I can only hope that while y'all are going through this process in the legal system that justice is served. And thank you for being here today and testifying. As it relates to the main streets and the clean streets, I had a very good conversation with Mr. Whitaker. And what he brought to my attention, and it's something that I've also have shared with the mayor's office, is that under the living wage, since you guys receive these grants, and if it's in excess of $100,000, you're also required to pay the living wage. The living wage is going to be $13.80 per hour as of March 1, and it'll be retroactive back to January. What this committee needs to push for, and what we all need to push for, is that you maintain your allocations, but there also be adjustments for the living wage. And you know, this living wage law came in 2006 when I was chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, and we championed this along with the labor community. And it started out at $11.75 per hour. I believe Mayor Fenty took it to $12.50 per hour. And then after some very tense moments with the prior administration, we finally got them to get it up to $13.40, and then it went to $13.60 per hour. And to the credit of Mr. Luparello, who was the head of DOS at the time, he even got it to the point where it was retroactive for a year. And don't hold me to this number, but it's approximately $2.8 million, which the business community actually had to pay to those folks that were supposed to get that living wage of $13.60 or $13.40 per hour. So the government has to do its part as well. When we provide these grants, because in talking to Mr. Whitaker, he's like, yeah, we're going to follow the law, but in following the law, we may have to lay off some people in order to make this payment, and that was not the intent. The intent was to provide people with a living wage and at the same time have them maintain their jobs and hire more people. And I think the clean teams and the main streets and the bids are doing exceptional work in the city. And I just hope that this government can really make a strong commitment to what these organizations are doing. Because on the one hand, it's providing safe and clean and livable areas where our tourists and visitors can actually come and enjoy the District of Columbia, while they spend on average, a tourist spends on average about $363. And so can you imagine, we're up to 20 million tourists on an annual basis, and each one of them spending at least $363. That helps our economy. But at the same time, I like the policies of the main streets and the great teams because they hire our returning citizens. And there's a large population of returning citizens who are getting second chance through the bids, through the main streets, and through the clean teams. And I think that we need to make a strong commitment to that entire process. And the only way we can do that is by making sure that we allocate appropriate dollars to keep this particular aspect of the government moving forward, which I think has been very positive for the city. So we need to keep advocating for that. And Ms. Grandis, I hear you loud and clear, but Anacostia is in a different category from, say, the downtown bid, because the downtown bid can get assessments on all these large buildings downtown, and they have a large budget. Yet, east of the river, where you don't have all these commercial establishments, there's no one to apply that bid tax to. And especially down over in Deanwood and areas like that, we have to figure out another way. And I know I've been looking at what they do in Europe, especially in London. They have the same problem, but they've worked it out. And we need to look at that models and other models to see how everybody is able to benefit from the success of these programs and what's happening in the nation's capital. So we will be looking at that as well.
Mr. Chairman, may I address that a moment?
Just a moment.
When these grants opportunities came out this year to go to areas such as Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, New York Avenue Northwest and Northeast, and Wisconsin Avenue, my board met and discussed that because it's a new concept. My board voted that they are committed to do whatever we can to hire more DC residents. In our contracts with Career Path for the Anacostia bid, all the new employees have to be residents of Ward 8. In Pennsylvania Southeast, we've asked all the residents be in either Ward 7 or Ward 8. In New York Avenue and in Wisconsin Avenue, we've requested that all of them be at least DC residents. So we stand with you in this committee to try to do programming that's going to bring more of our DC residents into the workforce. And addressing the living wage, we're committed to that. But if it's adjusted during the course of a year, we don't have the additional funding unless, as you said, the government can step up and do its part. But we don't want to reduce the workers that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Nadeau?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank both of our bid directors for being here today, and especially Kristen, who is doing such great work in Adams Morgan. We're so grateful for all you do. And we've really seen the bid in Adams Morgan be so much more than support for the businesses. It's really enriched the community and also filled the gaps sometimes when government isn't doing what it needs to be doing, for example, with snow removal. So thank you for that. And I really also just wanted to thank Mr. Crampton and Ms. Rahman. I really appreciate you both coming out to tell your stories. And I am so sorry for your loss. One of the things that my office has been doing in working with DCRA is trying to identify repeat offenders. So sounds like you've been doing it a little longer than I've been in office, so I will join your efforts. But we would very much like to work with you on this, and the chairman also extended his interest. So if we could coordinate on that, I think we can really make some progress. But I do appreciate your leadership and your time. Thank you to this panel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo the comments that were just made. Mr. Crampton, Ms. Roman, I think what your testimony puts in stark relief and is heartbreaking is that our job as a government is to protect the safety and welfare of our residents. And in your case, we failed. And so I certainly urge you to submit the information to the chairman so we can follow up with DCRA. I know it will not it will not relieve the heartache and the heartbreak, but hopefully it will protect you and other residents in the future. I agree with you, Mr. Crampton, about LLCs, and that's something my office is interested in looking into, not only in this area, but in other areas as well. Transparency, there's a lack of transparency, and I think it leads to bad outcomes in various ways. As I mentioned, I'm interested in the resources of the agency. It has an extremely important mission, and I think many people in the agency take their mission seriously to protect residents, but I'm concerned that there might not be adequate resources to do that, or perhaps emphasis sometimes. In the third-party inspection program, that is something we'll be asking about because the agency, I think, said that we have this in place because we cannot hire inspectors in-house, and I think that leads to interesting questions. So thank you once again, and I'm very sorry for your loss. Mr. Grandis and Ms. Barden, thank you very much. I worked in Adams Morgan for, I think, 10 years, and there's a definite difference. I was there in the late 90s and early 2000s, and there's a tremendous difference between then and today about the cleanliness of the neighborhood. So what you're asking for is really just to increase the budget for this program and the grant level given to the various bids. Is that the request?
Right. The legislation allows for the grant to be up to $125,000. This year it was $100,000, so we respectfully request that it be increased back to $125,000.
I got it. Terrific. And Mr. Grandis, it was my pleasure actually to visit your bid. I think a week ago.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, and it was interesting. I didn't realize that there is a bid model that's a 501c3, and as I told you then, I'm very interested in the bids, and you do terrific work that brings an economic benefit and a quality of life benefit to our city. So thank you both very much for testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have much to add. To Mr. Crampton, Ms. Roman, I'm so very sorry for your loss, like everybody else. It's not able to really add too much more to what I think has been said up here, other than to say thank you for sharing your story, which I know is hard to do. So I appreciate you doing that because it helps bring it home for us and obviously for those that are listening as well in terms of the responsibilities and duties that we have to hold DCRA accountable, the responsibility you have to hold us accountable, to make sure that they are doing their job and that we are doing our job. So thank you all very much.
Thank you all for your testimony here today. Is Claire still here? Claire Osate? Oh, come on down. Leon Johnson, Jimmy Carter. Is Jonas Singer here? Okay, Ed Lazier. Valerie Ashley. So you may begin to state your name for the record and who you are. My name is Leon Johnson. Again. Do it again. I don't think he had your mic on.
It's not on.
Hello? Yeah, okay. State your name again.
Leon Johnson. Thank you, council members, and thank you for allowing me to testify, and thank you for holding this hearing. I'm the Director of Operations at the Mount Vernon Triangle Community Improvement District. One of my main functions is to direct and manage the Clean Team Ambassadors and the DSLB Small Bid Litter Assistance Grant Reporting. I'm here to testify in support of the Small Bid Litter Assistance Grants that are part of a non-competitive grant that enables our organization to hire twice as many district residents than we otherwise might be able to offer, provide cleaning and maintenance services in the neighborhood. The Mount Vernon Triangle SID Clean Team Ambassadors come to us through the Central Union Mission, which has a job training, counseling, and ready-to-work program. The grant affords us the opportunity to expand our existing program to hire, train, and employ 8 full-time residents. The Mount Vernon Triangle SID stakeholders' investment is leveraged with the grant to add twice as many jobs to the program. These individuals would otherwise have a very hard time finding gainful employment. These are individuals returning from incarceration, previous homelessness, and often recovering from substance abuse. Being able to hire and employ these individuals assists with their re-entry into the workforce and helps them become employable, tax-paying, responsible, and productive citizens. The grant is critical for us to provide these job opportunities. Last year, the team collected 168,000 pounds of trash off the streets of Mount Vernon Triangle, and they're on track to collect 200,000 pounds this year. They removed 110 instances of graffiti within 24 hours. Their presence on the streets provides a welcoming smile to patrons of our local business, and their extra sets of eyes brings a sense of security for visitors, employees, residents, and businesses. One of our team members is also here with us today, Mr. Jimmy Carter. I thought it would be important to bring someone who is a first-hand experience with being in the program. Jimmy will be testifying before you here today in support of the grant. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jimmy Carter. Thank you for the hearing, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you for the DSLBD bid litter cleanup grant. My name is Jimmy Carter. I work as the clean team lead with Mount Vernon Triangle. I have been employed with Central Union Mission through Mount Vernon Triangle for a year and a half. I came to the program because I was completely out of control with alcohol and substance abuse. I was homeless and didn't see any opportunities. I hit rock bottom. I didn't think I had a chance to do any good for myself or anybody else. When I entered the program, I received drug and alcohol counseling on top of a place to live. After working two years inside Central Union Mission, I was ready for the full-time work, and I was eventually placed at Mount Vernon Triangle. Mount Vernon Triangle. I worked hard and was promoted to team leader. I got married on October 17, 2014, and I was truly thankful for the job training and the opportunity to turn my life around. Without the DSLBD grant, I would probably still be abusing drugs and alcohol, and more than likely still homeless. It is a great feeling to know that there are grants in the city like the DSLBD, litter cleanup grant, to help individuals that need a second chance. I would hope you continue with this life-saving grant. The grant gives people like me a second chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Lazier?
Good afternoon, Chairman Orange, Councilmember Silverman, Councilmember Allen. My name is Ed Lazier. I'm the director of the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify. The DC Fiscal Policy Institute works to develop policy solutions that will promote economic opportunity and shared prosperity for all residents of the District of Columbia. And I'm here today to testify about the performance of the Department of Employment Services and the Workforce Investment Council. And if I have time, I will touch on 3 topics. The first is the importance of enforcing new worker protections and benefits that the Council and Mayor have worked together to develop. As you know, in recent years, a number of new benefits and protections for workers have been enacted, including an increase in the minimum wage, expansion of paid sick leave benefits for everybody who works in the district, and efforts to minimize instances of wage theft. But those laws are only effective if workers and employers know about them and if steps are taken to enforce them. So the DC Fiscal Policy Institute supports the request of the Fair Budget Coalition and the Just Pay Coalition to invest $3 million in additional resources, primarily for the Department of Employment Services, to implement and enforce these worker protection laws. I will leave the details to other members of the coalition who will be testifying later. The second issue that I'd like to touch on is the importance to improve coordination and accountability of the city's adult education and job training programs. The district operates a number of adult education and training programs across a number of agencies, and we now have 2 important opportunities to make sure those programs are working well together and that we're getting the most bang for our buck for those programs. The first opportunity is a Career Pathways Task Force that is being led by the Workforce Investment Council, a task force to create a career pathways system in the city. At its most basic, a career pathways approach is intended to make sure that people who want to prepare for work have easy access to services whatever their needs are, whether it's adult basic education, adult literacy, or all the way to simply needing job search for someone who has skills and has education but has lost their job. A second component of a career pathways approach is to make sure there are connections across those programs, so that getting a GED, for example, is just the first step in a career, not the end. And those connections are really important to address the common problem that you hear in the district of residents who say they got a GED or got training and then didn't end up getting a job. The second important opportunity is a change in federal law, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which encourages but doesn't require jurisdictions to adopt a career pathways approach and to connect programs, better coordinate programs across agencies. And given that we have programs within this committee, the Department of Employment Services, the WIC, but also OSSI and the Department of Human Services, implementing both the recommendations of the Career Pathways Task Force and WIOA are really important. They can be done in a half-hearted way where we really don't coordinate the programs well, or we can integrate them well and really strengthen our workforce development system. So I encourage the committee to give the Workforce Investment Council the authority and the leadership and the resources it needs to make that happen, to make both the new federal law and the Career Pathways Task Force successful. And I encourage the committee to do its oversight to make sure that both of those are implemented vigorously. The third topic, and it looks like I do have time, that I'd like to touch on is a soon-to-be-released report from the D.C. Fiscal Policy Institute on the city's Department of Employment Services Project Empowerment Program, one of our largest adult job training programs, serving about 800 adults every year, providing up to 6 months of subsidized jobs for workers who are having trouble finding a job, many of them returning citizens. They're placed in a job by the city pays the wages for up to 6 months with the hope that that temporary placement that is subsidized will turn into a permanent job that is unsubsidized. The D.C. Fiscal Policy Institute review of Project Empowerment finds many strengths, but also opportunities for improvement. We found, for example, that the success rate for Project Empowerment matches national trends, with about half of participants ending up in unsubsidized jobs and about a quarter keeping their jobs, staying in a job for more than a year. But those are just averages. We could be doing better than average, and I think we should be aiming to do better than a quarter of participants having a job a year after the program ends. And our report makes a number of recommendations that I'll just touch on very briefly here and happy to answer any questions about. But the first is to improve private sector connections, that obviously anyone who's going to get a job, by and large, is going to need to find that job in the private sector. Most of our Project Empowerment placements right now are in the private sector, but some more effective programs across the country require those workers to be put on the company payroll. Well, right now, those workers stay on the city's payroll. Putting them on the company payroll makes it clear that this is intended to ultimately be a permanent job. A second is to make sure that we're really being thoughtful about how we serve returning citizens, because we found that effective programs can not only help people get jobs, but reduce recidivism, which is an important outcome of its own. And finally, I would encourage the council to make sure that the program has enough staff to provide the kind of coaching on soft skills like timeliness and professionalism on the job that workers need, and that employers need, I should say, and that employers don't want to have to spend their time doing. The district's Project Empowerment can do a better job to make sure that they're helping workers build those skills so that the employers don't have to. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Good afternoon. I'm Valerie Ashley, Executive Director of Southeast Ministry, and today I'm testifying as Board Secretary for the DC Jobs Council. I want to thank you, Chairman Orange, Councilmember Silverman, Councilmember Allen, for this opportunity. The DC Jobs Council is a coalition of workforce development service providers seeking to strengthen the workforce system in the District of Columbia so it meets the needs of all residents, with a focus on those facing the highest barriers to employment. We accomplish our work by advocating for an effective and efficient workforce system, building the capacity of workforce development service providers, and ensuring alignment between employer needs and workforce preparation. Our vision is a district in which every resident has the job training and education opportunities necessary to succeed in jobs that pay self-sufficiency wages and that meet the skill needs of District of Columbia employers. Most of my testimony today is going to focus on the Department of Employment Services, but I did want to take a moment to speak about the WIC. Over the past 2 years, the district has benefited from the work of a functional, engaged WIC, an entity created to provide coordination of federally funded workforce development programs. The WIC now boasts a nearly full complement of members who attend meetings, make decisions, and fully participate in its work mandated by the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act, WIOA. Once a permanent executive director is in place, we expect the WIC to continue its strong forward progress. The WIC's work will be especially important in ensuring that the district is compliant with the new requirements of WIOA, requirements that mandate cooperation among agencies providing, among other services, job training and adult education. By virtue of its different mission and its greater complexity, DOES faces different challenges. First, we're pleased that Mayor Bowser has named Deborah Carroll to lead the department. Her experience with TANF and other DHS programs will, we believe, encourage a greater level of cooperation among those DC agencies with whom our clients interact. As we all know, economic self-sufficiency requires more than just landing a job. We believe that Acting Director Carroll understands the multiplicity of barriers faced by so many of our under and unemployed neighbors and understands that success requires coordination among all service providers. At the same time, DOES will benefit from the experience of a strong incumbent staff. We're pleased that we will have the chance to continue to work with Paulette Francois and Drew Hubbard, among others. Their hard work over the past 2 years has resulted in noticeable improvements in many of the department's workforce activities. Their continued presence offers the department and those whom it serves an important measure of stability. We note particularly the improvement in the operations of the American Job Centers. They're by no means perfect, and those clients with the greatest number of barriers still face problems when dealing with them, but things are improving. The cooperative work with the WIC to develop, codify, and implement new policies and procedures has been enormously helpful. We hope, too, that DOES will continue expanding and improving the kinds of data it provides. The agency's responses to questions submitted by the committee were more robust and detailed this year than in the past. A clear next step will be to coordinate or integrate data from other agencies, such as DHS, to obtain a clearer and more holistic picture of how DC residents are served in total. As you can see, there have been improvements in DOES operations. However, there are systemic obstacles that remain. In our opinion, additional improvement may require a profound overhaul of the agency. At the moment, DOES must play two divergent roles. Half of the agency funds career training and matches job seeker with jobs. The other half is charged with protecting workers' rights, such as the right to a minimum wage, to earn sick days, and to unemployment insurance. A separate labor department would allow the district to enforce workers' rights better while freeing the rest of DOS to focus truly on effective workforce development. The competing objectives have kept the agency from achieving either. To accomplish its job training and placement mission, the agency must form strong collaborative working relationships with employers, but to effectively enforce workplace protection laws, they have to hold businesses accountable if they violate the law, even if it makes the violators feel less kindly towards the government. So in essence, managers are being asked to enforce laws against employers one day and collaborate with them the next. It would make more sense in our view to put workforce development programs from other agencies, such as DOES, OSSI, Office of Aging, and others, into one agency. A structure like the one we propose will allow the braiding of funding streams that is difficult under the current MOA-MOU paradigm. The needs of the client would be at the center of any decisions about service, not the requirements of funding streams. Overall, the scaffolding is in place for a strong workforce development system, which will ensure the long-term viability of the district's economy and facilitate opportunities for all citizens to be part of that economy. I'm finished. Thank you.
You only have one more sentence to go, so. Okay. Mr. Johnson, I'm going to have you read Claire Schaefer's statement, please.
I'll be reading this testimony on behalf of Claire Schaefer Olegshak, President of the Mount Vernon Triangle. The Mount Vernon Triangle Community Improvement District, a bid that includes commercial and residential properties. Mount Vernon Triangle is north of Chinatown, bounded by 7th Street Northwest to the west, New Jersey Avenue north to the east, New York Avenue to the north, and Massachusetts Avenue to the south. With the investment of the city, businesses, residents, property owners, and the Mount Vernon Triangle said the neighborhood is in the process of transforming from a once forgotten area identified primarily by parking lots into a vibrant downtown residential and commercial district. Today we have 45 plus restaurants and retailers, 1.7 million square feet of office space, 3,824 residential units existing and under construction. With this development comes continued need for more said services, most importantly for the clean and safe services to serve existing populations and to continue to make the neighborhood attractive for the future development that still remains to occur. I'm here today to testify in support of the small bid litter assistance grants, which are a non-competitive grant program for bids with budgets under $1 million. As a small bid, the grant has proven incredibly valuable to the Mount Vernon Triangle, enabling us to leverage our resources to hire more district residents and provide extra cleaning and maintenance services in our neighborhood. I urge the council to continue to provide and fund this grant, as it has proven to be a successful program for workforce development and commercial corridor revitalization. Mount Vernon Triangle SIDS Clean and Safe Services, which the Small Bid Litter Assistance Program supports, have helped to make Mount Vernon Triangle the success story it is today. The grant enables us to double our crew from 4 to 8 members and expand services from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays and 7:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. on weekends. Each day, the team clears debris, accesses an extra set of eyes and ears, empties 80-plus trash cans, removes graffiti when present, and cares for over 100 tree boxes and small pocket plants. In short, our clean team plays vital daily roles in making Mount Vernon Triangle a great place to work, live, and do business. In addition, the program supports the city's workforce development. Our clean team operates through Central Union Mission's Ready to Work program. Members of our clean team include returning citizens and formerly homeless individuals who often face challenges in the job market. Crew members get a steady job and receive job training, case management, access to GED education, and counseling. The Small Bid Litter Grant represents a best practice for public and private partnership. It enables the city to leverage private investment to both employ district residents and provide services critical to the city's economic development. The Mount Vernon Triangle provides a one-to-one match for funds it receives through the grant program. We also cover the cost of all program management and coordination services, equipment, uniform, and storage costs out of our own budget. This means that 100% of the city funds go directly to adding jobs and employing more district residents. The city also benefits from the strong track record of small bids like ours in providing strong management, financial oversight, and administration of the grant. I want to thank you for your support for the DSLBD Small Bid Litter Cleanup Grant and the investment in the Mount Vernon Triangle neighborhood. This is a successful program that should continue. The Small Bid Litter Cleanup Program contributes to the city's workforce development goals and supports the enhancement of key neighborhood commercial corridors. And I've already introduced Jimmy, so. All right.
All right, well, thank you all very much for your testimony. Mr. Lazier and I believe Ms. Ashley, thank you both for your testimony here today. Actually, I'd like to follow up with both of you on this. The committee is planning a hearing on this subject matter, as well as my desire to have a profile of the unemployed in the District of Columbia. But I'd like to get your insights on this as well. And in particular, you talked, Ms. Ashley, you talked about perhaps having a separate Department of Labor from DOES. And Ms. Lazier, I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I think there's definitely potential there. We've seen other instances where the city has divided up agencies to clarify their functions, like the Department of Healthcare Finance splitting off from the Department of Health, and that being successful. Of course, it's just one step in the process of making sure that the services are being provided well, but it's certainly, given the dual roles at the Department of Employment Services, there is some logic to that.
Okay. Well, if both of you can make contact with the committee director, and perhaps maybe you both can come in together and we can have a very good conversation on this. And Mr. Johnson, it's good seeing you again here today. The reason why I wanted you to read Claire's statement into the record because she was here earlier, and I know her from her time with the Capitol Riverfront, and so she's been a real leader under the tutelage of Michael Stevens, and now she has her own bid. So, and you guys are doing great work. I think we've been out there twice over the past few years when we do our annual tours. And Mr. Carter, I want to thank you for coming down and representing, the clean teams and all the good things that are happening for you and others. And that's why I'm very committed to this program. And I just want to make sure that when we're doing the budget, that the executive office of the mayor takes under consideration the law. Well, once again, indicates that the living wage will, on March 1, go to $13.80 per hour, and it's retroactive back to January 1. And when we provide budgets, we should make sure that we accommodate that, as opposed to just sticking you with the same 125, and you got to make this payment, and you have to cut people like Mr. Carter, and and then they've been working, and they're doing great work out there for us, and we want to make sure that we keep them on the payroll and add others. So. And I want to thank Mr. Whitaker for bringing all this to my attention. We had a very in-depth conversation about this, so I want to give him kudos for coming in and really getting me in tune to what's been going on in that regard. So I want to thank you for testifying here today.
Thank you.
Ms. Silverman?
Thank you, Chairman Orange. First, to Mr. Johnson, and thank you for testifying. Mr. Carter, thank you, and congratulations to you for giving yourself a second chance, it sounds like. And actually, I just had a few questions because, and you can feel free if you think if this is too personal, or but I think one of the things we're wrestling with is how to provide affordable housing for folks who are making moderate or lower incomes. And so, do you still live at the Central Union Mission?
No.
No. So what do you do for housing?
Well, I have gotten married.
Oh, okay. I saw your wedding ring.
So I have.
They're getting personal.
Okay, so through your spouse. Okay. What about your colleagues or in the green team, in the clean team? What do they do for housing?
I think you have some that's living in Central Union, and then you have some that's out there. They're struggling, but they don't want to put us in their private business.
I hear
but
you.
When they do, Mr. Johnson helps us on all that.
Is that an issue, Mr. Johnson?
It is.
Yeah.
It is an issue. What I do is I take a personal interest in the guys because, if you take a personal interest in them and show them that you care about them, they kind of work a little harder, and they're more productive. They show up for work on time and every day. What I've done is, I take the time, I set them up with a Credit Karma account to make them aware of what their credit scores are, and what things they need to fix. Just taking that kind of personal interest, help them out if they need an apartment, help them out with the application, help them out with, making sure they understand, how much money they need for a down payment. So I get involved in a little bit of everything to try and help them, but I think we only have maybe one person who actually lives at the mission at this point because so far they've all been able to save their money since they were in the mission and actually get their own places.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Well, I think for the sake of time, I would love to follow up with you, Mr. Johnson, and you, Mr. Carter, and seeing how the clean teams provide a continuum of housing and employment, and how all these programs work together, so that obviously for someone like you, Mr. Carter, who takes the clean team up on your second chance, that you're able to have a second chance that is sustainable, and that you have, career pathways, as we talked about earlier, and safe, affordable places to live throughout the rest of your life. So thank you both. To Ms. Ashley, thank you so much for your service, both to the DC Jobs Council as well as your wonderful work at Southeast Ministry. when the government witnesses come up, I am interested in the adult literacy connection to our Department of Employment Services, and I will be following up with you about that, because once again, one of the stark numbers in the report was the low literacy and numeracy levels of residents who come to our job centers. So thank you, and yes. Yes, 1 out of 3 do not have 8th grade math level, and I think basically 1 out of 2 8th grade reading level, making it incredibly challenging, as you know, to get work. And part of what you do is bridge that gap and fill that skills gap. So thank you very much. Mr. Lazier, I think this is the first time we have been in this position, so we should make note of it and laugh about it. I appreciate you highlighting a report. 2 things that I worked on, one that I didn't complete, but I'm glad it's getting to completion on Project Empowerment, and I want to let you know that when government witnesses appear today, I'll be asking about adequate resources to enforce our great wage and hour laws, as well as paid sick days and unemployment, and I'm going to be pursuing a line of questioning as well about metrics and measuring outcomes and making sure, I think for programs like Project Empowerment, that this is what we should be doing. We should be providing services and skills and opportunity to our returning citizens, but we need to do it in the most optimal way for the resources we're putting in, because we don't want to provide false hope to folks. And so that will, I can reassure you that that will be a topic for later today, but thank you very much for all the great work DCFBI does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. John, it's good to see you again.
Nice to see you, sir.
Thanks for coming out to testify. Mr. Carter, thank you for coming as well. I think part of what you both spoke to very well was the importance of these litter cleanup grants and help target our bids and our SIDs in this case. But we can sit up here and talk about abstract programs all over the place, but what you help demonstrate for us is the real impact that it makes, and how much more you're able to do with that type of funding and support. So you certainly heard the chairman talk about the challenge of making sure that we have to battle for funding and how we get it done right. But I think you certainly helped us understand exactly how important it is and the difference that it makes for your community, but also for the folks that it helps employ. And so that's a really important part. And to Mr. Carter, congratulations on your marriage.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
About 6 months strong. I'm sure
Yes.
6-month anniversary. You got to mark that time. So so that'll be good. But I really appreciate being here, and of course to your director who couldn't stay for the rest of that. Thanks for reading her testimony, and appreciate the work that you do. Mr. Lazier, I think you kind of hit a major point of where we stand, and that is we've got a lot of laws that have been passed and that should be taking effect, and one of our challenges is certainly going to be on the implementation and the enforcement. And how we do that, how it gets paid for, how it gets monitored, how the accountability works is going to be a challenge for us. So I appreciate you raising that. The one piece you want to talk about, I just want to get your feedback on this. You talked a little bit about the GEDs, and certainly in the news a lot right now about the tougher standards for GED testing right now. We're seeing a real dip in the number of people who even apply for and then take the test. And there's a debate and a conversation going on around whether or not we should be going ahead and trying to remove any stigma that comes with a GED and just saying this is a high school diploma. Don't know if that's something that DCFBI has taken a position on or not. I just kind of wanted to ask your thoughts on that, because I think it really is integral to the consideration and the conversation around workforce development and job training.
Yeah. Well, I think you raised a number of issues, if I can address a couple of them. And the one is the one that Councilmember Silverman pointed out, which is that as the GED gets tougher, it just points out how the challenge that we face as a city with a number of residents who haven't gotten the education they need to even be prepared to succeed at the GED, and how so many of our job training programs actually require that you have that 8th grade level. So we have just so many residents who aren't even able to participate in job training because they don't have the basic skills yet, and how important it is to get people now, not only to get their GED, but apparently to get them ready to take their GED. And it just needs to be a much larger focus for our city than it has been. To your specific question about, I think, whether we should call it a GED or just essentially say that's a high school diploma. I know that there are issues on both sides of that, to the extent, and maybe this is also for Ms. Ashley to answer, to the extent that we think employers don't take a GED seriously, even under the new terms. It does seem like it's important to do something to make sure that that is seen as a real credential, whether it's called a high school diploma or something else, because we don't want people to work so hard to get their GED and then still find that doesn't help them get a job.
I agree completely. You can just do a quick Google search and you'll find the number of news stories out there that talk about, college graduates that can't pass the GED.
Right.
But we culturally treat the GED differently than a high school diploma and other forms of education. So I think it's a very valid point. Ms. Ashley, I don't know if you wanted to touch on that any further.
I absolutely think that we should call it a high school diploma. I also don't want, with the change in the GED and how much the pass rate lowered, I don't want us to forget that it wasn't necessarily that high in the city before the test changed, and that there are, just some very serious educational inequities, and that when Councilmember Silverman talked about what kinds of rates and levels people need to get into job training at a program like Southeast Ministry, the person who comes in to see us on average reads at 5th grade level, does math at 3rd grade level. So they're not going to be a candidate, and they haven't been candidates for GEDs in a short period of time. So anything that we can do, I think that helps people enter the workforce, the career pathways, especially to not forgetting the lower level functioning adults when we talk about career pathways and the kinds of plans that we make. So
I think you're spot on. I appreciate that. Mr. Johnson, kind of circle that back. When you're looking at the team members that you're bringing on board, do you use a high school diploma or a GED as a litmus test? Is there anything where you look and say this is going to make a good employee or not, or do you look at the quality of the work, the way that person interacts, and the way that you're able to bring them into the team and help train them up and then have them become full-fledged partners with the SID?
What I do is I bring them in, and I've realized that they're coming back from a place where they were not disciplined. They didn't have any structure. So I understand that when they come into the program. So what I do is I try to take the time to work with them. I also believe that it's better to develop someone into someone that's going to be productive than to hold whatever issue they have against them. And it's actually been successful for us at Mount Vernon Triangle. Again, the guys come in and, I work with them on whatever they need to. If they want to get another job somewhere, they need to take some kind of test. I work with them on a test. So it's a lot more than just a litter cleanup program. We have to do a lot more with these guys. Sometimes you have to, to help them out, understand. Again, I do simple stuff like set up a Credit Karma account, which is free.
Yeah.
And that gives them an opportunity to look at their credit and see what it's like, see what they need to do to improve it. If they need a reference for an apartment, of course they want to get out of the Central Union Mission because of the rules. These are grown men who need to be on their own. So I help them get out. I help them find the place that they can afford. So, it's a lot involved. It's more than just, I understand the GED situation, and I think a lot of people may look down at that, employers, but, these guys come to the bids, and they really don't have to have that. They come in if they prove that they can work hard.
I think that's the point, is that you've got quality members of your team, high-performing folks that are going to get quality work experience, and whether it's continuing to work with you or whether they're working elsewhere, the experience they get, the skills they learn and continue to develop, doesn't really matter if they have a high school diploma or GED. It's part of the experience you help give them, and you see the talent that you're bringing in and then help, of course, continue to raise. So
I'm very proud of the fact that maybe I can say that out of the 18 members that I have, they could go to another bid and be a supervisor because they want to be there. They want the job. They want to take care of themselves. They want to earn a living.
Right. So I appreciate that. And that kind of is the point around just where do we create artificial tests of a qualification level versus the investment in the time in developing the person and the skills that you clearly do. And so I appreciate that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well, I really am enjoying this particular dialogue, but I would be remiss if I didn't push the University of the District of Columbia Community College free tuition and associate degrees, because the President of the United States, President Barack Obama, says we need to change the discussion from GED and high school diplomas to associate degrees in order to make sure that our folks are going to be able to compete in the new world, in the global marketplace. And I think that while GED is extremely important, high school diploma is extremely important, but I think what is extremely important today is that 8 council members signed on for the University of District of Columbia Community College to be a free tuition institution. And I think we need to now call upon the chairman of the council, Phil Mendelson, to hold a hearing on that particular bill so we can have a broader discussion on education, workforce development, and where we're going in the future, because we need to start preparing our residents right now to at least aspire to the associate's degree and let that become the norm and not the GED and the high school diploma. So I just want to place that on the record, and I believe every person up here has signed on to that bill, and now we need to call on our chairman to further the discussion by holding a hearing on that. And I know Mr. Lazier follows this very closely, our rainy day fund. We're up to $1.87 billion. I believe this year is going to end in a surplus, so we'll be at $2 billion, and we have met our goal of 60 days of working cash on hand. And the next discussion needs to be that we need to look at that rainy day fund, because right now it's all based on formulas of where those dollars are going to go. And we now need to be looking at other formulas of how we're going to expend those dollars once we exceed $2 billion, which is in the immediate near future. So I want to just take this opportunity to talk about that.
Thank you so much for saying that, and I think maybe even before we get to $2 billion, we might be okay to have that discussion.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I'm calling on the chairman right now to set a hearing on the University of District of Columbia Community College, so we can start that dialogue right now.
Great.
So thank you very much for opening that door and giving me the opportunity to bring that up. Okay, next we'll hear from Monica Kamen, Barbara Canavan, Martha Salas, and Shania Warhouse. I'm sorry, it's still that person, Nikki Lewis. Is still next to me. Okay. Well, I might have called too many people right now. Monica came in, Barbara Canavan. Okay. Martha Salas. Okay, and Nikki Lewis. Okay, good. Okay, Monica, you want to begin?
Thank you, Chairman Orange and Councilmember Silverman and Allen, for the opportunity to testify today. My name's Monica Kamen, and I'm the Advocacy Coordinator at the DC Fair Budget Coalition. We're a coalition of more than 70 advocacy organizations, service providers, faith organizations, and community members concerned with meeting the human needs of the district's lowest income communities. Each year, our coalition develops a set of budget recommendations that offer a comprehensive approach to fighting poverty in the district. Today, I'd like to focus my testimony on our recommendations for FY16 that we've developed related to the Department of Employment Services and the Workforce Investment Council. Last year, the DC Council passed a flurry of strong worker protection laws, raising the minimum wage, ensuring that all workers have access to paid sick days, and safeguarding workers against wage theft. There are now additional hiring protections for people who have a criminal history. Pregnant workers now have the right to reasonable accommodations and are guarded against discrimination. Unemployed residents are now also protected against job discrimination. Every DC government worker now has the opportunity to take 8 weeks of paid family leave after having a child or when it's necessary to care for a loved one. However, having the laws on the books doesn't mean that they will be applied. Rigorous enforcement is necessary to ensure that all workers in DC know their rights, that employers are compliant, and that those employers who opt not to comply face the consequences of breaking the law. The Fair Budget Coalition recommends that DC invests $3 million to implement and enforce worker protection laws. In particular, we believe the funds should be allocated as follows: $1.6 million to fund additional staff with DOES and administrative law judges to enforce minimum wage, paid leave, worker misclassification, and other wage theft laws. $300,000 for public education about the minimum wage and paid sick days, $170,000 for the Office of Human Rights to implement the Unemployed Anti-Discrimination Act of 2012, $122,000 for DOES to implement the Protecting Workers Fairness Act of 2014, and $801,000 to restore a fair process for injured public sector workers. FBC similarly supports the just pay recommendations for how to proactively enforce all of the laws, how to create more transparency within the agencies, and how DOES and the Office of Wage Hour can be more responsive to community concerns. And I've outlined those recommendations in my written testimony. While additional protections for workers are necessary, it's important to recognize that not everyone in DC is working or has the necessary skills in order to compete in this job market. By 2018, more than 70% of all jobs in the district will require some post-secondary education or training, yet an estimated 80,000 adults, including 60,000 without a high school credential, lack the basic math, English language, digital, and problem-solving skills needed to qualify for post-secondary education or training. Building career pathways for these DC adults to succeed in our 21st century economy requires district-wide commitment and a system-wide change. The district has invested in several new initiatives to upscale and prepare more residents for the changing labor market, including a new task force under the Workforce Investment Council. The task force is charged with developing a DC-wide strategic plan for connecting adult basic skills programs administered in the district to career pathways. This fall, the task force will issue a set of recommendations for creating a path from basic skills programs to careers, with special attention being paid to helping lower-level learners and those with learning disabilities build their necessary skills. The Fair Budget Coalition recommends that DC invest $2 million in an innovation fund so the task force can pilot, scale, and evaluate evidence-based approaches for connecting adult basic skills programs to career pathways as identified by the strategic plan. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Cadillac.
Yes, my name is Barbara Kavanaugh. I'm the Executive Director of the Employment Justice Center. And I want to say good morning to Committee Chair Orange and the other members of the committee. The Employment Justice Center is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to secure, protect, and promote workplace justice in the D.C. metropolitan area. We are the only organization in the District of Columbia that provides free, comprehensive legal services in the employment area to low-wage workers, in addition to advocating for needed changes in laws to provide workplace fairness based on the real-life experiences of the workers that we see every day. The EJC is also a member of the Just Pay Coalition. The Just Pay Coalition, along with several other organizations in D.C., has been successful, as Monica pointed out, in passing many important pieces of legislation aimed at ensuring D.C. workers invaluable rights and benefits. However, as Monica also pointed out, laws left unenforced leave workers without those rights and fail to level the playing field for small businesses trying to protect to respect the rights of their workers. EJC is a member of the DC Fair Budget Coalition, and we support the coalition's budget platform because we believe it offers a comprehensive approach towards fighting poverty in the district across a range of issue areas that affect DC's lowest income communities. In particular, we do support the Fair Budgets Coalition's $3 million budget ask and ask to implement aforementioned workplace justice laws, and in particular, $800,000 to restore fair process to injured public workers. Today, in fact, I will focus my testimony on the DC's Public Sector Workers' Compensation Program. At the EJC's weekly workers' rights clinics, we regularly advise injured government workers about benefits claims. We represent those workers who have had their benefits terminated, and we try to refer their cases to private attorneys. The EJC also partners with the injured worker advocates, some of whom will be testifying today, to advocate for greater fairness in the program. Workers' compensation benefits are intended to replace a worker's wages when they are unable to work because of an on-the-job injury. Each day without benefits means a worker or the worker's family moves closer and closer to the line which separates the middle class or working poor and the homeless, the hungry, and the sick. Waiting for benefits means that a worker not only lacks health insurance to cover an injury, but also they cannot pay daily expenses, debts pile up, rent or mortgages are unpaid, beginning a vicious cycle that continues even after benefits are finally awarded. Currently, many workers are caught in this vicious cycle with no end in sight. Current law does not give the Office of Risk Management any deadlines to issue a decision. decision called the Notice of Determination on claimants' applications to modify their compensation benefits. And there are no consequences when the ORM just refuses to issue this decision. Yet it's the issuance of this NOD that triggers the workers' rights to have an ALJ review their claim. In effect, the agency can indefinitely and unreviewably withhold benefits simply by failing to issue a notice of decision. The EJC continues to support legislation to solve this problem by requiring that when the ORM fails to issue a notice of determination within 60 days, the failure will be treated as a denial of benefits for purposes of providing an ALJ jurisdiction to review. This amendment would assure workers that their claims for initial benefits or modifications of their award can be reviewed within a reasonable period of time, and that failure of the agency to act will not deny them the opportunity for that review. Even after a worker is given granted benefits, their eligibility is subject to review and termination at any time. Workers generally have their benefits terminated or reduced as a result of being sent to an additional medical examiner or AME, who knows very little about the patient's history, conducts a brief evaluation, and then nearly always concludes that the worker is ineligible for further benefits. ORM itself has admitted that 99% of its decisions are, quote, being issued without meaningful legal review, end quote, and that the ORM's, again, quote, decisions are not upheld at an extremely high rate on appeal. Injured workers find themselves plunged into the situation of losing health insurance and benefits they rely on to meet their needs while waiting just to get a hearing. The problem can be solved legislatively if ORM is required simply to continue benefits until an ALJ is able to review the initial determination or terminate existing benefits for a worker. The EJC is concerned as well that the shortage of ALJs at DOS will need reviewed determinations by ALJ Vermeer will increase delays, forcing workers to wait even longer for benefits, and that's why we're asking for these changes in the legislation. As a whole, the goal of the workers' comp system must be to ensure that the Act has the humanitarian purpose and effect and protect injured workers' benefits so they do not lose benefits until they have actually healed enough to return to work. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Salas.
Thank you. My name is Marta Salas, and I'm from Lima, Peru, and I've been living in Washington, D.C. for about 34 years. I came here in 1981. I am a member of Employment Justice Center. I work for catering service, and my experience with some of this employer was really bad. Some of these catering companies, they pay when they want, or they don't pay you at all. Some of them say, if you keep on calling me, I am going to call immigration. As catering workers, we don't have pay staff or any other documentation to prove that we work for them. We even started taking pictures of ourselves at work with the time on it so they can say that we weren't there working. There were two companies that I was unable to prove which hours I worked for them in the past. And also then they simply never pay me for the hours I worked. Under the new wage, the TIF law, all employees in DC must give the workers a notice of how much they will pay them in the payday. If they don't have this proof, the government is supposed to believe the workers' testimony. This will have made big difference in my case. The Department of Employment Service should step into the forces these employers to keep record of our payments. We worked hard to pass this law, so now it's time to enforce it then. I hope that bad experience that I had in the past will not be repeated by anyone in the future. I would like to say to all, Thank you for give me this opportunity to speak out.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Chairman Orange and Ms. Silverman. And assistants on the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. I'm Nikki Lewis, a former restaurant professional, Ward 4 resident, community organizer, and executive director of DC Jobs with Justice, which is a coalition of 70 organizations dedicated to advancing and protecting workers and residents' rights here in the district. I'm here today in solidarity with our local membership, but also on behalf of the DC Just Pay Coalition, a merged super coalition of workers, advocates, policy experts, labor unions, and community organizations who over the last 4 years have worked with you on this committee to pass the paid sick days, minimum wage, wage theft prevention, and ban the box laws. And we're really, really thankful that Mr. Orange, you're the chairman of this committee, and that everyone else who's on this committee is on this committee too. So we're really excited to continue working with you. Our coalition is here to ask you today, and I'm in this ridiculous runner's outfit as a symbol to ask y'all to cross the finish line by ensuring that the Department of Employment Services, and particularly the Office of Wage and Hour, are accountable, transparent, and proactive in enforcing our labor laws, and that their staff have the tools and the actual staff that they need to be responsive to community concerns and workplace violations. We're here to ask you to cross the finish line because our people and workers are tired of running a marathon fighting for basic workplace rights, all the while navigating a city with skyrocketing housing and transportation costs, the second largest wage gap in the nation, and 10 years of steady budget cuts to critical human services like childcare, for example, childcare vouchers. On top of that all, while it's really awesome that our retail, service, and hospitality industries are growing to provide more employment opportunities for folks, over the last year in our surveying efforts and talking with different employers, we found that many large and small corporate employers are still not offering paid sick days, still not abiding by the new minimum wage increase, still not following first source hiring priorities, which is from a long time ago, and are now squeezing workforces by cutting full-time hours and relying more and more on part-time transient contract workers so as to avoid healthcare responsibilities with the ACA and other workplace provisions that we've progressively passed here. So it's just really critical timing for enforcement. So our coalition has several priority recommendations for our working partners at DOES. The first is we would like for them to hold community and business forums to educate the public on their rights. Our coalition can do some of that, but we really need the support of the agencies to get out there officially doing that. We would like them to conduct proactive public outreach and audit which businesses are in compliance and also cross-check for violations. We find that typically when you find one type of paid sick day or wage violation, there's other types of violations, health code, etc. on the place. So cross-checking for that. Third, to have full staffing to actually fill the vacancies that are available now, and also increase the number of investigators and outreach staff and administrative law judges to ensure a timely education of workers' cases that are brought. 4, to work with enforcement and regulatory agencies like the DCRA, the Office of the Attorney General, OHR, etc., to create interagency collaboration in labor law enforcement. Number 5, to regularly share data with advocates in the community. Things like the number of claims resolved by OHR, the number of claims referred to the Office of Attorney General, how much money is actually recovered for workers, and what percentage of the wages that were actually claimed by the worker, and what's actually considered a resolved claim. In our experience right now, it seems like a resolved claim is when there's no response given by the employer. So we need to redefine what a resolved claim is. 6, to have a timely issue the regulations of the Wage Theft Prevention Act and the Accrued Sick and Safe Leave Act, to issue those in a timely manner. 7, to create necessary documents, including frequently asked questions, to guide employers on how to comply with the law and to educate workers on what their rights are. We also have an awesome website, knowyourrightsdc.org, that the Employment Justice Center created that is a layman's version of these laws that we'd be happy to share with you all. And lastly, we'd like to know where the money we secured for paid sick days in the last budget advocacy season, how it was actually spent. The last thing I'd like to say is that our coalition explicitly stands in solidarity with the Fair Budget Coalition's budget recommendations, also with One DC's People's Platform recommendations, as well as the Building Trade and LIUNA's recommendations on Davis-Bacon First Source and the Office of Apprenticeship. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. I can clearly say that this panel and a few others, you have certainly set the agenda and gotten a lot of legislation passed, and now you're right, we need to cross the finish line, and the only way we can do that is by enforcing what we've already have enacted. And you're correct, we must enforce the minimum wage, paid sick days, ban the box, wage theft prevention, and first source laws, as well as the pregnant women's rights laws as well. We definitely need to address issues that relate to the Office of Risk Management. I know one in particular, Councilmember McDuffie had a bill that he just introduced for COLA raises. I believe everybody got a raise last year except for those that are receiving the benefits that relate to the Office of Risk Management. So we're going to be holding a hearing on that as well. I just think we're at a point now where if we believe in equality, then we have to practice what we preach. So I think you guys are right on it. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit of time, though. We got the laws on the books, but people got to write the regulations. The wage theft bill doesn't become active until February 26, a couple of days from now, and then we also have a new administration, and we got to get all the directors confirmed and in their places, and they got to hire their staffs, but at the same time, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. If you don't squeak, you're not getting any oil. So you got to keep on doing what you're doing to force people to be accountable. So I really applaud all the things that you're doing. I see your recommendations. Obviously, we'll look at these. They're reasonable recommendations, but when everyone comes in with reasonable recommendations, there's only so many dollars, so it's a balancing act. But we're just pleased that you have put it on the record, and we'll have discussions about those as well. So thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Councilmember Silverman?
Quick comments. I echo your comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to this panel for your advocacy on these important workers' rights issues. Once again, as I did with Mr. Carter, I think we have a great opportunity to understand the impacts of these laws when residents who are impacted by things like wage theft come and testify to us. So thank you, Ms. Salas, for coming. And I just want to ask you, and once again, if it veers too personal, just please, you can refuse to answer, but I want to give people an understanding of what it's like when you don't receive your wages and the impact on your life. So when you weren't paid by your employer, the catering firms, what was the impact?
Was very frustrated. I was angry, and I think I was crying too because I do not have any way to prove I was working for them.
Did it impact paying the rent?
Impacting the rent and as you know, everybody, and my English have a big accent, I know that. And of course, when we came to United States, most of us, we care about our family, even though we don't have children. Back in the house is my mom, my dad, so I have to take care of them. So, yeah, I couldn't send money to them. I couldn't help them. I couldn't pay rent. When they pay me late, when they send the check very late, I can't pay my rent on time. I get it very frustrated because nothing can be on time. And I cannot send the money. I cannot pay bills on time. Not only the rent, the food, but there's other things I have to pay, and I cannot help myself. And I would like to, in my situation, I'm not the only one. We had a lot of people who works in catering. We have the same situation, the same problem. We expect the check sometimes, could be 1 month, could be 2 months. I hear 3 months. And in my case, I wait until 1 month. They pay when they want. And when we come, when we come to them and ask them, when you're going to pay? Oh, they don't pay me yet.
Right. And is
say
this
to us.
one case of just one rogue caterer, or have you encountered wage theft situations in other employment as well?
I wish I worked for a different catering. I'm working on call. Well, every who work for catering work on call. It's not only one, it's not only two, it's most of them.
And are these district businesses?
In Virginia, and I have a son caterers in Maryland, Virginia, and DC.
Okay.
And most of them do almost the same thing.
And have you been able to recover any of your wages?
Yes, some of them I couldn't. I went to, by that time I was in New York Avenue. I went to the office, someone told me, and I went and I had to spend my time many times go there and find out what's going on. And the lady who's take care of me say, you need to bring this, that, and that. Okay, I'm trying to collect a lot of documentation to prove. And when I was there, when I called them, I never get answer right away. I know I get frustrated. I have to go in person and knock the door and speak with them.
Right.
Because over the phone, nothing works. In DC, I know that. I live in many years. I live many years in this country, so I know that. So I like to talk face to face, knock the door, and tell what I'm thinking, explain to them what I need. So, but that time, yes, I get them. One of the checks I couldn't recuperate. Other company I couldn't because I do not have it. I remember the lady who worked for me. She asked me. She told me, "Oh, the company sent me all the papers, but your name is not there." I say, "I mean, how can my name not be there? I signed the paper."
Well, Ms. Salas, given that I think there are some other witnesses who are probably going to share similar stories, I'm sure we could spend a lot of time talking about this, but I did want to take the opportunity because I think it's important when residents take time out of their schedules to talk about the way district government impacts their life, in that we need to have a robust Office of Wage Hour, both proactively and reactively. Unfortunately, reactively in your case, but hopefully if we have a more muscular and robust Office of Wage Hour enforcing our laws, we won't have situations like yours happen as frequently. So thank you for coming to testify. To Ms. Kamen, thank you so much for Fair Budgets Advocacy. Just one question about the public education for minimum wage and paid sick days. This would be targeted at employers or at the public being educated about what their wage level should be, or what is the thought on this?
I think it'd be a combination of both, and maybe Nikki can also speak to this, but I think similar to the business and community forums that Nikki had mentioned. But I don't know if you want to elaborate.
Yeah, we would love for DOES to conduct education for small business employers, or work with the chamber to educate those businesses, but also be in churches, be at ANC meetings, just various community forums, educating people about the new rights and also which agencies they're supposed to go to
Just one quick question about that. Have you, and maybe this is to Ms. Kavanaugh, have you received complaints that workers have not received the increased minimum wage to $9.50?
Yes.
Or Ms. Lewis as well?
Yes. I mean, we see these claims fairly regularly at our clinic, ranging, as I think Ms. Salas said, ranging from not getting paid at all
Right.
to not being paid legal minimum wage and up.
Okay. Okay, that's important to know. We'll ask DOES about it. And just one final question, Ms. Kavanaugh, so Office of Risk Management is something that I'll need to understand better, but I was interested in your comment about attorneys and the difficulty in getting attorneys to do this, pro bono attorneys to do this work.
Yes.
It's difficult because of all the bureaucratic roadblocks that are put up, basically?
That's exactly right. It's a very, very difficult system, and in the past it was possible to get attorney's fees, but which would help motivate or incentivize private attorneys to take these cases. Okay. But because of the way it operates now, not only is it very Byzantine and very complicated and time-consuming for these attorneys, but as you see in my written comments, in order to collect fees, you have to basically get the good decision. But if they withdraw or grant benefits before an actual determination, then the attorneys aren't recompensed at all.
Okay. Okay. We'll follow up on that.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you for the song. Elizabeth Ben Asher, Wendy Ann Dixon DuBois, Jose Sauce, and Jake Hagner.
She missed it.
Okay, Maggie Ryden. Azetta Autumn Mobley. Okay, we'll begin with you.
I'm Emma Cleveland from the Employment Justice Center. I'll be reading the testimony of Elizabeth Ben-Ishai from the Center for Law and Social Policy, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today. My name is Liz Ben-Ishai. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Center for Law and Social Policy, CLASP. CLASP is a national organization that works to improve the lives of low-income people by developing and advocating for federal, state, and local policies that strengthen families and create pathways to education and work. CLASP is a member of the Just Pay Coalition. Today I will focus my testimony on the Department of Employment Services, specifically the Office of Wage and Hour. In addition to our work locally here in D.C., CLASP works with jurisdictions across the country to implement their paid sick days laws. D.C. is now one of 20 jurisdictions that have passed paid sick days laws. In some of these places, including D.C., effective implementation of the law has been a challenge. Yet, in a number of cities and states, they have been able to effectively implement their laws so that the workers who are most in need of paid sick days actually receive them. We urge DOES to emulate the jurisdictions that have been successful and to move quickly to fully implement the Accrued Sick and Safe Leave Act and the Earned Sick and Safe Leave Amendment Act. Canvassing by our partner organizations in D.C. reveals that many workers, especially lower wage workers in service industries, are unaware of their rights under both the 2008 law and the 2014 amendment. DOES has done little to raise awareness of the sick days law. The agency's website provides little coherent information about the law, and no public outreach has been undertaken to date. Though employers are required to post notices about this and other laws, it's unclear whether they're complying, and the posters themselves are insufficient. In San Francisco, the Office of Labor Standard Enforcement partnered with local schools to send home information about the city's paid sick leave ordinance to parents in children's backpacks. Both San Francisco and Seattle took out bus advertisements about the paid sick days law, held public forums, and sent mailings out to notify workers of their rights. In New York City, subway ads in public health clinics, and widespread canvassing of local businesses by government officials themselves helped spread the word. The mayor of New York City drew attention to the law by personally handing out flyers in subway stations. These jurisdictions have also done extensive outreach to employers. While DOES has recently posted a frequently asked questions document on their website for employers, the document is quite unclear and does not answer some critical questions. Moreover, no further efforts have been made to engage the business community. Even employers who would like to do the right thing often do not have the support they need to properly implement the law. Certain questions that employers and workers need assistance with cannot be answered by the statute alone. Therefore, DOES must move forward in a timely manner to issue regulations for the Earned Sick and Safe Leave Act immediately. Too often, the most vulnerable workers are afraid to come forward or are unaware when their rights are violated. CLASP strongly urges DOES to adopt a targeted, strategic approach to enforcement that proactively seeks out violators. Employers that are known to violate other labor standards should be regularly audited to ensure that they are complying with sick days and other labor laws. And, as is done in San Francisco, when one employee files a complaint about any labor standard violation, DOES should investigate the employer's compliance with all labor standards. We know that employers who are cheating one worker out of his or her pay are often guilty of much more widespread infractions. To maintain accountability and demonstrate progress on enforcement of paid sick days and other labor standards, DOES should make available on a regular basis data showing metrics such as the number of complaints, resolved complaints, fines collected, and the time to resolution, etc. To date, the Coalition has not received such information. Upon request, other jurisdictions have had such information readily available. Along with other members of the Just Pay Coalition, CLASP is eager to see workers receiving the full protection these new laws afford them. We strongly urge the committee and DOES to work together to ensure that they are taking all steps necessary to make this a reality. As well, CLASP is ready to provide technical assistance to DOES on implementation of earned sick days as needed. Well, I'm also happy to answer any questions today. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman Orange and Councilmember Silverman and staff. My name is Drake Hagner, and I'm an attorney with the Legal Aid Society of D.C., where I represent low-wage workers who've been wrongfully denied unemployment insurance. So I'm here to speak about the DOES Office of Unemployment Insurance. And given that it was a performance hearing, I looked back over the year and thought to myself, what are the main themes for working with DOES this year? And what I really saw was we're talking about transparency. Legal aid on behalf of our clients, we'd really like to encourage DOES, the Office of Unemployment Compensation, to continue to publish rules, policies, to work with advocates, renew the commitment to having regular advocacy meetings, et cetera, in order to improve the claims processing for all claimants. Like Mr. Chairman referenced in your opening statement, unemployment is such a critical lifeline for workers, especially low-wage workers or working-class workers who fall into poverty when they lose a job. And we're especially talking about workers from Ward 7 and 8 who have disproportionately high rates of unemployment insurance. So with the rest of my time, instead of going through all my testimony, I'd like to kind of divide it into two main points. One is to share an example where DOES really has followed through on a commitment to be more transparent and to improve operations, and that's in the area of serving survivors of domestic violence. And then I'd like to just highlight a few areas where we'd like them to improve transparency. So working with survivors of domestic violence to process their claims, the district about 10 years ago changed the law, like many other jurisdictions across the country, to start providing unemployment benefits to survivors who had lost their jobs because of domestic violence, if they would otherwise be denied a claim. For example, we know that victims of domestic violence will sometimes, commit even misconduct conduct at work, such as having unexcused absences or breaking rules, to appease the abuser or to hide abuse in their lives. This law requires DOES to annually train its staff, and though it did so in the first year or two, it hadn't done so for a number of years. We had an important Court of Appeals case this year, which brought some more clarity to the law, and in collaboration with legal aid, DOES agreed to renew this training. So legal aid attorneys who specialize in family law, domestic violence, and public benefits came in last year, trained 80 claims examiners, and we're also doing another training in March. So this has really been a wonderful step forward in complying with that portion of the law and making sure DOES employees have the information they need to do their jobs and to do them accurately. So another example, a client story. I represented a woman who, like many victims, hid the domestic violence in her life for a long time. So after her abuser kept her captive at home for a number of weeks, assaulting her every time she tried to leave, and so she wasn't able to go to work for a few days, she didn't reveal that real underlying reason to her workplace about why she was missing work, and she was fired. She applied for unemployment benefits, but not knowing that DV had anything to do with her claim, she didn't reveal it. But when she got her denial letter, there was a flyer that was created by DOES that lists out different portions of the law, and it did include a reference to domestic violence. So with this flyer, with information to the public, accurate information, she was able to come into legal aid and really talk with an attorney about whether she was willing to take that risk to reveal this, and if it might affect her claim. And it did. And we got her benefits, and she was actually able to leave the abuser, and she has the unemployment benefits she needs now to live independently. So providing accurate information can really make an enormous difference in people's lives. With just the last minute, here's a few areas where we'd really like to see more transparency. One is that the council, about 5 years ago in 2010, again amended the Unemployment Compensation Act, expanding the DV provision to include benefits for people who had a family member who was a victim of domestic violence, but they lost their job because of a family member's experience with that, and some other compelling family reasons, like people who needed to leave work to care for an ill or disabled family member. The problem is, 5 years later, we still don't have any regulations from the agency. Advocates have been asking for this for many years and providing guidelines from the Department of Labor and other sources about how to interpret some of these provisions. As you can imagine, employers and claimants disagree about certain gray areas, and legal aid represented a woman who quit her job to care for an adult child who still lived with her, who had a very severe but temporary disability but really needed full-time care. And the question of whether an adult versus a only minor child should qualify for this provision is an open question. So we'd really like to encourage DOES to at least give us a timeline, include us in committees, et cetera. And I also included some information about overpayment processing and language access, which has continued to be a challenge. So thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chairman Orange, Councilmember Silverman. My name is Maggie Ryden, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the DC Alliance of Youth Advocates, a coalition of over 130 youth-serving organizations here in the district. We're pleased to provide our feedback and recommendations on the Department of Employment Services and Workforce Investment Council. I'd like to open my testimony by acknowledging the ongoing efforts of both the Department of Employment Services and Workforce Investment Council to improve and fortify internal operations to strengthen program execution and ultimately ensure that young people have access to quality workforce development opportunities. Both agencies' participation and work with RAISE DC over the last 2 years has proven to be an important partnership in creating a cohesive, data-driven, and holistic system of youth opportunities and supports. It's our hope that this work will continue in the year to come. With that, I'd like to turn my testimony to some specific pieces of feedback from 2014 and targeted recommendations that this committee, DOES, and WIC can draw on in the year to come. At a total investment for FY14 of $12.1 million in serving approximately 13,000 youth, the DOES-administered Summer Youth Employment Program continues to represent the district's largest investment in youth workforce development. The progress made in program execution and management continued in FY14, including improvements to the application and certification process, placement matching, and execution of timely and accurate payments. This is in keeping with improvements made over the last few years. However, we remain concerned that chronic issues persist in the strategic planning, communications, and isolation of SYAP within the district's greater workforce development system. We need to strengthen outreach and communication. Issues still persist with DOES communication about program dates and final rosters, and anecdotally, providers reported inconsistencies in the responsiveness of DOES staff in addressing their issues and concerns quickly and effectively. Communication to youth could also be strengthened, particularly for participants with the highest needs, those with low literacy, disabilities, who are unstably housed. For them, unclear and last-minute communication leaves them unable to meet deadlines, secure supports, or fully participate in the program. This was a real issue as DOES rolled out the transportation subsidy, which I'd like to turn to now. A second recommendation is for DOES to continue to facilitate access. We applaud the decision to subsidize the first 3 weeks of transportation. We know that transportation costs for those students had created a barrier in the past. And despite their effort in FY14, youth still reported difficulties in accessing that opportunity. They found the directions on how to access transportation credits on their DC1 cards confusing or delivered far too late for actual use. We are aware and generally support DOES's intention to remedy this issue in the upcoming program cycle by applying lessons learned on the technology and functionality of this initiative. We understand part of this is simplification in process, which will include expanding the subsidy to the full 6 weeks. We appreciate the intention, but we caution that a critical work readiness skill will be lost. Learning to budget the cost of transportation should remain a part of the SYEP experience. It's a key learning opportunity. We also need to continue to focus on quality. Of the 7,528 youth who are aged 16 to 21 who participated, only 6,299 actually completed the full 6 weeks of the program. Youth vote with their feet. That we're losing that many eligible certified youth suggests that the need to focus on quality host sites, effective matching, and the creation of a meaningful experience remains. There are a number of administrative strategies that could be used to better understand how to improve the quality of SYEP, including a rigorous external evaluation, consistent youth performance evaluations conducted at host sites, better host site preparation, and technical assistance are all strongly recommended. Finally, we must fully leverage our investment in SYEP. SYEP is a prime opportunity for youth to obtain the core competencies they need to succeed not only in the workforce, but as independent, self-sufficient adults. We encourage DOES to continue to focus on embedding additional skills such as resume writing, financial literacy, and healthy lifestyles in the overall program design and delivery. With that, I'd like to briefly turn to the Workforce Investment Council WIA youth programs. In FY14, DOES's Office of Youth Programs, in coordination with the Workforce Investment Council and funded by the WIA Act, supported 2 different tracks of year-round workforce programming, one for out-of-school youth and the other for in-school youth. Prior grant years were marred with contracting and award issues that vary depending on which of the 2 programs were in question, as well as distinct Department of Labor compliance and reporting failures that resulted in a 2013 DOL audit. At this point, the district is currently supporting 152 students in the out-of-school program and 10 in the in-school program. I go into much greater depth in my written testimony. I will say that given the introduction of WIOIA and implementation this July, we have a clear opportunity to look closely and thoroughly at how we're contracting these programs and awarding them. There's a great chance here to really restructure given changes in expectations coming out of WIOIA and a renewed and much deeper focus on disconnected youth. We hope that the WIC will be empowered to work across agencies to align workforce development programming and work in close concert with DOES to ensure effective implementation. We also hope to see greater connectivity and opportunity through the year-round programming that is thoroughly tied to school experience and the summer youth employment program. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chairman Orange, Councilwoman Silverman, and members of the DC Council. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of the work being carried out by the Department of Employment Services. My name is Izetta Autumn Mobley. I am the lead program facilitator for Soul of the City, a program supported through a partnership with Humanities DC, formerly the DC Humanities Council, and the Department of Employment Services. I am a proud fifth-generation native Washingtonian and a resident of Ward 4. Humanities DC was the recipient of a grant from the Department of Employment Services and their Office of Youth Services during the summer of 2014. This invaluable funding allowed us to expand our Soul of the City program by adding a second location to serve 30 additional students. This opened the Soul of the City program up to over 50 students who we worked with each individually to develop essential workplace readiness and leadership skills over the summer, while they studied significant humanities themes and content. As an educator with over 15 years of experience, my work with Soul of the City stands out as the most powerful, enriching, engaging, and exciting. The students who were able to participate through the funding provided are simply extraordinary. Students who overcame homelessness and were preparing to be writers. Students passionate about science, wanting to impact the health of their communities. Students passionate about the arts and humanities, wanting to expose others in their communities to the great arts of DC, while also sharing their own artistic knowledge. Soul of the City changes the lives not only of the young people who participate in the program, who discover new professions like museum curation, arts advocacy, and the principles of community development, but it also changes the perspectives of those who work with these incredible district youth. The funding that the Department of Employment Services provides to youth-serving organizations allows organizations like Humanities DC to make a meaningful and lasting impact on the lives of DC youth. As a native Washingtonian, I am well aware of the dichotomy that exists in this city, in which young people live in one of the most artistically vibrant cities in the nation, and yet may never have visited a museum, art gallery, or theater while living in the district. Soul of the City opens the doors for young people, not only to explore DC's vibrant and lucrative arts and humanities communities, but signals to them that they too belong and can participate in the city's renaissance. Soul of the City reminds young people that the city is invested in them and sees their creative capacity and want to engage them in helping to support and improve their communities. It educates them about the rich history of the district and encourages them to develop leadership skills to engage with members of their communities. As an educator, there are moments when you can become burned out. I was quite close to that place when I began working with these extraordinary young people in the summer of 2014. 6 weeks later, I felt like a new educator. It fundamentally changed how I entered classrooms and taught. I was invigorated and energized, reminded of the purpose I hold so dear, providing meaningful and engaging learning opportunities to young people that expand their knowledge and support them on the way to being the wondrous people they are. I wholeheartedly support the Department of Employment Services and their grant funding, the Summer Youth Employment Program. This agency is making a profound investment in connecting young DC residents to meaningful work opportunities and preparing them to enter the district's economy while becoming invaluable members of their community. I invite you to attend or participate in the events and programs that our students put together this summer. Your soul will certainly be enriched by the experience they offer. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony, Councilmember Silverman.
Well, thank you, Chairman Orange. Thank you all for testifying. I do have a question, or I guess something that was surprising to me was written about SYEP. Have we never done a outside analysis of SYEP? I think you had suggested having a review of the program. Is that never been done in the history of the program?
So a number of years ago, and I won't say, I think it was 2010, but I'm not certain, Brandeis University completed a thorough and rigorous external evaluation of the program and produced a number of findings. By and large, that report has never been made publicly available. In subsequent years, the Department of Employment Services has partnered with the Children Youth Investment Trust to complete a essentially consumer perspective survey from youth on their experience in the program. Although youth experience and feedback is helpful, it certainly doesn't get at whether or not the program is providing the skills and opportunities, hard and soft, to get young people moving forward in their employment opportunities. We'd much rather see something similar to Brandeis that is then made publicly available.
Let me say that I am a big believer in SYEP. I'm interested in your thoughts, though, in how the program should cater, or how the program should change with the different age groups. We have, I believe there's an expansion this year so that we're serving youth from 14 to 24. And it seems like there are different needs for different ages of youth, in that for the younger teenagers, it seems to me the program, it should really be focused on mentoring and on the experience of work. And as you grow older, it should be more focused on job readiness. Do you have any thoughts about program design and how, now that we're expanding the program to older ages, that the design of the program should change?
Sure. I mean, I think for, as you said, for younger participants, that career exploration, the mentoring, the opportunity to experience the workplace is incredibly powerful. I think once you hit sort of the 16 to 21 age range, what we really need to be focusing on is twofold: hard job skills development, real career exploration, so placement in host sites that are really tied to your future interests, and connections to year-round employment opportunities, whether those are internships or paid employment. Those are really critical. The 21 to 24 age group, we appreciate the intent behind the expansion, but firmly believe that what that population needs is far deeper, and it can't be accomplished in a 6-week program. We could be better suited by making investments in a year-round opportunity that really get young people on track for full-time living wage employment. I think if we're going to go this route, what we need to be very thoughtful about is really tying that participation for 1,000 students this summer into those more meaningful year-round experiences or back into education, recognizing that more than likely a number of those participants will not have obtained a secondary credential or moved on to post-secondary.
One final question on that. So what are the wraparound services or extension of services right now with SYEP participants, let's say on the 18 and over range? Is there a connection to other employment programs, or I'll just say, if you're 24 years old and you're in SYEP, it suggests that there might be a bigger employment issue, and I think that's what you're suggesting. So how are we connecting the participant? I know that we're expanding from 21 to 24 this year, but do you have thoughts on how we should connect participants who are in the older age bracket to other programs, whether it's DOES or literacy programs or what have you?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it happens to some extent now, but it's by and large ad hoc. What we could be doing is sort of multifaceted. It's looking at, through data, our older participants and really bumping up information with something like SLED to identify those students who've not actually obtained a credential, and then making a very thoughtful handoff between Department of Employment Services, Office of Youth Programs staff to someone at the Re-Engagement Center, which can really get young people connected back into education or into workforce training. I think we can also do a better job of making sure that those host sites who are interested in keeping that youth on in a full or part-time capacity for a full year are equipped to do so. We've heard from a number of providers that they've reached out to DOES to facilitate those linkages and have never been responded to, which is troubling.
I promise this will be my final question. On the Brandeis report, that was a city commission report that we've never received? And do you have any reason why we have not, it has not been made public?
I don't know.
But it's been completed?
It has.
Okay. I might want to follow up with you, Mr. Chairman, about that. Terrific. Thank you to the rest of the panel. I appreciate your time and your testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again, everybody, for all of your testimony. Ms. Hagner, just a quick question regarding, I guess I appreciate the way you told the story and the importance regarding the domestic violence information that was needed. So it seems like we have done training of 80 DOES staff members, and you said in March we're going to have another round of training that takes place. Just didn't know if you had a chance to talk a little bit more about I was struck with the story of how the individual was denied the benefits, but then got the flyer in the mail, and that's what kind of let this person know that they had rights. And we certainly want to be doing as much education as possible, and that domestic violence component, for many, many reasons and complex reasons, can often be incredibly silent in the workplace and among your friends in your entire network outside of where the abuse is taking place. Can you talk a little about what you've seen from DOES, from your perspective? Are you seeing a greater awareness, a greater understanding of the rights and how we help those victims?
I think we're seeing the start to that. I think there's definitely some ways to go. So I think ongoing trainings will facilitate that. Certainly there's many staff members who are educated, who care very deeply, are very sensitive. I think what was really interesting, though, when we provided the domestic violence training is that many of this, beyond the substance of the law and the substance of domestic violence, many of the skills needed by claims examiners to uncover these issues are actually just good general unemployment investigation questions. So if someone is saying, oh, yes, I was fired because I missed 3 days of work in a row, that the follow-up question is, well, why did you miss work? And really kind of digging in, because there are, even outside of domestic violence, there are certainly many other reasons why absences just by themselves are not necessarily a reason to deny benefits. So I think we have further to go.
Right.
I think more educational materials would be helpful. This was actually just a small excerpt in a big flyer, so I'm so grateful she saw that and came in, but certainly someone else could miss it.
Right, absolutely. Well, I appreciate it. When I was saying that it's the silence around it is just something that, for many complex reasons, people are not going to be willing to or ready to talk about what is happening. And as an employer, you can misunderstand or not see what a lot of those signals and signs are. And then, of course, as the victim, you may not know what your rights are. And even if you know what your rights are, you may not be ready to talk about it in a way that obviously has a really detrimental impact. So I appreciate you highlighting that, and obviously we'll continue to work as DOS, and frankly all of us, continue to understand it in a better way and work to prevent it in the first place. So thank you. Ms. Ryden, there's one thing I wanted to follow up. I appreciate your testimony, very thoughtful, and a lot of good information here. There's one part that maybe I didn't quite understand that I wanted to kick back to you for a second. And that had to do with the paying for transportation on the front end of summer youth employment. I understand what you mean regarding making sure that as part of a workplace experience and life experience, you learn budgeting of your transportation costs. And I just want to give you a chance to talk a little more about that, because I can understand what you're saying in terms of the need to make sure that young people are understanding the importance of the budgeting. On the flip side of that, we also know that transportation can be a significant barrier. Just yesterday, we were talking with students who were talking about the riding to school. And the program provides free bus transportation, but not rail transportation. And they can't afford the $6 round trip on Metro Rail, which would take them 20 minutes to get to school. So instead, they take the bus for free, which takes them an hour. They're frequently late, and it creates a whole cascading effect around that. So there's certainly going to be some individuals where that even a $6 ride is going to be an economic decision and factor. So just wanted to give you a chance to talk a little bit more about that, so I understand what you're.
No, it's a good point. I think transportation costs are one of the biggest things we hear about from young people too. And I think there is definite value to learning how to budget, and one way to do that while also defraying the cost of transportation could be a reduced cost voucher for the remaining period of the program. We really advocated strongly for the subsidy for the first 3 weeks, because that at least got young people to their first paycheck and gave them a chance to then have some money on hand to cover those costs. But, I think there's a lot of creative opportunity to think about here that would be of value, and maybe it isn't a full cost expectation put on the student, but a reduced rate.
I appreciate that. I think you're right that we are trying to find the balance between making sure we create the economic opportunity for that young person, the workforce training part of it, as well as life skills training of understanding how you have to budget. I just want to be careful that as we build that out, it's done in a way that understands we're going to have some individuals where that cost is a significant barrier. And I know you share that too, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony here today. Next, we'll hear from Henrik Wing, Carolyn Greenspan, Michael Tate, and Haib Asagahani. Sydney Fitzpatrick. Okay, ma'am, you may begin. We'll start with you.
Council members, my name is Hayab Asagaheng. I'm a junior at Columbia Heights Educational Campus. I'm 16 years old. I work with the Young Women's Project as a peer educator. I have worked with YWP since 2013. At the Young Women's Project, I educate teenagers in my school about sexual health. I'm here to testify on the need for more workforce programs for teenagers so that they can be able to gain experience for the future and skills as they grow. There are not a lot of jobs opportunities for teenagers now. I think that any program that allows teens to work without having experience will be a good opportunity. Businesses think that teenagers are too immature to have a job. This is because people don't take teenagers serious. Jobs are learning and growth opportunities for teenagers. After joining YWP, I learned a lot. I learned to work with groups. We have to work together to come up with questions and activities. At YWP, you have to work with people no matter what. Learning to work with everyone will be useful in the future because when you get a career, you don't want to put your business at risk. Teens need money to help their families too. The government believes that teens should rely on their parents, but then again, some parents need help to get through their daily lives too. Since I started working with YWP, I started paying for my own stuff like my phone bill, clothes, shoes, and sometimes give my mother money to help with living expenses. My mom has 2 jobs to take care of me and my sisters. If we all had jobs, it would make her life a little easier. It would make my mom's life a little easier. I have a friend whose mother is sick and can't take care of herself, so my friend has to go out there and do what he has to do to help his mother daily. Jobs help teenagers stay out of trouble. My friend would not be out there on the streets if there was more jobs available. Having a job would decrease the chance that he would be out on the street selling drugs. Teens should have a legal way to make money. I personally don't have time to get into troubles because I work 2 days a week and take college courses twice a week after school. By creating job opportunities for teens, DC could not only help them gain experience for the future career, but prevent them from making mistakes that could affect their whole lives. My recommendations to help teens get a job is I believe that more peer educating opportunities should be offered in different ways, not just about sexual health. This will allow teens to help their peers with many different problems while getting paid for this work. I believe that creating a program like SYEP that allows teens to work and have a real job experience with adults and get paid during the school year will help teenagers stay out of trouble. I believe that DOES should give more money to workforces like YWP. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Sir?
Good afternoon, council members and committee staff. My name is Michael Tate, and I'm currently a consultant with the Latin American Youth Center's Community Schools program. Beginning with a little background information on myself, I was born and raised in Washington, D.C. For the most parts of my younger days, I had both my parents who unfortunately allowed drug use to sidetrack them from being able to make the best home they could. Coming up, I remember moving from place to place sometimes, staying with my family members. Through all the moves, I never really had time to make friends, and so a lot of time I would be lonely in school. I never really fit in with any particular group, so I was often forced to fight due to being bullied. Around my 12th grade year, I was still very much into street activity. I would skip school to hang out around the hood doing nothing productive. Every day was the same thing, nothing but smoking weed and drinking alcohol. Getting high became such a habit that during the little time I would go to school, I would be under the influence, and that eventually led to me being excused from Seed Public Charter School. It was then that I started as a program participant on February 20 of 2013 in LAYC's Workforce Investment for Successful Employment Program, better known as WISE. I heard about the program through a friend who also wanted to sign up. Getting expelled from high school left me in dire need of a diploma and a sense of direction, and WISE was there to offer these things. Signing up, I hoped that WISE program could help me get my GED so that I could get a job, get off the streets, and find a good career. I would like to express how vital the WISE program was to my success. After about 3 months in WISE, I had obtained my GED and became a tutor for the program via DOS as a summer job. Beginning to like the idea of being a tutor, I was encouraged to apply to AmeriCorps. After a year term on the AmeriCorps education team, I was offered a job as the community schools consultant, where I'm currently still employed under LAYC as a contractor. In about a 2-year span, I have accomplished and grown more than I had ever in my whole life. Having the support of the staff at WISE really helped propel me down the path that I walk today. In times I needed to talk through my problems, WISE was there for me. When I needed help on my resume, WISE was there for me. When I needed someone to help guide me in the right direction, WISE was there for me without a doubt every time. WISE program is much more than just a workforce program. It is like an extended family, a place where you can go to feel loved and secure. The staff really care about the youth, taking time to do more than just give instruction, going above and beyond their job description to ensure the success of youth all around the community. This is why it worries me to think that WISE may be in jeopardy of closing its doors due to the DOES grant opportunity being delayed as much as it has. It troubles me so because the loss of WISE program would be the loss of a sense of hope. For as long as WISE is around, there's always hope for a lost youth looking for a way out like I once was. Thanks for your time. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Thank you. And Michael is in the program that I'm about to speak about. Good morning, council members and committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the performance of the Department of Employment Services. My name is Carolyn Greenspan, and I'm the program coordinator for the Workforce Investment for Successful Employment Program, or WISE, for the Latin American Youth Center, a multi-service youth organization serving over 4,000 youth annually in the district and in Maryland. LAYC's WISE program offers workforce training, certifications, and GED preparation to over 80 low-income youth ages 16 to 24 per year in the District of Columbia who have dropped out, aged out, or been expelled from public school and are unemployed or underemployed. These youth have little educational success and have fewer skills and career prospects. We have been the recipients of the DOES WIA out-of-school grant for the past 2 years. In this time, we have greatly appreciated DOES's efforts to address some of the issues that providers have brought up in the past. For instance, DOES's Office of Policy and Performance conducted monitoring sessions internally and externally to figure out how to improve the flow of communication and increase transparency and efficiency between providers and DOES. The WISE program fully supports some of the changes that appear to be forthcoming with the implementation of the WIOA legislation, as well as the proposed alignment between DOES's internal year-round youth programming with providers in the district. While we look forward to these positive changes, there are some points that we feel, if addressed, could improve the quality of our work with DOES and therefore our services to our clients. These include issues related to oversight and challenges resulting from a gap in funding. Oversight measures that would be helpful to providers include the consistent implementation of policies, substantial technical assistance, and accurate data collection systems. There have been instances when guidelines were given in a monthly provider meeting, only to be retracted a few months later at a subsequent meeting. In regards to technical assistance, the WISE program would welcome a deeper dive into best practices from around the country. Additionally, there has been some confusion with regards to the accuracy of the outcome data. The current method of collection does not accurately reflect the outcomes of our young people. Current methods focus strictly on quantitative data without providing context. Furthermore, strict rules about exiting a student if they had a break in enrollment or are employed while still working toward their GED means that youth are prematurely cut off from receiving services, or their future successes are not captured in the data. We have several instances where participants who were enrolled in DOES programming had a break in their participation due to mental health issues or family crises and returned to the program only to be deemed ineligible to receive DOES resources such as transportation and incentive money. On paper, these participants appear to be negative outcomes, but in reality, they are very engaged in the program and are making tremendous progress towards housing, tackling substance abuse issues, and other similar gains. Likewise, if a young person earns their GED, a certification, or gains employment beyond their enrollment with DOES, there is currently no system to submit this data. This necessarily affects the overall outcomes which providers are responsible for and which ultimately determines their viability for a renewed contract. And we are very proud of our successes at the WISE program during the past 2 years, although we always strive to do better. Among our DOES youth, regardless of exit date, we have 30 of our 53 youth who have passed the GED or a certification, 33 obtained employment, and 23 youth made increases in literacy and numeracy. Unfortunately, this is not what is reflected by DOES. A final challenge that we want to highlight is the struggle that our program has faced this year due to a reduction in funding as a result of a gap between the end of the FY14 contract and the release of the RFP for the FY15 contracts. Since the FY14 contracts ended for out-of-school providers November 15th, DOES has not yet provided an opportunity to apply for a new contract. In the interim, DOES has offered an extension to the previous contract, which allows the WISE program to continue providing services to several youth from the FY14 contract. We are grateful for this consideration so that we have an abrupt end so that we do not have an abrupt end to services for certain clients. However, without a new contract, LAYC has not been able to enroll new students since September of 2014. We have felt the impact of this dramatically reduced funding. The hardest to serve youth who would normally be enrolled under DOES are not able to access valuable resources, such as assistance with transportation or financial incentives for reaching goals. Without DOES's financial support, the WISE program is also at risk of needing to reduce staff, which would be detrimental to the quality of the program. And in addition to this issue, we have also had delayed payments for invoices submitted over 5 months ago, totaling in excess of $20,000. So thank you for your time, and open to questions.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Hello, Councilmember Orange and other committee members. My name is Sydney. I am a sophomore at Woodrow Wilson High School. I am 15 years old. I like to hang out with my friends. When I get older, I want to be a lawyer. I am one of 58 youth health educators who are part of the Youth Health Educator Program at the Young Women Program. When working at the Young Women's Project, I educate youth and do lunchroom presentations and classroom presentations. I'm here to testify on the need for more jobs for teens. Thank you for hearing my testimony. This is my first job. There are not a lot of opportunities for me to work because I am too young to get a job anywhere else. In this job, I get to do something after school. Otherwise, I'll be at home watching TV. Doing something after school is good because it keeps kids off the street. Some of my friends that don't have anything to do after school also might go home and do nothing, or just hang out with their friends. Being in an activity after school where they all have actually to do something means that your time is valuable. In this job, I learn about new things. I learn that I have to show up to work every day. I learn to speak loudly so others can hear me. It's important for teens to get an opportunity to work because when they can learn how to use computers, talk to others, and get along with people. At YWP, I learned that you still have to get along with people you work with because you can learn from them. With these skills, I've been doing a lot of work. I've been writing papers, teaching my peers and teachers, collecting data, doing street outreach. All of this experience will help me later on in life when I get older trying to get another job. This will also look good on the application to college because I was doing important things when I was young. Teens need more work opportunities, so I have the following suggestions. There should be work opportunities inside school. Teens could be working in an office during school. These jobs would be good for teachers and students. They will also learn about teaching professions and other jobs in school. There should be a SYP-like program, but during the school year. YWP can't hire everyone in all schools, so there should be different opportunities available. Teens could work in public libraries, recreation centers, aftercare centers, or they could be placed in other organizations like YWP. There could be other types of health organizations, but also other topics such as business, art, childcare, construction, or food service. And more employers should hire youth in retail. Employers can hire people based on 100% of their age. They should take into consideration if the person applying is mature enough. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. I'd like to thank both of you young ladies that are a part of, what is this, Young Women's Project, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, and I think you said you're 16 and 15. How do you pronounce your name?
Hayab.
Hayam?
Hayab.
Hayam.
Yes.
Okay, so Hayam, where do you attend school?
Columbia Heights Educational Campus.
Okay, and how long have you been working for this organization?
Since 2013.
2013. And it's been a good experience for you?
Yes.
Okay, and how about you? How long have you been working with them?
2 years.
2 years, and it's been a good experience for you as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I take it both of you are here to advocate for more jobs for teens, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I have a young daughter too, so I like it when you say you want to make money so you can pay your own bills. So definitely, I agree with you on that. And also, taking here, you said jobs are learning and growth opportunities for teens. Teens need money to help their families too. I agree with that. And jobs help teens stay out of trouble. And also, it provides an opportunity to build character and help you with your resume and just keep you focused and moving forward. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you both for being here, and really appreciate you taking the time to testify. Mr. Tate, I want to thank you for testifying as well. You know, you have a very compelling story, and I think that you have a story that should be, you know, displayed and told everywhere. You know, from my observations of you and just seeing you for the first time, you present extremely well. And I really would like to see you just continue with your education. I think you can go a long way. And, you know, now, you know, I know events that have transpired in your life, and they're behind you now, and you seem to have a good foundation. And I just think that you can build on that foundation and go really, really far if you just stay focused. And a lot of times you need opportunities. You know, I come from a extremely poor background, and when I was 14, I got a scholarship. It's called A Better Chance, and that propelled me and provided me a foundation to excel. So, you know, just because we start off someplace doesn't mean that we have to end up in that place. And I think the three youth here that testified here today, all of y'all can be role models to others to just, you know, work hard and stay focused and you know, just make things happen for yourself, because you can definitely make it happen. So I'm pleased to meet all of you here today. And your program director here, Ms. Greenspan. Yes. How much is this contract that you've had with the DOES?
Right here. Yeah, about 300,000, sorry.
What, 300,000? Yeah. And you said they're offering you an extension at this point. For how long do you know this extension for?
It went until February 15th, and it's just been extended again until July 15th.
Till July 15th. And generally speaking, how long is the contract for if it's able to be renewed or renegotiated? Is it a 1-year contract, 2-year contract?
I'm sorry?
Is it a 1-year contract? Is it an annual contract, or is it 2 years?
The renewal or the extension?
The renewal, if you were able to get the renewal contract renewed.
If they release another RFP, we'll be trying to get, I believe, a 2-year contract. That's usually what they do. Oh, sorry, 1 year. Last year we had 2, but it's because we got an extension.
Okay. Well, from all that I can see, it appears that the Latin American Youth Center is doing well, and you certainly have a good person, Mr. Tate, out front for you, and you present well as well. So hopefully DOS will be able to work with you to keep you going strong, and as well as with the young ladies from the Young Women's Project, like to see that project continue as well. So thank you all for being here today and testifying. And I think that's it. Is there something else you want to add?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, Priscilla Kirkland, Philip Wallace, Samara Holton, and Marcia Huff. Jose Cruz, Mario Dela Cruz, Daniel Gutierrez. Who's all these people coming up there? No, they're not here. But who's here? Oh, okay. Yasera Perdomo.
Who else? I go to Johnny Castillo.
Johnny Castillo.
Have a translator for him.
Well, she's not going to be seen on TV. There are only 2 seats for me. She's not going to be seen.
They're not grouped together. Okay.
All right. Ma'am, we'll begin with you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Orange and others. My name is Marcia Huff, and I am the Senior Manager of the Foster Care Campaign at the Young Women's Project. I'm also a D.C. resident living in Ward 7. We are a multicultural organization that builds the leadership and power of young women to shape D.C. policies and institutions to expand rights and opportunities for D.C. youth. We were founded by and for young women, but now we involve a growing number of young men. We work through youth-directed campaigns, the Foster Care Campaign and the Peer Health and Sexuality Education Campaign. We've been employing youth for about 20 years, working side by side to develop them as trainers, educators, and advocates, teaching them problem-solving, communication, decision-making skills, and at the same time writing, reading, research, teamwork, showing them how to show up on time, and other skills. We will employ 200 youth educators from 30 schools this year as a part of our Youth Health Educator Program. We'll be working with 3 city agencies and 10 community-based partners. I'm here to talk about the youth employment crisis that we have on our hands. From our vantage point, there are 5 main challenges we face with youth employment. First is there are large numbers of youth ages 14 to 24 who are living in poverty. In 2013, there were about 21,000 youth 18 to 24 and about 7,000 14 to 17 living in poverty. There are about 28,000 youth in this group who need intensive educational interventions, workforce preparation, and other types of support. Youth are facing exploding housing costs and increasing metro and train bus fares. Lack of access to transportation is a major barrier to youth seeking employment and job training opportunities. The majority of these youth who are employed are working minimum wage positions, and there's no way in the city that you can afford an apartment, transportation, food, etc., or minimum wage, even if you're working 40 hours a week. Youth are unemployed in large numbers. In this area, the economy has remained strong, and overall unemployment is low, but youth unemployment at this time is an all-time high at around 50%. Also, youth are not ready to be employed. Youth face significant barriers as they prepare to enter the workforce. Many of them are lacking communication, problem-solving, reading, writing, and other basic work readiness skills, and they're in need of basic support that will help them to truly participate in the workforce. This isn't an issue of resumes or professional dress or polishing up rough edges. It's much more than that. Also, emancipated foster youth and homeless youth need additional support. They continue to struggle and their aftercare services are not adequately providing the employment support that they need. The youth employment budget has been drastically reduced. There are certain programs and services that should not be cut or reduced. We have some recommendations. The first, increase the DOES Office of Youth Programs budget and also allow them to expand and balance their programming. Thus far in fiscal year 15, there's only 32 youth enrolled in their in-school and out-of-school program. That's a ridiculously low number. We also would like to see targeted employment programming for youth who are homeless and foster care or connected with DYRS, and especially those who are aging out of the foster care system. We feel as though transportation assistance should be provided for youth, especially those participating in vocational training, workforce readiness programs. Many are just not able to even make it through the door. Lastly, we would like us to start putting some boots on the ground with an innovative citywide youth employment pilot program. We have designed this pilot based on our own successful work readiness model and our citywide youth health educator program. It integrates all of our recommendations. I'm going to summarize it here, but I would love the opportunity to talk with you and your staff about this program. This program will be organized in 5 work teams: health education, construction playground building, food nutrition, academic enrichment, and fitness and sports. The idea is that youth will be getting training, learning work readiness skills, getting valuable skills that they could transfer, certifications. They'd be working a certain amount of hours, getting hours in training. It'll be a year-round program. It could be administered similar to the SYEP program, but it would be year-round. It would be administered through an RFP process, and DOS would help administer it. Thank you for your time, your commitment to youth employment, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Matt?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Orange and others. Is this on? And other council members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Samaria Holton. I'm 19 years old and a graduate of Booker T. Washington Public Charter School. I am a member of the foster care campaign staff at Young Women's Project. I am here today to talk about some of my challenges as a young adult trying to live comfortably in the District of Columbia. I was enrolled at Trinity University and completed my first semester of college, but I had to leave school because my mother stopped paying my tuition. Right now, I am basically homeless. I need a place to live, nothing fancy, just somewhere I can be comfortable so I can do what I have to do. My mom moved to Pennsylvania with her boyfriend. My little sister moved in with a cousin of mine. I talked to Sasha Bruce, but they don't have any openings. They put me on a waiting list. Everyone is struggling. I don't want to feel like I'm a burden to anyone. A lot of my friends are in the same position, and I'm trying to do everything on my own. Some days I don't eat because I don't have enough money to buy food. I'm only 19. I shouldn't have to worry about where my next meal is coming from, paying bills, or finding myself a home. I have a few suggestions that will be helpful to me and any other young adult who may have the same challenges. I need support finding a job or getting into job training. I participated in the Summer Youth Employment Program for 2 years. The first year, I worked at Dunbar Senior High School. This was a great experience. The SYEP program should also be year-round for young adults who graduated high school. This will help young adults gain more experience and have something to add to their resume. Sometimes a degree is not enough. I never knew that there were DOES services beyond SYEP, and I know that there are many other youth who also do not know about these services. The program should have better communication with young adults, do more outreaches in schools, or send us the email addresses from SYEP youth to spread the word about the programs that are available. DOES should use social media better. I found the DOES Facebook page, and it only had about 15 likes. Young people need jobs and serious job training. Everything is so expensive in this city. Metro is expensive, apartments are expensive, and even if you have a roommate. They want you to work for $10 an hour, but it's not enough. Youth need job training so that we could get jobs that pay $15 or $20 an hour. Last October, I got a job in a hotel in Bethesda. After working there for 3 months, I had to leave because I was not getting enough hours to even afford the transportation. I was making minimum wage, and it was costing me about $70 a week to get there on a train. Right now, as I search for jobs, transportation is a real struggle. There should be a center that provides stipends or fare cards so you can get an interview, so you get to an interview or school. You could apply to receive a subsidized Metro card the same way you would register for food stamps. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Good
afternoon, Councilmember Orange and other council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Philip Wallace. I'm 19 years old, and I too graduated from Booker T. Washington Public Charter School. I'm currently enrolled in UDC, studying classes to receive an associate's degree. I'm also a member of the foster care campaign staff. We advocate improving the lives of teens and young adults. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm here today to talk about some of my experience trying to find housing and a job. I've been on my own since I was 16. Right now, I'm at Sasha Bush, an independent living program. But when it is over, I'll be homeless. Sasha Bush is helpful in some cases, but doesn't provide good counseling and insights about jobs that's hiring. The staff there doesn't really help. I'm doing everything on my own. During my time being homeless, I have a big decrease in stability because of my employment status. I've been unemployed for a while now and really don't know why. Every day I'm on the computer filling out applications, reading newspapers about jobs, and even going in stores presenting myself to be hired. I don't have enough money for transportation or to even move around throughout my day comfortable. Lack of employment resources is a big problem too. If I was connected to job research and services or resources, I probably wouldn't be unemployed. It's very frustrating because I don't know of any job training or job opportunities. The staff at Sasha Bush program doesn't really help or give me resources. They just expect me to go out and find jobs on my own with the little bit of tokens they give me. That's no real help. Many adolescents like me struggle with employment because not knowing resources. Until I started working on this testimony, I didn't know that DOES offered many job programs other than summer youth program. I have 3 recommendations that will help youth adults on their own. To create a subsidized Metro Pass for homeless youth like me, for people who are in college who work low-paid jobs. There should also be a better way to reach out to youth about DOS employment services. For example, doing commercials, school assemblies, housing programs, even on billboards, passing out resource flyers, or even organizations throwing resource parties for youth. There are many youth in D.C. who have no idea about resources. I know if the resources were pushed out to the youth more, it would be a big increase in the employment rate for young adults. I plan on taking advantage of it now. And thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Muy buenas tardes, señores concejales.
Good afternoon, council members.
En el año 2013, estando desempleado y atravesando problemas económicos, busqué aplicaciones en diferentes compañías, llegando a aplicar en la compañía Bravo, donde me dijeron que tenían vacantes para poder trabajar en los edificios.
In 2013, I was unemployed and going through some economic problems, so I started to apply for jobs at different companies. And I applied for a job at the company Bravo, where they told me that there were vacancies to work at a university.
Al final nos pagaron completo. Entre algunos compañeros de trabajo decidimos ir a ver se puede dar soluciones para recuperar estos sueldos.
In the end, they didn't pay us completely. Among several of my coworkers, we decided to see how we could find a solution and recover our wages.
Bueno, acudimos a la clínica legal del Centro de Justicia de Empleo, donde el personal que trabaja en esta organización se movilizó para ayudarnos.
We went to the legal clinic at the Employment Justice Center, where the people who work in this organization mobilized to help us.
Elaborando documentos, organizando protestas, mediante carteles, llegando a los edificios donde trabajábamos, como también al edificio de la compañía para pedir solución al problema y al fin logramos que nos pagaran el pago y los daños.
We wrote letters, organized protests with banners, went to the buildings where we worked as well as the offices of the company trying to find a solution to the problem. Ultimately, we successfully recovered wages and damages.
Fue como más de un año. Faltar al trabajo, con pagos de ir a las oficinas, un inconveniente que perjudica al empleado. Por eso la recaudación de daños y perjuicios son importantes para el trabajador, porque en realidad se gasta mucho en transportación, perdiendo días de trabajo en ir ir a las oficinas de gobierno que no acceden a los trámites para dar soluciones a estos clases de problemas.
It took over a year, and we had to miss work, with expenses involved, with going to different offices, all inconveniences that harm workers. For these reasons, collecting damages is important for workers, because in reality, we spend a lot on transportation, missing days of work, going to government offices, feeling like none of these things would resolve the problem.
Ahora, en tiempos modernos, vivimos como esclavos por un sueldo que no cubren expectativas de la vida, con políticas de trabajo practicadas por diferentes compañías que se enriquecen a costa del maltrato humano.
Even in these modern times, we live like slaves, with a salary that doesn't cover our expenses and with practices by different companies that leave them richer at the cost of human mistreatment.
Manteniendo horarios pequeños para poder desarrollar un mantenimiento de limpieza adecuado con las tarifas de cobro realizadas por las compañías, quienes mantienen un estándar de ganancia para beneficio de ellas. Nos hacen formar parte de un trabajo pobre, sin siquiera poderse tomar un vaso de agua, tener un mínimo de descanso por el arduo trabajo que lo hacemos.
They keep us on short schedules to do more cleaning and maintenance work than we can perform in that time frame. They charge a lot of money and increase their profits to benefit themselves, and they make us work for poverty wages, not even giving us time to drink a glass of water or have the slightest break from the arduous work we perform.
Llegando muchas veces a tener percances perjudicando al cliente porque se nos rompió o se nos cayó algo de su oficina, para luego ser reportados como malos trabajadores, como también trabajos realizados al apuro y por falta de tiempo, y así existen muchos de estos percances, los cuales a los clientes les molesta de sobremanera, que ellos nos ponen gormi y los supervisores nos presionan aún más.
Sometimes we end up making mistakes that upset the clients because something breaks or falls, and then we are the ones reported as poor workers, though the problem is that they make us rush in our work. But when we are rushed and make mistakes, the clients are upset and we are the ones who receive a warning, and then our supervisors pressure us to work even more.
Mi mayor consejo sería que den prioridad al mayor desenvolvimiento en los casos que tienen en la corte, para que estos se resuelvan rápidos y el trabajador pueda pagar sus biles y tanta vaina que tiene que hacerlos y no puede esperar mucho tiempo por ello.
My advice is that you give greater priority to and take greater involvement in these cases that are sent to the court and the Attorney General so that they're resolved more quickly. Workers have bills and expenses that cannot wait.
Le agradezco a los concejales que nos den un gran apoyo y que estamos haciendo todo lo posible por dar mejor vida a las comunidades. Y gracias a ustedes vamos a lograrlo. Gracias.
Thank you to all the council members for the support. I know that we are all working hard together to give a better life to our communities.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Huff, now you're the senior manager at the foster care campaign?
Yes.
Okay, so you work with Mr. Wallace here and Ms. Holton?
I do.
Okay. And what kind of services does your campaign provide for them?
We hire young people, mostly in the foster care system, but we also hire young people who are living in housing unstable, and they come and two things. They receive training, like youth development training, learning how to advocate for themselves. And then they also turn that into the ability to advocate for their peers and advocate for different community issues. Specifically now we're focusing on foster care and homeless youth issues, focusing on education, employment, housing, transportation.
And how is your organization funded?
We're funded almost all through foundations. We recently, for our peer health and sexuality education, received a grant for youth stipends for youth educators. But I would say over 90% of our, probably more than that, funding is through foundations, private funding.
And then how do you interact with the Department of Employment Services?
We interact with them. We've been working with them trying to work on the youth pilot program, the one that actually ultimately got funded through the Department of Health. We were trying to go through the youth programs office, but it just didn't work out. So now we're just really trying to work with them to develop programming for youth and beef up what they have in place.
Okay. Now, I think Mr. Wallace said that he's about to be homeless, and Ms. Holton says she is homeless. Have you been able to assist them with that, navigating through D.C. government to try to address those concerns that they have?
We're doing our best. We had a meeting with Ms. Christy Greenwald from the ICH. For young people, especially those who don't have children, it's very challenging. There's very few programs. They're both looking for work. Philip was actually at the job fair, co-sponsored by Mr. Allen and Ms. Silverman that occurred this morning. So we're going to keep working with them, trying to figure out something. But for single folks, there's not much out there.
And then, Ms. Holton, you said your mom moved to Pennsylvania. You were staying with your aunt?
Yeah, I was staying with my aunt, but she wanted rent, and I didn't have money to pay her, so she didn't want me to stay there no more.
And Mr. Wallace, you have a place to stay, but
the Sasha Bush program.
Okay, and when does your term come to an end with them?
March.
In March? Okay. And both of you are currently unemployed, is that correct?
Well, besides the job we have at YWP,
right?
Yes, okay. But that helps only but so much. 2 days out the week.
And so, Ms. Walsh, you're a graduate of Booker T. Washington Public Charter School, so you have a high school diploma?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're currently enrolled at UDC and taking 4 classes?
Yes.
Okay. And it says here that you're studying for law enforcement, but you'd like to be a zoologist?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you got to keep that dream alive by any means necessary.
I like animals.
Like animals, that's good. And Ms. Holton, what are your long-term desires?
I want to go to college and become a social worker, get my degree in social working.
Okay. So you want to help people?
Yes.
All right. Well, at this point, I don't know what we can do, but certainly myself, you can be in contact with the committee, and DOS is here today, and I don't know what other government services are available, but you can make contact with my director of constituent services. He should be downstairs, Kelly Williams, and let's see what we can do with these situations. Okay. Thank you all for testifying, but whatever you do, don't give up.
Thank you.
Yeah, and don't get in trouble.
Because we don't get in trouble.
Yeah, don't get in trouble. Hold on one second. Ms. Costello, thank you for being here again. I'm beginning to think that you're an employee of this building. I see you around here so much. But that's good that you take the time to advocate for yourself and for others that are desperately in need of good paying jobs, and making sure that once you get a job that these employers pay you what they promised that they were going to pay you. And in addition to that, I guess as you've probably heard, the workers' theft law goes into effect on February 26th, and then we'll be working with the government agencies to see how we actually implement that. So all the hard work that you've come down here and been testifying on, we will be able to implement that law, and just need you guys to keep on advocating and keep on fighting, and we'll fight there with you.
Es por eso que con la ayuda de ustedes vamos a estar ahí en este proyecto y a ver si que logramos todos los mayores frutos para tener beneficio de las comunidades.
Yes, thank you. With your help, we were able to pass this law, and we will be able to win a better future for our communities.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much today for testifying.
Thank you.
Okay, Thomas Arvallo. Bruno Arvallo. And Justino Gomez. See, are you going to translate for me? Well, who's going to do the translation?
Everyone's going to be translating.
Okay, what, are you translating for all of them?
I'm going to translate for half, so she's going to translate for the other half.
Okay. We'll begin with you, sir.
Okay. Gracias, señor presidente, señores concejales y personas que nos acompañan. Buenas tardes.
Council members and everyone else who is here present today, good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Tomás Arévalo. Soy salvadoreño con 5 años de residir aquí en Washington, D.C. Recuerdo que cuando vine, entré a trabajar para la planta de tratamiento de Virginia a través de un subcontratista, quien al tener unos 6 meses de trabajar con él, me adeudaba $1,600, lo cual me preocupó al ver que no había forma de pagarme.
My name is Tomás Arevalo. I have 5 years living here in Washington, D.C. I remember that when I first came here, I started to work for a subcontractor at a treatment plant in Virginia. Within 6 months of working for him, he owed me $1,600, and I was worried because I saw that he had no way to pay me.
Negándose con diversas mentiras, a tal grado de amenazarme con botarme del trabajo, sin derecho a nada. Tuve que utilizar distintas maneras de lograr que me pagara. Es así como yo me incorporé en el campo de las organizaciones comunitarias.
He continued to refuse to pay me my wages, using a variety of lies, and even threatening to fire me and never pay me. I realized that I had to utilize creative strategies to recover my wages, and this is how I decided to become involved with community organizations.
Llegué de esta forma primero a Rock DC y después al Centro de Justicia, en donde hemos logrado la resolución de muchos problemas a través de distintas dependencias de gobierno, incluyendo la Oficina de Hora y Pago, quienes nos han ayudado a solucionar problemas hasta en algunos que se creía insuperables.
I first became a member of ROC DC and then the Employment Justice Center, with whom we have successfully resolved many problems with the support from the DC government, including the DC Office of Wage Hour, which has helped us solve problems that we had thought were insurmountable.
A ellos, gracias por ese apoyo que nos han brindado al Centro de Justicia de Empleo, así como al Consejo de DC, por habernos permitido la aprobación de algunas leyes importantes, entre ellas la discriminación por antecedentes penales al momento de solicitar un empleo, días de enfermedad pagadas, incremento al salario mínimo, y la ley contra el robo de pago.
Thanks to support from the Employment Justice Center and the DC Council, we have passed many important laws, including the Ban the Box Law, paid sick days, the increase in the minimum wage, and the Wage Theft Prevention Act.
Nosotros, como en un principio, desde su introducción de la ley, manifestamos que estaremos pendientes velando por el cumplimiento de esta, siendo de esta manera que nos permitimos anteponer ante ustedes las siguientes sugerencias.
And since these introductions, we have rallied to show that we are anticipating the faithful implementation of the law. Please permit us to put several suggestions before you. 1.
Aplicación de las leyes. Queremos que se eduque a la comunidad y los negocios sobre las leyes y cuando hay un reporte sobre una violación, que averigüen también sobre las diversas violaciones que puedan existir en dichos establecimientos.
1. Implementing the laws. We want you to educate the community and businesses about the laws, and when there is a report of a violation, that you also assess whether any other violations might be occurring in the establishment.
2. Suficiente personal. Queremos que contraten suficiente personal capacitado que trabajen dentro de la comunidad, ya sea como investigadores o colaboradores con las víctimas.
2. Sufficient staffing. We want for you to hire sufficient trained staff who will work within the community as investigators and collaborators with the victims.
3. Transparencia. Quisiéramos un reporte estadístico sobre los problemas resueltos y las razones por las cuales muchos no podrían resolverse. Estos que vayan acompañados con documentos que justifiquen la razón de cada caso.
3. Transparency. We want to report on the statistics about resolved cases and the reasons why many could not be resolved. This would be accompanied by documents justifying the reason in every case.
4. Responsabilidad ante el público. Haciendo reuniones con abogados de las organizaciones, comunidad y personas individuales si así lo requieren. Estas pueden ser de forma regular o programáticas para escuchar las preocupaciones y problemas de la comunidad.
4. Accountability. meeting with lawyers and representatives from the community and individuals as necessary. These would be regularly scheduled meetings to hear the concerns and problems of the community.
5. Trato con dignidad. Queremos un trato equitativo a todos los trabajadores sin excepción alguna, a los que pongan sus demandas o reclamos a fin de que sean tratados con dignidad.
5, treatment with dignity. We want equitable treatment for all workers who file their claims without any exception. They should all be treated with dignity.
Es así que yo, como miembro del Centro de Justicia de Empleo de Washington, D.C., agradezco la atención que en cada oportunidad nos brindan, razón que nos compromete a colaborar en todo lo que sea necesario y esté a nuestro alcance, y aportar los insumos a diversas necesidades que aquejan al noble pueblo trabajador de Washington. Gracias.
And so I, as a member of the Employment Justice Center of Washington, D.C., thank you for the attention that you give us at every opportunity. We are committed to collaborate however necessary and however we can give input about the diverse needs that plague the noble working people of Washington. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor presidente, concejales y a todos aquí en la sala.
Good afternoon, Mr. Councilmember and everyone else here.
Mi nombre es Bruno Ávila, vivo en Washington, D.C., en el Distrito 2, desde hace 4 años. Sufrí robo de pago y gracias a AGC pude resolver mi caso.
My name is Bruno Avila. I live in Washington, D.C. in Ward 2. 4 years ago, I suffered from wage theft, and thanks to the EJC, I was able to resolve my claim.
A partir de este momento me he convertido en activista y promotor contra el robo de pago, puesto que en este tiempo he visto muchísimos casos. Esto ha mejorado en cuanto a leyes, pero hay un detalle muy importante, que estas no se aplican correctamente.
From that moment, I became an activist and a community liaison against wage theft, and in this time I have seen many cases of wage theft. The law in these cases has improved, but there is a very important detail, that these are not being fully implemented.
He tenido la experiencia de acudir con personas a reclamar a la oficina de hora y pago, preguntando al personal de la misma que cuántos casos atienden al día. Me respondieron que un promedio de 50, y no todos encuentran solución, solo de 6 a 8 casos.
I have had the experience of accompanying people to file claims of wage theft at the Office of Wage Hour. I have asked the staff of the office about how many cases they see every day. They told me that they see an average of 50 cases a day and that they don't resolve all of them.
Esta falta de solución se debe a que el personal es insuficiente y no se ven proactivos, sino todo lo contrario. Solo escuchan a la víctima y le piden muchísimas pruebas. Esto es muy frustrante, porque no atienden con confianza para ganar o darle una solución.
These cases are not resolved because they don't have enough staff and they do not seem proactive. On the contrary, they start off listening to the victim, but it is very frustrating because they demand a lot of proof from them and they don't always have confidence that they will win.
El poder comprobar el robo de pago es insuficiente. No creen en la palabra de la víctima, no hacen por comprobar o investigar el robo de pago. Esto ocasiona desilusión para la víctima y provoca a los empleadores que sigan burlándose de la ley y afectando a la sociedad.
It is also difficult to show proof of the wage theft. They don't believe the testimony of the victim. They don't try to check the victim's version or investigate it at all. This causes the victim to be disillusioned and makes employers continue to mock the law to the detriment of society.
Gracias por la oportunidad de expresarme y ser portavoz de miles de víctimas. Pido mejorar las condiciones de la oficina de hora y pago, con un cambio de personal y con la vigilancia del gobierno con correos electrónicos de parte de las víctimas de robo de pago. Así revisar y vigilar más de cerca el trabajo de hora y pago. Gracias y nuevamente a todos. Nos damos cuenta de la importancia que es trabajar juntos gobierno y sociedad.
Thank you for the opportunity to express these thoughts and to be the voice of thousands of victims. I ask for better conditions at the Office of Wage Hour, with new staff and with oversight from the government with email testimony from the victims, so that we have greater oversight into the work of the Office of Wage Hour. Thank you again. We know the importance of the government and the people working together.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Agradezco la oportunidad que nos brindan y por nos expresar nuestras palabras de nuestros testimonios. Señor Presidente, nuestros concejales, gracias.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, Mr. Council Members.
Mi nombre es Justino Gómez. Nosotros, como personas latinas, cuando llegamos a este país, nos venimos con un propósito de trabajar con lo que sea. Porque venimos de un país pobremente, económicamente, y buscando una solución, lo que se llama el sueño americano, y cómo poder ayudar a nuestras familias o a nuestros seres queridos que han quedado atrás para poder ayudarles.
My name is Justino Gomez. As Latinos, we come to this country with the noble goal of working however we can. Because we come from countries that are poor economically, we're looking for a solution, which is called the American dream. We're looking for a way to be able to help our families and our loved ones that have stayed behind. They hope for something from us, for us to help them.
Lamentablemente las cosas no se dan como uno piensa. Hay injusticias que nos hacen como latinos. Como en mi caso personal, mi familia no carecía de necesidad, pero ahora están como igual con mi persona, sufriendo en carne propia. Yo les pude ayudar porque tenía 2 trabajos de restaurante, pero lamentablemente me enfermé.
Unfortunately, things don't always go the way you think they will. There are injustices that we face as Latinos, like in my personal case. My family was not lacking the necessities, but now they're just like me, suffering firsthand. I used to be able to help them because I had 2 jobs in restaurants, but unfortunately I got sick.
Me desvió mi dedo y seguidamente tuve que acudir a un examen médico y después el cirujano me tuvo que operar. Por medio de mi enfermedad, mi empleador me despidió después de 23 años de trabajo.
I dislocated my thumb and immediately had to go have medical exams done. Afterwards, the surgeon told me that he'd have to operate. Because of this illness, my employer fired me after I'd been working there for 23 years.
He estado careciendo de alimentos y he estado subsistiendo de ayuda económica de parte de los hermanos de la iglesia. Mi familia espera de mí, pero lamentablemente no puedo ayudarles.
I haven't had enough food to eat, and I've been surviving only thanks to economic support from my brothers and sisters at church. My family's expecting me to help them, but unfortunately, I can't right now.
Mi consejo sería que busquen soluciones para los problemas. Deben hablar con el empleador. También es buena la visitación a los empleadores, aunque no haya reclamos contra ellos todavía. Que por favor tomen acción para toda la comunidad, más que todo la comunidad latina.
My advice would be for you to look for solutions to problems like these. You should speak to employers about them. It would also be good for you to visit businesses, even if there aren't any claims against them yet. Please take action for the whole community and above all, the Latino community.
Gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, concejales. Me llamo Gisley Enríquez. Soy puertorriqueña y tengo 7 años viviendo en Washington, D.C. Hoy voy a hablar sobre mi experiencia con la oficina de hora y pago. Yo fui a la oficina el 22 de enero de este año para reclamar el dinero que me deben en Los Restaurant, que está ubicado en la Columbia High.
Hello, my name is Yisle Enriquez. I'm Puerto Rican and I've been living in D.C. for 7 years. Today I'm going to speak about my experience at the Office of Wage and Hour. I went to the office on January 22nd of this year to file a claim about the money I'm owed from Lou's Restaurant in Columbia Heights.
Yo fui a la oficina de hora y pago porque no me pagaron los días de enfermedad y me despidieron injustificadamente, solo porque pedí permiso por enfermedad. También reclamé mi último cheque y una quincena que no me habían pagado. Y también que me pagaron los daños y perjuicios por el despido injustificadamente.
I went to complain because they didn't pay me paid sick days, and they fired me without justification, just because I asked for time off when I was sick. I also filed a claim to be paid for my last check, and 2 other weeks I wasn't paid for, and also to be paid damages because of my retaliatory firing.
Después de este despido injustificado, me he sentido depresiva, triste, porque fue algo que yo no esperaba. Esto me ha afectado en mi salud muy seriamente, que yo he llegado hasta el nivel que he tenido que tomar medicinas antidepresivas. Me siento con trauma porque me trataron en ese trabajo irrespetuosamente de parte del main manager.
After being fired, I felt depressed and sad because it was all unexpected. Being fired has very seriously affected my health, and it's gotten to the point that I've had to take antidepressants. I feel traumatized because I was treated so disrespectfully by the head manager at this job.
Tal vez porque yo no le seguí los juegos que él quería conmigo, como cuando me tocaba inapropiadamente o me decía cosas irrespetuosamente o otras cosas malas, insinuando porquerías por parte de él, y creo que él se molestó cuando yo lo paré y le hablé muy seriamente que yo respetaba mi trabajo y que no andaba buscando otras mierdas. Sorry.
No. Maybe it's because I didn't play along with the games he was playing with me, like when he touched me inappropriately, or said disrespectful things to me, or other horrible things, insinuating dirty things to me. I think that he got really mad at me when I stopped him, and I told him very seriously that I respected the work that I do here and that I wasn't looking for any other bullshit.
Yo fui a la oficina de hora y pago. En mi experiencia, a mí me trataron con respeto y me ayudaron con la aplicación, pero no he recibido ninguna llamada de ellos.
So I went to the Office of Wage and Hour. In my experience, I was treated with respect and they helped me with the application, but I haven't received a call from them since.
Mi caso tiene un mes y no me han llamado para nada, ni para darme buenas o malas noticias. Parece que se han olvidado de mi caso. La persona que tomó mi aplicación me dijo que me llamaba dentro de 7 días y no me ha llamado, ni he recibido ninguna carta de parte de ellos.
My case has been open for a month, but they haven't called me to give me the good or bad news. It seems like they might have forgotten about my case. The person that took my claim told me he'd call me after 7 days, but I haven't received a call or a letter from them.
Mientras que las otras personas que iban conmigo en este mismo día, a ellos lo trataron racistamente y muy mal. Que la señora Barley les gritó muy vulgar diciéndoles que no tenían las pruebas suficientes. La señora Barley se portó no como una mujer profesionalmente.
Meanwhile, the other people who came with me to the Office of Wage Hour this day were treated very badly and in a racist way. Miss Bartley yelled at them and was rude and told them that they didn't have enough evidence. Miss Bartley didn't act professional.
Yo me imagino que las personas que trabajan en esta oficina tienen que tener la paciencia suficiente y la educación para explicar el proceso. Ellos están para ayudar, no para intimidar a las personas.
I imagine that the people who work at this office should have enough patience and good manners to explain the process to us. They're there to help, not to intimidate the victims.
Los compañeros que vinieron conmigo este mismo día salieron sin saber si habían aceptado el caso, salieron decepcionados y tristes por el trato que les dieron en la oficina de hora y pago.
The people who came with me that day left without knowing if the Office of Wage and Hour had accepted their case or not. They left disappointed and sad because of the way they were treated.
Mi recomendación para la oficina de hora y pago para que funcione mejor para todo el mundo es que empleen más personas que sepan diferentes lenguajes, especialmente español, y que den entrenamiento a las personas antes de emplearlas, de respetar a todo por igual, no importa el color, ni la raza, ni idioma.
My recommendation for the Office of Wage Hour to function better for everyone is for them to hire more people who speak other languages, especially Spanish. They should also give training to their staff and the people they hire to teach them to respect everyone equally, regardless of their race, color, or the language they speak.
Y para cerrar mi opinión, les quiero dar las gracias por haberme escuchado y espero que no solo me hayan escuchado, sino que actúen más por el bienestar de todo el mundo, de todos.
And to close my testimony, I want to thank you for listening to me, and I hope that you have not just listened, but that you will act for the well-being of everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your testimony here today, and I did listen, and we are going to act. We have the Department of Employment Services is here, and so they'll take your case and see what the status is, and they should be getting back to you very shortly.
Está respondiendo de su caso pronto. El Departamento de Servicios de Empleo está aquí y gracias por su testimonio hoy.
Okay, gracias, Consulado.
I want to thank all of you for testifying today, and I think one of you summed it up best by saying you are the voice of thousands of victims, and just being here today, putting your case on the record, and clearly, I mean, you guys have been at this for a while, and a lot of times, you start these things, you don't think nothing is going to happen, but now we have this bill that's going to become effective this on February 26th, I guess this weekend. And now the next step is to make sure that we get the proper resources and get it implemented and continue moving forward. That's on the one hand, and then on the other hand is we still got to continue to work to reduce unemployment in the District of Columbia, because everyone needs a job, everyone needs home, shelter, clothes, and food in order to really have a shot at a better quality of life. So there are still a number of things that we have to work on. But thank you all for being here today. And I also just want to thank the Employment Justice Center for being out front and providing you with good representation. Thank you all.
¿Quieres traducir, Ana? Oh, dos minutos no tiene.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we'll hear from Raymond Bell, Tom Gregory, Iris Lipsowitz, and Mark Torrin. None of them? Okay, V. Gomez? No. Constance Ware, Shirley Massey, Julia Sanders, and Gaynell Nixon. Ms. Hobby? Okay, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Councilman Orange and everyone. I'm Julia Sanders, permanent and total disabled code to recipient of PSWC benefits. I testified today under the Whistleblower Protection Act. I've been on workman compensation for approximately 18 and a half years. And for 10 of those years, I've received COLAs and retroactive COLAs owed me in accordance to DC law and DC code. However, Mr. Lattimore, director of ORM, although knowing I was entitled to COLAs, have refused to pay said. When I initially asked him for my outstanding COLAs, he said, if I'm entitled to COLAs, he will pay said. But But he did not. He started making different excuses as to why I could not obtain the outstanding COLAs. He also alleged injured workers could not receive COLAs provided to other employees because their COLAs were not in the same percentage as the CPI. Note, injured workers have never received COLAs in the same percentage as our CPI. He did not provide me with any code or any code or law that would substantiate his particular allegation. It has been 8 years since I received the COLA, which has put my home and general welfare in jeopardy. I'm financially responsible for myself, and I receive no social services or Social Security. My only means of taking care of myself is worker comp, PTD benefits. It's too bad this government is allowing one of their agents to put an elderly disabled woman in the position that she could become homeless or worse. Mr. Lattimore has reduced my DSA Step 10 benefits illegally. COLAs are assigned to your high threes if you decide to retire. I thank you, Mr. Orange, and I thank this council, our fellow council members, and I hope justice comes swiftly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Houghton?
Thank you, Mr. Orange. Can I testify last since I'm testifying for a group? After. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Orange. My name is Constance Ware. I'm an injured DC government worker and injured worker advocate. In October of 1989, I have been working in law enforcement for over 10 years when I was injured on the job. One day while working in the DC Department of Corrections, I was charged by a group of inmates who wanted to get their meal tickets from me. In an effort to avoid being charged, I stepped backwards and tripped over a chair, hitting my head against a brick wall and sustaining a neck and back injury. My testimony today is in reference of officer risk management, preference for the opinion of additional medical examiners over treating physicians and the hardship that has caused for me and my family. One of the most significant problems I have seen with how ORM functions in the role of additional medical examiners, or AMEs. Back in 2003, my benefits were modified because I was sent to an AME who examined me for only a few minutes and decided there was nothing physically wrong with me. My treating physician disagreed and had told me I was not able to work because of my medical condition. Our treating physicians are the doctors who are familiar with our cases and truly understand our medical problems. Even though my treating physician was much more familiar with my case and my situation, ORM modified my benefits on the basis of this AME, who had seen me for only a few minutes. As a result of ORM's decision, I could not afford to pay my rent. I lost my home of 19 years and everything I had worked for. I was put out on the street. After working for the government and being injured on a government job, I should not have to experience that. Eventually, I was able to find a place to stay and get a lawyer who helped me to get my benefits reinstated. However, only a few years later, my benefits were cut off again because of an AME. On May the 25th, 2011, ORM asked me to see an AME named Jason Brokaw in Baltimore, Maryland. ORM spent $340 for a car to bring me there. Dr. Brokaw only saw me for 10 minutes, and all he had me to do was to stand up and try to bend over and check my reflexes. Dr. Brokaw told me that I had a big record and he didn't have a chance to read it. Then he said to me, "You're getting too old to work." When I received the report that he had written, he said nothing was wrong with me and I was just morbidly obese, in his opinion. Although my treating physician, Dr. Anasio, disagreed with the AME, ORM sided with the AME and terminated my benefits. It is just the way ORM is using the AMEs who meet with us for only a few minutes to terminate our benefits before we've even giving a hearing before administrative law judge. It's not right to act on 5 minutes of medical opinions of an AME before I even have a hearing. It's not right for the workers are not receiving cost of living increases each year. I'm here today to ask you to introduce legislation to restore a fair process for injured workers like me so that we do not suffer from financial hardship or even homeless because ORM cuts our benefits in health care while we are waiting for a hearing and decision on our case. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Orange and other committee members. My name is Gay Mill Nixon. I testified here in September of 2014, see attachment A, about the egregious changes and amendments to the public sector worker compensation program administered by the Office of Risk Management. From 2010 through 2014, emergency legislation has been passed in the Budget Support Act under the guise of budget savings and or anti-fraud measures. On May the 11th of 2011, an article which appeared in the Washington City paper, see attachment B, Philip Lattimore, ORM director, stated that one of the goals of the Gray's administration was to reduce the number of employees on workers' compensation. The administration believed it could save millions. Under the current system, employees' benefits are delayed for years, even when injured employees follow procedures established by ORM for filing hearings with ALJs. If the ALJ rules in favor of the injured worker, such orders are often totally ignored by ORM. See attachment C. The letter of April 18, leaving injured employees to languish in poverty. There seems to be no enforcement agency or laws in the district government that can compel ORM to comply with decisions handed down by the ALJs. If the ruling goes against the employee, ORM's actions are immediately implemented. The worker compensation program was established to provide humanitarian care and treatment to employees when they become injured on the job. Better yet, it's a guarantee. Delayed medical treatment have and does cause irreversible medical conditions that sometimes result in permanent disabilities and increased long-term medical expenses. When the Council passed one of many pieces of legislation in the Budget Support Act that limit an injured employee to only 500 weeks of compensation, it did not take into consideration that many injured employees spend over half of those 500 weeks trying to get their benefits initiated. There is no alternative for those employees whose benefits are terminated and they have permanent injuries to the extent that that preclude them from returning to gainful employment of any type. The delayed years of cost of living increases, non-compliance of judges' orders, denied medical care, and inaccuracy of employees' true eligibility status all constitute wage theft and worker compensation fraud. Worker compensation is the exclusive remedy and is in most instances the only method for employees and their family to be compensated for their lost ability to work. Injured employees' lives matter too. Thank you again, Councilmember Orange, for holding this hearing. I urge you and the committee to introduce legislation that will ensure that the Office of Risk Management respects the rights of injured workers.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hobby.
Tally Hobby. And to God be the glory, and God I trust, Jesus is Lord. I am speaking for the D.C. Injured Workers Committee Civil Service Status Employees, Fed D.C. But first, let me say thanks for your previous help. I'll read the names of those who are concerned. Janice Dunbar, Brenda Day, Charlene Morgan, Cheryl Boyd, John Fenwick Jr., deceased Don Saunders, Geraldine Adams, and Sandra Mitchner, my friends. All of us have asked for a democratic society in regards to our workers' comp. Instead, we have received just the opposite, which has resulted in homelessness and poverty with the loss of real and personal property, as well as individual lives due to emotional stress. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stated, anywhere there's a threat to justice everywhere. Anywhere that there's a threat to justice is threat to justice everywhere. Whatever affects one affects all. He further stated it is never too late to do the right thing. Enough is enough. Due to the internal power struggle with the federal government, since we are federal workers as well as others, we have been caught in between chaos and confusion, and we are sick and tired of it. The D.C. Comprehensive Personnel Act and subsequently the D.C. Workers' Compensation Disability Act were all patterned after the federal. We have asked that our claims be reopened, reinstated, and reversed. Fraud, mistakes, errors, incompetence are the reasons, such as newly discovered evidence. It appears that public policy, interest, service, ethics, public trust, and public transparency, as well as accountability, are being undermined and diminished. These disparities must end. We are requesting the labor practices, fair labor practices, as well as federal protection. There are questionable policies, practices, and procedures throughout the process. Let me state that I was one of, as you know, I guess, was one of the Brown versus Board of Education sitting on for 17 children in 1958. I feel that I'm experiencing the same type of discrimination as we did at that time, as well as in the movie Selma, which is actually reality today. We should not continue in this practice. Injustice and devastation must end. I've given you a list of, I supplied you with a list of other things. Our main concerns are the public sector worker compensation program underwent significant and drastic changes through various mayors' fiscal year budget support acts. This practice must end. Data is never given to the public in order to support any changes, but they're constantly changed. These changes must be reviewed, repealed, and reversed immediately. The Employees' Compensation Fund has been compromised. Furthermore, the reorganization plan of 2003 for the Office of Risk Management should be reviewed, repealed, reversed. The public sector workers' compensation program should not be within the Office of Risk Management. We are not a risk. The city has made us a risk, and our lives a risk. This devastation must end, as well as other factors. DC Code 1-62428, which was changed to 1-6242328, ABC and C 1 and 2 and 3 refers to the U.S. Department of Labor or another federal authority having any decision making. It does not mean going into court. It means making a decision, such as the Social Security Administration, this is consistently ignored throughout the process. Unpaid awards continue to devastate our lives. ORM has continuously and routinely refused to review, consider, redetermine, and restore my claims and other claims after we sat before Mr. Lattimore. And we have a documented paper that we signed, and he never reviewed our cases. Medicals have been sent to him, and he refuses to allow Mr. Cross, the third-party administrator, which the public sector does not need a third-party administrator. And the program really needs to be taken out of risk management and an independent agency, as well as the Department of Employment Services needs to be an independent agencies because they are handling federal cases. And a federal case should never go to the Department of Labor Standards, Department of Employment Services. It should never go to a D.C. court. If it's forced into court, it should go to the federal courts, which some of our cases have been forced into the D.C. Superior Courts, which is another issue. I have given you a series of information about why we feel that all of these things should be reversed, and I hope you will read them along with the committee and take in consideration, because we have been testifying since 2000, maybe 1999 through 2000, and enough is enough. We have grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and enough is enough. We just need to end this travesty and devastation. Thank you very much, and you can ask me any questions that you like. And I have freedom of information questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, I want to thank you all for your testimony here today. As of January 2nd of this year, the Office of Risk Management was transferred to this committee.
Right.
So we will be looking at the Office of Risk Management again. And I think each one of you know me well when I had this before. And it's always been my position is you got to make the record. You got to have adequate evidence, and then we can move forward. And I believe it took us almost 2 years, and you guys as a group, collective group, made your case, and we got rid of the Director of Office of Risk Management at that point in time. Now, looking at this right now, the only thing that I can commit to you right now is that there will be a hearing on the Injured Worker Fair Play Amendment Act of 2015 that Mr. McDuffie actually introduced, and this will address the issue of COLA. And his bill is to amend the District of Columbia Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act of 1978 to require that the Public Workers' Compensation Program participants receive raises anytime district worker receives raises. So that'll be up to this council, and as you know very clearly, when we're back at full strength, there'll be 13, and it's nothing but a count game. We need 7 votes. And if the executive branch is against us, then you need 9 votes. And 9 votes prevail, and you can move forward. So that's what it is as it relates to COLA. As it relates to the workers' compensation program, I think you all were here the last time you testified.
We were here on the 26th of September. Yeah.
Right.
It wasn't our hearing, but we just wanted to come in so we could get our stuff heard.
Well, I believe we've just received the audit. So now I have to get time to read through the 200-plus pages, but I'm told that I'm told this, so don't hold me this. I'm just sharing with you what I've been told. I have not read this for myself, but I'm told that the Workers' Compensation Fund is owed $5 million, and I can't say I don't want to say whether the money was used inappropriately or not, but the big issue was whether or not money was being transferred out of that fund and used for other purposes other than what the mission of the fund was for. Okay, so I need to read that report and ascertain for myself, but this is what I'm told. And I believe there's a couple more years that are still being audited. So that's where we are as it relates to the Workers' Compensation Act. Now,
who performed the audit?
We don't let you ask.
I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm just like, okay, I'll find out. Thank you.
But I'll tell you on February 26th, the CFO committed to conducting an audit.
Exactly.
So I don't know who did the audit for them, where they did themselves, but all I know, part of it is complete. So we'll be examining that and take a look at that as well. Ms. Hobby, you gave us quite a bit of documents. Certainly have not had a chance to look at it, but I did look at one document, and this is coming from the mayor's office, and I see here it's a case, Hobby versus DC Public Schools, and so this is before some board or whoever is before?
The Compensation Review Board, which the case has been held there since July of last year, because the Office of Hearings, Adjudication, and Appeals stated they had to locate the file.
Right.
Then they later stated that Stone Mountain, which stores the files, they were suspended from having any contact with them. So Mr. Tarr, in his letter, it states that he's going to move it forward without the file.
Well, he's going to move it forward without the file if he can.
The file should be retrieved.
No, but what I'm saying is that my interpretation of what he's saying is that he will try to come to a conclusion without the file if his review, if he can do that. But if he needs those files, then you have to wait until those files come forward, because you want it to be complete. And I know they want it to be complete complete as well. But in any event, this is before a board, so this committee can't do anything until a decision is rendered on that subject matter.
Okay. Can I just say also, the Office of Risk Management has been audited 3 or 4 times previously by the Inspector General's office and also by the city auditor. This is a routine thing that needs to be constantly done because they are always inappropriating the compensation fund for administrative purposes. And this is further devastating people who are on the roll and people who are off of the roll who should be reinstated. So that's what I want to also say, that it's a routine practice that needs to be done with the Office of Risk Management.
Okay. Well, as indicated, we just got this back on January 2nd. This committee now has jurisdiction. We will, do our due diligence and take a look. But as of right now, the 2 things that I'm committing to you is we'll have a hearing on the COLA and try to get that done as soon as possible because the budget process is going on. The mayor will be sending down a budget in April, so we need to catch that train that's moving. And then secondly, I will look at the workers' compensation audit and try to understand, where we are as it relates to that audit, and we'll get back into what's going on with Office of Risk Management.
Okay. Can you also make sure that federal funds are placed back into that fund? They were taken out, I think, in 2012, and federal funds.
Well, I can't, commit to any of that. I will take a look and see what's going on, and plus I can't say that I'm going to put federal funds back into anything. We will take a look, and the appropriate parties that have jurisdiction, will get to that, and they'll do what, what is their
Okay, because it was used to reduce the budget, which was $30 million, down to $18 million, without any data or any information to accommodate it. So, it's just...
well, I'm sure once it's complete, the report will be made public, and and everybody can examine it, but right now I'm told that $5 million needs to be put back, but as I said, I have not read the report, so I cannot vouch for that.
And one last thing.
Okay, just let the sons get in. Yes, he's trying to get in.
Thank you so much, Mr. Orange. I just wanted to call to your attention, I provided a notebook today. In that notebook, there's a document signed by the Honorable Marion Barry when he was mayor that deal with the COLAs. So and I also have in that notebook under the same title, there's a lot of information that was signed by council dealing with the COLAs. So it's well documented. Even Mr. Lattimore's document is in there dealing with the COLAs.
Okay. Well, once again, let me just say, as it relates to the COLAs, I have a bill before me that's been transferred to my committee, and we're going to have a hearing on it. And then we're going to see what these council members think about it and put it to a vote.
Okay, and I never received any, I'm sorry, Mr. Owen, I never received any COLAs the whole time I was receiving workers' comp for 7 years. So all of that needs to be investigated, because I thought the COLAs were supposed to match the federal, but that's not happening. So that needs to be seriously looked at. Also,
well, wait a minute, let me just say this. Look, we're going to have a hearing on COLAs, and at that time, you guys can come down here and testify.
Okay, this is not COLAs.
So start doing your research right now. Okay, just remember, you only going to get 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm older now. I have to say this real quick.
This is going to be, I'm going to let you say this, but this is going to be...
Mr. Lattimore needs to look at our claims, because we have given the meta-evidence and et cetera. Between the Office of Risk Management and DOES, they're supposed to review claims based on fraud, mistakes, errors, newly discovered evidence, et cetera, which is not happening. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Orange.
Look out for that notice now.
Yeah, we will.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Sheena Wathaven. Tom Gregory. Iris Lipowitz. Okay, Rob Halligan, and next we'll go with career paths folks.
Committee Chair Orange and members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify on the performance of the Department of Employment Services. My name is Aaron Goggins, Campaign Coordinator at the Employment Justice Center, testifying on behalf of Sheena Woodholland, our Advocacy Director. EJC is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to secure, promote, and protect workplace justice in the D.C. metropolitan area, and is also a member of the Just Pay Coalition. We provide free legal services to more than 1,200 workers a year and consistently refer D.C. workers to DOES's Office of Wage Hour. I will focus my testimony on DOES and the Office of Wage Hour today. The EJC is also a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and we support the coalition's budget platform because we believe that it offers a comprehensive approach to fighting poverty in the district across a range of issue areas that affects DC's lowest income communities. In particular, we support the Fair Budget Coalition's $3 million budget ask to fully implement various worker protection laws and restore a fair process for the injured public sector workers. The Just Pay Coalition, along with several other organizations in D.C., has been successful in passing many important pieces of legislation aimed at ensuring D.C. workers invaluable rights and benefits. However, laws left unenforced leave workers without their rights and fail to level the playing field for small businesses trying to respect the rights of their workers. I urge the Council and DOES to bring us across the finish line and proactively enforce these laws. In the past, DOES has repeatedly faltered to implement a proactive enforcement strategy. The Office of Wage Hour has been entirely complaint-based, which has been insufficient to ensure that the rights of workers are respected. DOES, the Office of Wage Hour specifically, needs to be more proactive in enforcing labor laws and needs to work closely with advocates in the community to ensure that workers' rights are being protected. Just as workers cannot assert rights that they are unaware of, advocates cannot effectively represent the interests of workers if DOES does not regularly share data with the community. We want DOES to give quarterly reports on the number of claims resolved by the Office of Wage Hour, the number of claims referred to the Attorney General or administrative law judges, how much money is recovered, and what percent of the claims, what percent of the wages claimed by workers those numbers represent. DOES has also consistently failed D.C. workers by failing to issue regulations on the Accrued Sick and Safe Leave Amendment Act for over a year. Without regulations, employers cannot proactively comply with the law, nor can workers know the full extent of their rights. It is crucial that DOES issue regulations for the Wage Theft Prevention Act and the Accrued Sick and Safe Leave Amendment Act as promptly as possible. The Employment Justice Center looks forward to working closely with DOES under this new administration because it is important to us and the workers that we serve that DOES is transparent, accountable to the public, proactive in enforcing labor laws, and responsive to community concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Lipowitz?
Yes. Mr. Committee Chair and others, my name is Iris Lipkowitz. My home is 4000 Massachusetts Avenue Apartment Northwest in Ward 3. I've lived there for more than 33 years, and I am president of the Tenants Association. In September 2007, our landlord dropped a more than $14 million capital improvement petition on the building tenants for brick repairs and for replacement of 1955 original leaky windows. I believe that this petition, at the time of its initial filing, was the largest capital improvement petition in the history of the city. It was subsequently revised downward to more than $9 million as a result of our challenge and the intervention of OTA, Office of the Tenant Advocate, on our behalf. At the time the initial petition was filed, most building tenants were ignorant of D.C. laws governing capital improvement petitions, the consequences of an approved owner-requested capital improvement petition, and the existence of OTA. I have had more than 6 years of contact with OTA. OTA has consistently provided our tenant association with the help which we desperately needed to challenge the lawsuit which ensued. This help included answering many questions, supplying the association with necessary forms requiring signature, performing many hours of legal research and analysis, and writing required for this litigation, filing documents in court, and facilitating the filing for exemption from a potential capital improvement surcharge on the rent for elderly or disabled tenants with annual income below $40,000. In addition, OTA represented our tenant association in front of the Office of Administrative Hearings judge. This capital improvement case was heard in early December 2012 in the Office of Administrative Hearings. Final written arguments and rebuttals from both sides were filed in February 2013. We are awaiting the judge's decision. Without the legal assistance of OTA in this matter, each apartment in the building could already be paying more than $200 per month in additional rent for the last 44 months and for many years to come as a result of a capital improvement rent surcharge awarded by the judge. The lack of a legal requirement for building owners to maintain and use capital reserves and the enormous cost to tenants for private legal counsel to combat such landlord petitions makes the filing of these petitions opportunistic for landlords and their counsel. I fear our situation will repeat itself in this city among residents even less prepared to deal with it. We're extremely grateful for OTA's hard work in our defense. We as a tenant association could never have underwritten the huge legal costs associated with this complex suit. We renters need the support of OTA to successfully fight the disproportionate powers of rental housing owners and their network. With the present capital improvement provision of the rent control law so biased in favor of landlords and against tenants, we urge you to expand and empower OTA in order to move DC's rental housing situation in the direction of fairness to tenants, who are the majority of DC citizens. Tiny OTA needs considerable increased funding to begin to combat the overpowering resources of the landlord organization and to help reform the current rent control laws.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Gregory?
Thank you, both council members, Manedu, Mr. Orange. My name is Tom Gregory. My home is an apartment at 4000 Mass Avenue. I'm on the board of the directors of the Tenants Association there. My colleagues and I are making three major points. Number one, we renters in DC have big problems with some unethical landlords and their greedy actions. Number two, the Office of the Tenant Advocate and you are our best hope to combat these problems. Number three, we citizens need you to protect and support us renters and OTA. With regard to number one, not all landlords are unethical, of course, but many landlords put profits far ahead of what's good for DC and ahead of what is fair and humane. Many DC landlords and their organization have authored housing legislations that gives them damaging powers and advantages and loopholes that benefit landlords at the expense of the common man and against what is good for DC. This unethical favoritism must be stopped. Two brief examples which are almost unbelievable to most people in and out of DC. The landlords have composed legislation that now guarantees landlords 12% return on their equity on apartment buildings, 12% even in our present economy, and it's paid by renters and other taxpayers. Would you guarantee such profit and 12% return on the investment of the rest of us? I would hope so. Money markets now yield a low 11/100ths%. That's the national average as of this morning, and it's unguaranteed. By present DC law, landlords are guaranteed 12%, not 12/100ths, 12%. That is, the DC Council is favoring landlords by a factor of 109. Second example, landlords composed a legislation that allowed them to force tenants, if the landlords need to repair and replace roofs or elevators or brickwork or windows or similar, so-called capital improvements, to force the tenants to pay for these repairs or replacements plus interest, and then forcibly donate these repairs or replacements to the landlord, and then to force the tenants to pay rent on what the tenants have had to buy and donate. And no, we tenants, after buying elevators and windows or boilers, don't own them, and we can't take them with us when we leave. The card deck has been stacked. Please demand and support significant fair reform legislation for the good of D.C. An essential effective force in this struggle for fairness is OTA. OTA operates with great but tiny staff and a tiny budget, which, with our economy, already has been cut twice, while OTA is still in its formative stages. I'm running out of time, so let me say that OTA has been called on by Canada and Georgia and New York and Virginia, a lot of different places that have called on tiny OTA for advice. How many times do you find other states and other countries calling on offices of D.C. for leadership? OTA has been recognized as a jewel in our crown. I think they deserve our applause, and we renters need your support and protection of OTA. In conclusion, there is much to be done to correct the accumulation of the unethical legislation of the past and the greedy, unethical practices that occur every day. OTA is a defender for fairness for the majority of D.C. citizens, deserves to be applauded and supported. Please cooperate and protect OTA as soon as you can. Grant it the resources that it needs to grow. I do thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Orange, Chairman Orange, members of the Committee of the Business, Consumer, and Regulatory Affairs, and Council staff. I'm Rob Halligan, testifying as an individual. I've testified in front of this committee in the past as a 4-year ANC commissioner in DuPont Circle, a 2-year president of the DuPont Circle Citizens Association, and executive director of DuPont Circle Main Streets. Not all at the same time, different times. I run my own small business, and I thank you for the opportunity for speaking today. I've seen ABRA and ABC go through many board chairs and 2 directors. They've improved a bit, but going back through my testimony from 2003 to 2008, nothing much has changed in my opinion. 3 things that make so many citizens feel like they cannot trust the board and agency are: 1, they don't enforce and have nearly obliterated the distinction between liquor license classes. Hey, there's a restaurant moving in next door is very different from, hey, there's a club moving in next door. But the agency has not been able to enforce that distinction, and it continually makes problems for us neighbors. Despite all the work we've done with the industry and as community volunteers on the law and regs since the mid-2000s, the distinction between license classes has weakened to the point that many owners don't even care about the difference. The distinction and difference does matter to residents. Is there even a functioning percentage of food audit program anymore? That's what's supposed to make a distinction between a restaurant and a tavern. We're supposed to be able to audit their books. Doesn't happen much. A lot of what we call morphing. Second, there's still little to no enforcement of over-serving. Given that, an owner in a financial bind will often serve a group of people clearly beyond what is legal to help make their rent. Third, the noise law seems pretty much useless as interpreted. The community suffers from these 3 long-term ABRA ABC issues. What specifically brings me here is the absurdity of ABRA and ABC asking my business, my office, to get a liquor license. It is a co-working space called WeWork. I just work there, and they charge me rent. And they had a beer tap, and now it is being required to get a license. And there are buses, there are other city-funded incubators, there are many cases around the city like salons where they're selling services and don't end up in a situation where they're needing a liquor license. So I've been in the background for many years, and this particular act, what I'm usually asking for enforcement, now I'm asking them to step back, should have even more effect than in most circumstances.
You finished? No.
Yes, I can go on.
Okay, let me ask you, you said there, where you now are working?
Yeah. It's an office space.
It's office space.
There's there's 3 different locations in the city. There's 30 around the world. In none of these locations around the world have they been asked to have a liquor license. Like next to the coffee machine, there was a beer tap, which has now been closed down by ABRA. They sent in an inspector to try and buy liquor from my office at the same time at all 3 different locations, and they ended up calling the police in my location because they wouldn't serve them. It just doesn't seem like they're properly serving the city the way they should be. There's a lot of ABC problems, and to be pushing this, when to me it's very similar to a law firm or a Pepco executive who has a bottle of scotch and some ice provided by the admins there. Do we want to license every law firm in the city to a liquor license? I don't think so.
But how does the beer tab work in your establishment?
So it's in the kitchen, and it's visible from the. So now establishment makes it sound like it's a tavern or something. It's an office space, and within view of the staff is the kitchen and a beer tap. Like coffee, you can serve yourself, and you can only get in the building if you're with someone who has an office there.
Okay, so basically the consumption is for employees and guests.
Yes, sir.
And it's not being sold.
No, and after it wasn't sold to the inspector, it goes back to the board, and the board said, well, there should be a tavern license after the inspection. Now it's moved on, and they're trying to figure out and it seems to be a bit of a gray area in the law, but with all these law changes we've been doing, I've been involved in several since the year 2003. And the fact that salons are considered okay to sell someone a haircut and a glass of wine without having a liquor license. That and plenty of other things. I do think this committee could do better oversight. I think ABRA and ABC should be a lot better.
Okay, well, thank you for your comments here today. Ms. Leibowitz and Mr. Gregory, it's good seeing you again, and thank you for coming down, testifying, and especially testifying in support of OTA. As you know, this committee definitely supports OTA, and of course, the question in your mind, if you support them so much, why don't you give them more money? But unfortunately, this committee doesn't have those type of dollars. But we are always advocating for OTA. I'm really not sure that OTA itself is really in the proper committee. I mean, we love having them in the committee for business, consumer, regulatory affairs, but I'm not sure whether or not it should be in the housing committee or in one of those other committees that have the funding that we can really work to increase their funding. But we will continue to do the best we can for OTA and also lobby from other committees that can transfer in dollars. It's without question that OTA does more with less. There's no question about that at all. And just even in your example where Ms. Lipowitz indicated that you were looking at $14 million, and just with OTA being able to intervene, got it down to $9 million, where really shouldn't be 9 at all. But
maybe, hopefully, 0.
Yeah, hopefully 0. But I am well aware, and you guys keep us aware, that this case is moving forward and that you wouldn't be where you are without the assistance of OTA. So thank you for your testifying here today.
Welcome.
Yeah. And sir, you've been here all day. Tell me your name again for the record.
Aaron Goggins.
Aaron Goggins, yeah. Thank you for testifying, and we'll continue working with you guys to make sure that we make conditions better for the working families and individuals of the District of Columbia.
All right,
it takes you guys to stay there with us to keep it going.
All right.
So thank you all for your testimony. Let me check with Ms. Nadeau. Do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay, next we'll hear from, thank you, Charlie Whitaker, Andrew Wilson, Kenneth Covington, and Marco Price Bay. Sure. Before we start, just let me know who you are for the record. What's your name, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Orange and members of the council. My name is Clarence A. Smith.
Clarence A. Smith. What's your name, sir?
Hey, my name is Mark Lee.
Andrew Wilson.
Donald Lassane.
Say it again.
Donald Lassane.
Donald Lassane. Mark Lee is number 73. And you have Clarence Smith. Okay. Okay, sir, we'll begin with you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Orange and members of the council. My name is Clarence A. Smith. I'm a re-entering citizen, and I've been out here for 3 years. I've been working for DC Career Path, street cleaning. I'm a member of the Shaw Clean team. The job has been real good to me. I mean, I'm doing a lot as far as being a real citizen back in society, working, communicating, mingling. I'm humble. I got married. It's done a lot for me, and I appreciate what this job has done. And I'm back into society. I'm doing good on my parole. I mean, it's a big plus for me. I'm back in tap with my family, my kids, my grandkids. I mean, it's good. It's good to have the job that I have and to come home to nothing. Now I have accumulated some things and some good things, and I'm happy now. And I mean, I come a long way. I've been through the ropes, and I mean, I'm not trying to go back that way, so I'm looking more forward to progressing, and this job has helped me a lot. And thanks for helping and staying concerned with the Shaw Clean team and Main Streets, period. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir?
Yes, my name is Mark Lee, as I said before. And I'm not an ex-offender, but for 2 years I was out of work, and I was on a path of becoming an ex-offender. And Charlie and Drew, as well as the rest of the team, has helped me change my life around for my 6-year-old daughter so I can support her and help out my family. And I am moving in April, thanks to them, saving my money, me, my girl, and my daughter. And I just want to say this is a wonderful company, and they really help out a lot.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Nadeau. My name is Andrew Wilson, and I'm the Director of Clean and Safe Services for Career Path DC. I'm here to testify to the fact that just a few short years ago, I was returning from prison, and I'm a recovering substance abuse user. And when I came home from prison, and when I came back to Career Path, I started out as a volunteer and then worked my way up. And just working in this program and being involved with the people, interacting with the people in the community, city officials and other people, and as well as my teammates, I gained a lot of valuable skills, transferable skills in the last 3 years. My ability to supervise has been greatly improved. Also, my organizational skills, as far as scheduling the work and working with the members and trying to do and assist where I can with anything that's going on that's happening with them. As because I came from the same background, and we work well with fraternal citizens and people coming from adverse backgrounds. Also, I have to say, when I first came back to Career Path, I was homeless. I was in transition. Now I have my own place. I'm entering into a first-time home buyers program. I've purchased a car, so I have a car, and I'm paying car notes now. And just being able to support myself as well as give back to the community has done a lot to boost my self-esteem and just, really feel good about where I'm at in life, period. And I just want to say, Councilmember Orange, because I remember you come out and you walk with us in the main streets and the whole nine, and very supportive. Councilmember Nadeau, and we know you're real supportive, and it goes a long way, and it helps to push us on. And I just want to thank y'all for that.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Good afternoon, my name. Good afternoon, Donald Lassane. Good afternoon, Donald Lassane. I'm a part of the Anacostia team, clean team. I came from the VOTE program, Project Empowerment. That's for basically it's like a second chance. They give felonies, convicted felonies for a person like me, and basically I just want to say I want to thank Drew and Charlie for having me on the clean team. This is a life changer. I have 2 kids, 2 girls. I'm their role model. They looking at me, whatever I do, I never thought in a million years I'd be giving back to the community, because I always thought that was not for a person like me, basically. Thank you.
So, Mr. Lassane, how long have you been with Career Pass?
Since September.
Since September?
Yes.
And it's
2014.
2014. Okay, and it's going well for you.
Yes.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Smith?
Been with DC Career Path 3 years due to volunteer and became permanent.
Okay. And what about you, sir?
Since September.
Since September. Okay. And Mr. Wilson, you've been there for a while in order to become the director now. Yeah, you didn't walk, because I know he makes you volunteer at least for 6 months before you even get paid.
Right. Well, I was there in 2010, and as I said before, I have a history of substance abuse, and I had some setbacks, and I came back in 2012, and I haven't looked back.
Okay.
I haven't looked back.
So when you came back in 2012, you start from the beginning again?
Absolutely.
All right.
When I talked to Mr. Whitaker, he said, Drew, you're going to have to volunteer first.
Right.
But, at that point, I understand what the program is about, and I also understand, the pride that just being involved in the program can give a person just by helping, and how we in the community, and when people come up and say, thank you for doing a wonderful job, it just goes a lot, and it propels me.
Okay, thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, sir, we'll begin with you. What's your name?
Reginald Sweet.
Say it again?
Reginald Sweet.
Reginald Sweet. Go ahead, Mr. Sweet.
How you doing? My name is Reginald Sweet. I'm with Career Path DC, and I'm a returning citizen. But I came through DOES, which is a wonderful organization through the city, which I thank y'all. But Career Path had helped me to see where I really need to be, and it helped me maintain financially, which I was thinking on returning to the community. I have 2 kids. It helped me maintain everyday transportation, helped me with my kids. It's lovely. And it also helped me really notice what I can bring to the community instead of taking away from the community. And I would like to keep joining that as long as I'm in a condition to clean our city, which is as us, I'm going to do it. And I would like to thank y'all.
Thank you. And that's Reggie Sweet, S-W-E-E-T?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Sir.
How you doing, Mr. Chairman? Orange. How you doing today, Mr. Chairman Orange and everyone else? My name is Solani Jackson. I'm Career Path DC. I've been here quite a few times before you. At that time, in the past, I was just, working, Conversations Main Streets, doing what I'm instructed to do, keeping the neighborhood clean, the corridor, and doing a wonderful job. But since then, I progressed. I am now a supervisor, and something that I'm very proud of. I take pride in my job. because my background, is not really that great, but since I got a career path DC, I've learned a lot as far as accumulated skills, dealing with others, in a proper manner, able to supervise and have good relations with people in the neighborhood. And, all I can say is that hopefully things go well for this year, as far as funding or, any assistance from anyone who's willing to pitch in, to keep me working and others working, because we as men need jobs to support our families. All right, thank you very much, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. My name is Vincent Gard, and I'm a returning citizen. I'm part of Pennsylvania Avenue Street Crew. I'm a returning citizen as well. I came through Project Empowerment to here. I started out with them first. I was part of the North Capitol Street cleaning team, and I just worked my way every day. And Pennsylvania Avenue is our newest contract, so I got a permanent spot doing that. So it just feels good to just be on the right track now. I just so much just taken from the community and getting in trouble and being in the streets. It's prideful. It's like, I get up and just clean the streets every day, make it look presentable for our tours that come through, and give me people skills, because, I got to work with people too, because I might be got to clean and they might be in my way. I might got to say, excuse me, can I get here? Can I get there? Just help me, it was a good opportunity for me, because I've been in the streets all my life, and I'm like working. I never really had a job or really was the type of person that worked. So, it's helping me provide for my family now. I have a newborn on the way, due in July, so I gotta get ready for that. So, it's been good. I'm enjoying it. I hope I can just stay on this path. It's doing good and not go back into the old ways. Our recidivism rate for blacks in DC is high. So I just want to be an example for the young guys that's coming up. That looked at me as this street guy that know that, I could do it. You could do it, This is about being a man and knowing what you want in life and not letting nobody else persuade you from what you can accomplish. And, I just like to thank all the funders and Career Path for giving me this opportunity, man, to help guys that's coming from in prison. That it's good guys that's like willing to work, and that's out here that we just needed the opportunity and we wasn't given that. So, I'm embracing it, and I'd like to thank y'all for sticking in there and funding these funds and these nice little contracts y'all giving us, because we started out real small when I wasn't part of the team. But from what I heard, we started out really nothing, just dustpans and the broom, just volunteering in the city. And now it's coming a long way due to my team and guys like me that's out there putting in the work. Rain, sleet, or snow, the trash got to go. All right, thank you.
Sir. Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ryan Wilson. I'm with Career Path DC, Congress Heights Clean Team. I just want to say I appreciate being a productive member of society, doing something positive for my community. And, it makes me feel good when people I grew up with my whole life that's hanging out on the corner, they're like, man, that's a good look, man. We proud of you for what you're doing. And you helping the neighborhood look presentable and better. It's not filthy, it's not dirty. We cleaning it up, trying to make it a better place. And, I love the income because I didn't have any income. I'm able to pay bills, provide for my family. And I'm just blessed and hopeful that we can continue to go further and do bigger and better things.
Okay, cool. Brian, what did you say your last name was?
Wissanot.
Wissanot?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you located?
Congress Heights,
Congress
Main
Heights?
Streets.
So is that Rodney Bond?
Yeah, Rodney Bond. Mr. Rodney Bond and Mr. Whitaker,
okay.
They looked out for me and gave me a chance.
Okay. And how long have you been with Career Path?
I've been there since September.
In September?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And that's after doing the 6 months of...
Oh, yeah, I had to do my volunteer work, too.
Okay.
I had to do my volunteer work, too.
Okay. Mr. Garrett, where are you located?
Pennsylvania. I'm part of Pennsylvania.
I'm part of Pennsylvania Avenue.
Pennsylvania Avenue?
Yeah, I do Pennsylvania, east of the river.
Okay, and how long have you been with
Out of my 6 months, volunteer, you already know.
Yeah.
So I've been there like since September, October.
December, October?
Yeah.
Okay. And tell me your name again?
Mr. Lonnie Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, yeah. Now, Mr. Jackson, you said you've testified here a couple of times, and you're now a supervisor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, and how long have you been with the?
I've been there for 4 years.
For 4 years?
Yes, I love my job.
Okay, and where you located?
Congress Heights Main Streets.
Oh, okay, cool. Mr. Sweets?
Pennsylvania Avenue.
Pennsylvania Avenue as well. And how long have you been there?
6 months, community
6 months.
service, everything.
Oh, okay. All right. So y'all are like graduates to the payroll.
Yeah, that's why I do want to give a thanks to my boss, Charlie Whitaker. That's a
Yeah,
lucky
okay.
man, because he, coming through Project Empowerment, they tell you it's not mandatory or you have to work your way to get hired. You know what I'm saying? And that's a good man. He don't have to look at your ins and outs, and he could judge you on the position he in, but he don't do that.
Okay.
Not at all.
Well, thank you all for testifying here today, Ms. Nugget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony and to the prior panel as well. This program is very dear to my heart. I've talked publicly before about how my uncle is a returning citizen and how difficult it can be to return and to be given a chance. There's a lot that goes into your return. Your family has to forgive you, you have to find work, you have to find a place to live, and it can seem like the obstacles are very high. And so a program like this is especially important. But it's also important to recognize that this is a program that is mutually beneficial. This isn't charity. The services that you're providing are actually things that we really need in each of our communities. I see we have one of our Ward 1 Clean Team members sitting out in the audience. And I know that Mr. Whitaker and Mr. Wilson have worked so hard over the years to bring this program to fruition, and it's something that I'm personally very committed to. And so we'll be working with the chairman and other members of the committee to make sure that we can keep this fully funded and even expand it. The work of the clean teams are incredibly important, but there was a time when we had green teams that were doing even more. And the work that you do cleaning up the streets is so important, and when that's enhanced by public safety training, the Clean and Safe program, in all of your programs, it's even better. And I'm really hoping we can get one of those up in Columbia Heights. So stick with us, and thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen?
Well, thank you. Don't have too much to add from what my colleague said. Just appreciate you guys coming down. I know the previous panel from our Shaw Clean team. A little bit earlier, we heard from some of the men who've been working with the Mount Vernon Triangle. Everything that my colleagues have said are a big part of what we appreciate about the work that you do and how we need to value what you do in our neighborhoods and our community. And so really appreciate it, and thank you for taking the time to come down and advocate for the programs and for yourself. It means a lot. So thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
And I just want to say it's more than just cleaning the streets. I mean, just your presence there. Yeah. I've seen people ask you guys for directions, and even feeling safe just knowing that there's somebody out there. There's some eyes and ears on the street. So it has a lot of ways where it just benefits everybody. And so, like I said, we're going to do all that we can to make sure that the funding is there. And also, Mr. Whitaker, he's in my office advocating all the time. He came in there talking the numbers last time and had me scratching my head. So, he's working hard for y'all. And I just like his whole, philosophy and the way he has it set up. And first, he wants to, check in with you and make sure that you're really committed to the process, and that 6 months of volunteer, I think that's a good thing to make sure that you're committed to the process, and then when y'all come down and testify, and you just make it better for everyone else, so people can just see you. I mean, they're going to see this over and over again on TV at night. People flipping through the channels. Oh, there's Mr. Sweets. What's he got to say? And so those things are very helpful. So. Let's make everybody proud. This is the nation's capital. This is our city, and just keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Ernest Wilson, and I'm the environmental supervisor.
You said the 5-minute supervisor?
Yeah.
Environmental.
Environmental supervisor.
Oh, environmental, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I go around, pick up the trash after everybody finish cleaning up. I'm so proud to have this job. I've been locked up all my life, ever since I was 18 years old, in and out, in and out. 'Cause I never had nobody to help me. Now, I've came through different little programs, and they helped me so much. And I'm just proud of being able to work. I done got everything that basic that I want. I got my own place, got me a car. You know what I'm saying? I can give my grandkids a little something when I can. You know what I'm saying? And I've never had a chance to do that before. You know, so I'm just proud of it.
Great.
And I thank y'all.
Thank you. Mr. Wilker?
Good afternoon. It's good to see you again, Councilmember. Good to see you too, Councilmember Allen, Councilmember Knight. I just want to say, I'm just keeping it short because you guys have said everything that need to be said today already. But you know, when I look at the program, I look at, you know, when the guys do the volunteer part of the program, you know, I got that from a guy named Dr. Brown, Jerry Brown, and he talked to me a lot about the restorative justice model, that when guys go away to prison, right, they pay their debt to society, they pay their debt to, you know, the criminal justice system, but to the community, nothing is paid. So when these guys get together and come back to the community, and they come back and they volunteer to clean up in the same areas that they've done, you know, negative things in, it not only does it restore their pride, but it makes the community say, okay, they ready. So, you know, I look at that as a big piece of the program, and I really want to thank you all for making sure that this program continues to exist, and just acknowledging and making it something valuable in the District of Columbia. I just want to say thank you. That's really what I want to say, and I want to also let you guys know that when I hear these guys talking about taking care of their kids, that's something that's extremely important to me. Because I also work with DYRS adjudicated youth, and one of our biggest issues is that there are no fathers in the home, and the lack of men, positive men in our community. So to be able to work with guys who have committed to taking care of their families is something that's really special to me. And I see that you have, in this administration, put together a committee for fathers and boys, and I really want y'all to really take a look at that, make sure everything cool, and just stick with it, because I think that's something great, and we need that in the District of Columbia. And I want to say thank you all for just being so supportive of these guys.
Well, thank you as well for you know, taking the initiative to actually put this organization together. It's been very successful. And also just thank you for coming down and advocating on their behalf and others. And generally you have your sister with you. I see she's not here, but let her know that I asked about her as well, because I know she's a vital part of the operations as well.
Yes, sir.
And we did put on the record that the fact that the living wage is going up to $13.80 on March 1, which is retroactive back to January 1 of this year, that when these budgets are put together, that we need to account for that living wage increase. And, you know, these organizations shouldn't be penalized to where you have to, you know, reduce the staff by 1 or 2 in order just to meet the requirements of that law. We put that law in place in 2006, and it's grown from that $11.75 an hour to now $13.08 an hour. And it's triggered by anyone that receives $100,000 or more must pay the living wage in the District of Columbia if they're receiving dollars from this government. So we have to also make sure that we're funding that as well. So we've been talking about that. We've been putting it on the table, and I know you've been advocating for it as well. In particular, when you talk to other council members and when you talk to the executive office of the mayor as well as the mayor. I attended the mayor's budget engagement forum last night at Wilson High School, and a lot of people there, and they're talking about budgets and whatnot. I believe she's having another one tomorrow at Anacostia High School, and her final one is Monday evening at Dunbar. So I don't know if you have opportunity to attend, but I think wherever they're having those, you need to be there, because it's the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. So we want to keep moving on that path as well. So thank you all for coming down. Thank you, sir. Ms. Nadine? Okay. Mr. Allen?
Thank you both again. I do want to say I really appreciate, Mr. Whitaker, you bringing up the restorative justice model.
Oh, yeah.
Because restorative justice is sometimes a very abstract idea for folks to understand. I think you put it in about the plainest, simplest ways of what it actually means, both to the person returning to that community as well as to the community that's been impacted. And so I really appreciate you putting in those terms. And Mr. Wilson, you can certainly see, I certainly hear the pride in your voice when you talk about your grandkids and what you're able to do now. And that's a huge impact. So thank you both. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from William Workcuff, then Toby Olowofoyiku. M. Beverly Hunter, and Dolores Martinez. Margie Miller, Maria Torres, Gloria Hightower, Lynn Abrams, Otis Tolbert. What's your name? Samira. You're coming up real soon, though. Andrea Rosen? Andrea right there. Sir, we'll begin with you.
Good day, Chairman Vincent Orange and committee members. My name is Toby Olowofoyiku. I'm here representing myself as well as Lanier Heights in Ward 1. I'll quickly go back and just say a bit about our returning citizens, because I'm a musician, and DC's main exponent is Chuck Brown. He learned how to play guitar in prison. I was supporting him and his group here in Freedom Plaza, 1999. Okay, about Lanier Heights. We're requesting possible moratorium on pop-ups in Lanier Heights in Ward 1 and, if possible, citywide in DC. DCRA is issuing building permits to developers which violates local code or giving them variance without input from affected neighbors or the ANC one. We want to ensure that DCRA implements and enforces current zoning restrictions. Any conversion must wait until the implementation of the revised zones in the new DC zoning rewrite. I'll then quickly go to my notes. On October 7, 2014, I spoke to Bogodan builders regarding their plans at 1828 Ontario Place, Northwest, 2009. Mr. Bogodan assured me they were not planning to do any pop-ups and that they will build their conversion in line with the new R4 building code which have been planned for Lanier Heights. It was as a result of this discussion I wrote a letter dated October 7 to Acting Chief Executive, Office of Planning, Ellen M. McCarthy, who then replied. I was shocked to find recently that Bogodan builders had applied for a building permit that will allow them to build 2 stories higher than adjacent single-family homes. Then on Sunday, February 8, about a week or so ago, his crew started digging, trying to extend the foundation of the proposed new structure backwards without a building permit. They were also digging below the foundation of 2 adjacent properties, 1826 and 1830. These neighbors had to use their own resources to get a lawyer to get DC stop and desist order work on his premises. Bogodan builders demonstrated through their actions they were untrustworthy, greedy, and willing to flout DC laws. We, the residents of Ontario Place and Lanier Heights, in general, request that no more building permit be granted to Bogaden Builders to build pop-ups on Ontario Place. They bought 2 properties. They must be restricted to the code of the new R4 zone being planned for the area, as they were well aware that we were looking for R4 even before they bought. There are 150 new condo units currently being built in our 3-block area. There is only 160 single-family homes in our area, and they need to remain as they are, so that anybody who has a growing family, I have 2 kids, they can then be able to move up there and be able to at least find, because 800 square feet or 1,000 square feet is too little. If you look around Lanier Heights, we have very few teenagers, and these are the reasons why, as soon as my kids' friends are growing up, I'm finding they're all moving away. But I'm committed to living in that area. I've lived there for 20 years.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Margie Miller. I live in a rapidly gentrifying part of Columbia Heights and work with tenants in the 2724 11th Street Tenant Association. Many landlords in this neighborhood, including theirs, are practicing what's called constructive eviction. They are letting their buildings slowly fall apart in order to get their tenants to leave so they can raise rents. They're offering them buyouts. Tenants turn to DCRA in the face of this enormous pressure to leave in order to force their landlords to provide the safe, sanitary housing that they are legally required to provide. DCRA is meant to be an ally in the fight against displacement, but it often comes short. Inspectors don't report all the violations in each unit. I've had an inspector refuse to do an inspection simply because I insisted that he call the language line in order to communicate with the Spanish-speaking tenants. Inspectors will report problems abated when no one answers the door, or the problem has just been covered up with a coat of white paint. The inspectors do this so much that some of the tenants in this building have started to conclude that the property manager must be bribing the inspector to mark violations abated, or why else they wonder, would this happen? When unabated problems are marked abated, housing violations are never escalated to the enforcement division. When they do get escalated, the inspections division has the ability to make repairs using the nuisance fund and bill the owner, but my impression is that they rarely do. Fewer cases make it to the OAH than actually should, fewer fines are issued, and even fewer are collected. Then DCRA misses out on the money it needs to run a strong inspection program. The whole situation is unacceptable. Landlords need real, immediate consequences for forcing their tenants to live in unsafe, unsanitary conditions. But when I called the DCRA inspections office, they told me that the inspection life cycle, the amount of time between a DCRA inspection and an OAH judge approving a fine, can be years. The tenants may already be gone by then, forced to move out by bad conditions. And this is not a colorblind situation. Columbia Heights lost more than a quarter of its black residents and nearly 20% of its Latino residents between 2000 and 2010. DCRA's underperformance has real consequences for longtime communities of color in Columbia Heights, who landlords are actively trying to displace to make room for white renters with higher income. Whether DCRA is suffering from disorganization, underfunding, or incompetency, it has some real problems and needs to work better and faster because it is one of the few tools we have to fight displacement and protect the right of people to stay in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Lynn Abrams. Thank you for considering my testimony. I only will read part of my testimony, so I hope you will read my full submission. I live in Ward 4, and I don't have a council member to appeal to. My testimony is in regard to DCRA's role in the permitting process for pop-up developments. I find myself in the unfortunate position of battling with DCRA over rights granted to me and others under the district's building code. My experience with DCRA pertains to a recent permit issuance to a developer to convert the single-family row house next door to mine into a 3-unit condominium. The developer's plans will add a 3rd story and a 45-foot rear addition, resulting in 3 condominiums of approximately 1,450 square feet each. Last week, I learned that DCRA had issued a permit to the developer for this pop-up, despite a known and apparent violation of DC's building code. The violation pertains to my chimney. According to the building code, a chimney must be 2 feet higher than any portion of a building within a horizontal distance of 10 feet. My chimney is located about 3 to 4 feet from the property line, upon which the developer intends to build a 3-story massive rear addition. This 3-story addition would be a few feet from my chimney, towering above it, and my 2-story row home, which would result in a building code violation. Both DCRA and the developer knew that the proposed addition would violate the building code. Yet DCRA allowed the developer to provide a letter to DCRA stating that the developer would pay to raise my chimney. DCRA then issued the permit based on this letter. I did not know about any of this until last week, when I checked the status of the permit application. Neither DCRA nor the developer ever contacted me to obtain my consent to raise my chimney, and the agreement was made without my knowledge and consent. I'm shocked that DCRA would assume and expect me to change my property by raising my chimney and would issue a permit to the developer based on this assumption and expectation. It is even more disturbing that would issue a building permit despite a known and uncorrected code violation that would be injurious to my health and safety. In addition to the chimney code violation, DCRA failed to enforce the developer's compliance with the notification requirements that gives me the right to protect my property. After learning about the proposed construction, I repeatedly reached out to DCRA, pleading with them to make certain that all laws were strictly applied. After over a 7-week period, I contacted DCRA and the developer no less than 11 times in an attempt to obtain all construction documents that the developer is required to provide me under the law. However, DCRA issued the permit, although the developer did not comply with the notification requirements. I still haven't received all the documents. I've appealed the permit issuance to Director Bowling and will continue to fight to protect my rights and my property. After I discovered that the permit had been issued, I contacted Councilmember Orange's office and several individuals at DCRA to relay my concerns about the chimney code violation and lack of proper notification. Some in DCRA have since attacked my character, claiming that I never intended to respond to the notification. I've spent thousands of dollars so far on experts to review the developer's construction plans and make sure my property is protected. If I did not take the notification provision seriously, I would not have spent that amount of money on experts. I don't have that kind of money to waste. My story is not unique. I have heard similar stories from many district residents plagued by pop-ups next door. The chimney violation and lack of notification are common complaints. Homeowners are at a significant disadvantage. It is expensive for us to protect our rights, and many homeowners give up because they do not know where to begin and cannot afford the expensive engineers, architects, and lawyers. Even an appeal to BZA is out of reach of many homeowners. The cost of the appeal is over $1,000. Many of us believe that DCRA is working for the developers and do not care about homeowners. The average homeowner has little chance of an equitable outcome, and our senior residents are disproportionately impacted. I'm saddened and appalled by my recent experiences with DCRA and the stories I've heard from my fellow residents. DCRA's mission is to protect the health, safety, economic interests, and quality of life of residents. In my opinion, DCRA is failing in this mission. DCRA seems more invested in protecting developers, even at the expense of district residents and homeowners. Government is supposed to be for the people. It breaks my heart that the consumer agency from my city is failing me and many others in the name of profit for developers who often do not care about our homes and cities, our city and our homes. I plead with you for myself and other homeowners who can't be here today to help us. DCRA is not protecting our interests. I will end on a positive note. After I learned of the permit issuance last week, I requested a meeting with DCRA's chief building official, Rabia Sabakan. Mr. Sabakan agreed to meet with me the very next day. Unfortunately, he had an emergency and arranged for 2 of his employees to meet with me. Mr. Kokar and Mr. Weisgarber met with me for about 2 hours and were pleasant, helpful, and professional. I left the meeting with a glimmer of hope, knowing that there at least are some in DCRA who seem willing to help. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Rosen.
Good afternoon, Chairman Orange, Allen, and Nadeau. My name is Andrea Rosen, and I am testifying today on behalf of DC for Democracy, a leading unaligned progressive organization with 500 members. During 2013, DC for Democracy was part of a coalition of workers and advocates in DC who fought successfully to increase the minimum wage, extend the paid 60 days law to cover tipped workers, and enact stronger penalties for wage theft. Chairman Orange's leadership of this committee on extending the living wage to big box store employees laid the groundwork for those gains, as did the tireless advocacy of then private citizen, now member of this committee, Councilmember Alyssa Silverman. So thank you for your service. Today, as a supporter of the Just Pay Coalition, we focus in this testimony on the responsibility of the Office of Wage Hour within the Department of Employment Services to make those hard-won gains real. The Council's passage of the Wage Theft Prevention Act and the Accrued Safe and Sick Leave Amendment Act will only raise the quality of employees' lives if the provisions of the legislation are enforced. Furthermore, the small local businesses that do respect the rights of their workers will find the playing field tilted against them if their competitors are not compelled to observe the wage and sick leave laws. As Violetta Roman said earlier in her testimony about DCRA, DC has some of the most beautiful laws and codes on the books, but if the words are not backed up with actions, it's an abrogation of justice. It is important to me and DC for Democracy members that DOES is proactive in enforcing labor laws. OWH has yet to achieve this standard, traditionally relying entirely on complaints, practicing a passive and reactive enforcement strategy that is wholly inadequate as a deterrent to employee abuse. I will cut my testimony short at this point because you have already heard testimony containing reasonable recommendations for how to, for a roadmap for developing and executing a detailed enforcement plan. I also urge you to emulate the outreach strategies found to be effective when implemented in other cities like San Francisco and New York, as described by the Center for Law and Social Policy. In closing, DC for Democracy is a member of the DC Fair Budget Coalition, and we support the coalition's budget platform, which calls for $3 million in funding to enforce the aforementioned labor laws. Thank you for giving me a chance to weigh in.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Toby, as it relates to pop-ups, I thought I heard you indicate that
18 to 28.
Wait, let me finish. I thought I heard you indicate that there is a law that's coming forth that would block this R4.
R4 zoning for the area.
Okay, and what would R4 zoning do for the area?
R4 zoning means you have 2 units on the lot. Rather than, these people are taking single-family homes that it's for one family, and they're putting 4 families there without providing parking spaces, and then they actually build from the beginning of the lot to the end of the lot. They cover the next door building, they cover your garden, you have no light. In our area, we have people who had solar panels, and suddenly they have no electricity. Just because this guy, he bought a piece of a house cheaply, and then he's turning it into an ATM, and he's multiplying his money by 3 or 4 times. We have people who need housing for families. There's 150 condos being built in my area, and we only have 160 single-family homes. We don't want to lose anymore. The whole of Columbia Road, everywhere has got multi-occupation properties.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. From your perspective, you're saying a new R4 building code. Is that the law today, or is that the law that's coming?
It's the one that's coming. The area we requested for R4 zone, and they're working, Lanier Heights neighborhood, they're working. I think you know about it. I don't know about it. But the thing is, the builders are trying to be very clever. This guy, he wants to do it quickly before it's implemented.
Yep.
And then what's worse? We have a street like this, and his house is going to be like the Leaning Tower of Pizza, right in the middle.
No, I understand that. I just from your perspective, without me having looked into this, I'm just trying to understand what the law is today as we sit here. and whether or not, just based on what you're presenting to me, that someone is in violation of an existing law, because you can't be in violation of a law that doesn't come active until
the
60
existing
days down the
in
road.
that area, it's for R5B. But R5B means if you're going to do more than 2 units, you have to have a certain width. They'll get a variance and avoid the width. You're supposed to have at least 2 parking spaces. They may not provide 2 parking spaces. Then you're supposed to only occupy 60% of the lot. They will build from the beginning of the lot to the end of the lot. And then they go so high. So they give them variances for everything, and I don't know how they get it. They're not really strictly enforcing even the current laws as I speak. And as this lady is talking about, we've had an old lady who's about to lose her home. The grandmother, the other gentleman spoke about. We have her, we have me. There's even people, we have 4 or 5 people in my area who've employed lawyers just to ensure that these people don't destroy their homes. I mean, we should start thinking of the people who have lived for 20 years. And I mean, I came to this with only $50 and paid my way through Howard. And we bought a house and starved and worked hard for it. A guy, just because he has a few $1 million, should not come and destroy all our life work. Well, we need to protect her.
Well, I understand what you're saying loud and clear. I'm just trying to understand what the law is, and based on what you're telling me here today. Hold on, just based on what you're telling me. Now, if you're telling me that a person is doing something prior to a law coming into effect,
that's right.
That's well, prior to a law coming into effect, just on theory of it, they're in compliance with the
he knew, even when I spoke to him, he knew they were rezoning the area to R4. But he thought he could do it very quickly, and the thing is, it's going to make the whole area ugly. How can you have one house somewhat taller than everybody else on the street? Okay. And on top of that, he even bought the house at a knockdown price.
Okay. Well, now, Ms. Abrams, I mean, your situation is a lot different, because if what you're telling me is accurate, then I'm really outraged that here you are, you have a house, and what I gathered from your testimony is that you have a chimney, and someone gave someone a letter without even talking to you. They said they're going to raise your chimney so they can build a house taller than your house. Is that right?
Exactly. That's correct. DCRA allowed that.
Yeah. Now, to me, just on its face, because once again, I mean, I have not looked at this, and I don't know what the law says on this particular matter, but to me, on its face, it doesn't sound right. And at the least, you should be provided notice, and then you can look at what your rights is, under the situation. So if you've never been provided notice, I mean, I would have a serious problem with that. And then, I mean, if I just put myself in your place, if I was living where you're living, and then all of a sudden someone's presenting me a letter saying they're going to come and raise my chimney so someone else could build something, I mean, that just doesn't sound right. But we have DCRA here today, and we will definitely look into this. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. What the notification requirements require is that the developer provide me with the construction documents and all updates that pertain to the structural and underpinning work for my property. They've given me some. They have not given me the updates that they've provided to DCRA that allowed them to get that permit issued. And I've been trying to get the updates because it relates to underpinning, and I need my structural engineer to look at that. I've told DCRA that numerous times, but yet they went ahead and they gave them the permit anyway. And what the law says is that the developer has to provide me with all documents no less than 30 days before the permit is issued. That's what the law says. DCRA has not done that. And also with the chimney, the only way I found out about that letter was to go to the permit application status page. I looked at that, and that's when I saw the notes in the structural reviewer's comments. No one ever told me about that. I found it on my own, and they issued the permit based on that.
Okay. Now, did I also hear you indicate that you had spent some funds already addressing this issue? Is this matter in court? Did you try to get an injunction to stop them from moving forward?
Not yet, but if DCRA does not act, that is going to be my next step if they don't do something. I filed an appeal administratively. What I've used the money for so far is under the notification requirements, I can hire experts to look at the plans to see if they will protect my property adequately, and that's what I've done. I don't have everything yet from the developer, but what I do have some construction plans, and my architect and engineer, they're looking over those plans now. They cannot complete their review until I have everything. I'm hoping that DCRA will do the right thing. If they don't, then yes, my next step is court. Absolutely.
Okay. But first you have to, I'm not your attorney, so you have to examine this yourself, but first you have to exhaust all your administrative remedies within the government itself. But what I don't know at this point is whether or not you can be forced to have your chimney raised in order to allow someone else to build something that overlooks your establishment. That's what I'm not
They
aware.
cannot force me to do that. It's my property. No one can force me to raise my chimney. And DCRA has pretty much agreed to that. They've said that they can't, that I cannot be forced to do it. But yet they issued the permit anyway.
Okay.
Because without that letter, I don't know how they could have issued the permit without some type of representation from someone that, a representation from one party, but not from the party that matters most, me, because it's my chimney.
Now, one thing we are looking at, because obviously we're getting a lot of calls on pop-ups, and what we're trying to ascertain is whether or not the council can actually intervene into this issue as it relates to zoning. I mean, zoning is a separate entity altogether, and they have a body of law, and so they're the ones that set up whatever takes place in these actual zones. But once again, I have not looked into this. But if I am able to ascertain through our general counsel that we can possibly intervene and initiate some emergency legislation to just bring a halt to all this until people figure out what's going on. That's something that we will look at, but I don't know if we have the authority to do that, and that's what we have to ascertain. So I don't want to make any promises. It's something that I cannot actually fulfill. But we are receiving, calls, and clearly riding around the city, I see these things popping up as well. I mean, they're like an eyesore, just boom, and it's there, and it just, changes the entire, makeup of a neighborhood, and it's the only thing that's there. So it's something that we are aware of, but we just don't know where our authority lies in this particular arena right now. So we will be checking that. Let me go to other council members. Maybe they may have a question for you and allow you to get back into this, Mr. Toby. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Olafuyeko and Ms. Abrams, I just wanted to briefly touch on this issue that you've brought up. Now, in Lanier Heights, you're in R5B, that's right?
R5B,
yes.
That's right.
And so I think the issue that you were talking about is that the Zoning Commission right now is reviewing the regs of R4 to better get at the original intent of the R4 zone, meaning a 2-unit home, typically the main part of the house, the basement apartment, which has been, in my mind, somewhat distorted by recent development. Some of these are what we consider pop-ups. But since you're now in R5B, that revision would not actually help you. So the additional discussion that's going on in Lanier Heights right now is, should we become R4? And from my understanding, this has been a very heated discussion. What we probably need to do in Lanier Heights is have a community forum and figure out where we really are on it, because I think that some of the community, probably along the same lines that it broke when the community was thinking about becoming an historic preservation district, the community is very torn, which is separate from the fact that if the Zoning Commission could adapt the R4 zone to get it back towards the original intent, we would protect the community from some of these pop-ups that are happening. That's not going to help in R5B. It's a very different situation, but we do need to examine whether Lanier Heights is properly zoned. I think there's a secondary issue in terms of these pop-ups, and that is aesthetics. That even when some of these buildings are going up and they're not blocking air and light and they're not taking up the entire lot, that they have not turned out as aesthetically pleasing, as some of the older buildings. And that is something that we don't regulate unless it's an historic district. So this brings up a different question of whether or not we need a different type of design review in the district, or whether or not we need to be creating conservation districts that help us maintain the character of neighborhoods. These are all things that are a part of this discussion. I am in support of the revision of the R4 zone, and I will be sending a letter to the Zoning Commission as they consider that. I know there's been a lot of community discussion about this. Several of the advisory neighborhood commissions in Ward 1 have weighed in, and I think there really is broad community support for that. And this is separate and aside, I think, from whether or not DCRA has the tools to enforce poor construction violations, whether or not they are doing the inspections they need to be doing. And I think that's part of what we need to talk to them about today. So my questions to them will be twofold. One is, what would their response be to some of the concerns we've heard, and also what different tools might they need to better respond. In some cases, a builder is within their rights, even though neighbors are adjacent or very concerned about how things are being built. So we have to really distinguish between what's in the law and how does that need to be revised, and what violations of the law are occurring. So that's the lens that I'm going to bring to this discussion. And I thank you both for your testimony. And of course, we'll continue the conversation specifically about Lanier Heights.
R5B, 60% of land space is supposed to cool at maximum occupancy. How does DCRA give a builder allowance to build over the whole plot? Number one. Number two, they give them variance for parking. They're supposed to have minimum 2 parking spaces. Then they also give them variance for the width and the area. So I think, based on what the chairman said, a current moratorium is needed, and that can come from both the committee and the mayor's office.
I appreciate that.
And that's a good way to go. And then when they finish the zoning rewrites, then we can see what can be done in terms of, in my area, like I said, there's 150 new condos being built as I speak. That is enough.
Right. Well, and that's one of the reasons that we need to finish the zoning code revisions that have been in discussion for 6 years now, right? That's a long time, and it does really beckon for a moratorium, I suppose, if we can't get it done, right? If we can't get these changes that have been fully vetted, I believe, by the community and many advocates. So I'm going to leave this topic for a second. I want to thank Ms. Rosen for your testimony. I was very proud to be on the board of Jews United for Justice throughout this work, and to be in solidarity, and now to be over here. My primary focus will be, how do we make sure these laws are properly implemented and that folks really do receive the benefits and the rights that we've laid out for them. And I also, Ms. Miller, wanted to mention that I know we're going to hear more testimony from the folks affiliated with and living at 2724 11th Street today. I am in the process of setting up a meeting with the owner of the property, so that we can get a perspective on, when we're going to get upgrades, renovations, all of the things that are sorely needed. I have toured the site. I do understand that it is really a terrible living situation for multiple units, and that we need to address that. And the bigger issue that you've discussed is not lost on me either. So I do appreciate your testimony, and I know we'll be delving further into that in subsequent panels. So I thank you all for your testimony, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Allen?
Well, thank you. I think it's been a really good conversation and back and forth, so I appreciate everyone's time and coming down to testify. I think there certainly are two significant issues, at least, right in front of us on that. I think also, though, what I hear is consistent with what we talked about earlier, and that has to do with DCRA's role, not just for customer service as small businesses are trying to figure out how to navigate this, but also that the residents have a customer service role with DCRA. And certainly when the agency comes back up, that's part of what I know we'll be talking about, to understand what they do and how we reduce the what feels like a burden on the residents and the community to enforce the laws and regulations. So I appreciate everybody sharing your stories and outlining that so that we can have a better conversation with the agency. Thank you.
Councilmember? Fine.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before this panel leaves, Mr. Toby, I just want to be clear on what I said. What I said is that I'm going to check with my general counsel and see whether or not I have the authority to enter into this arena as it relates to zoning. Zoning is a separate institution. They have their own body of law. And at this point, it's not clear as to whether or not we even have the authority to introduce legislation and have a moratorium. That's something that we're going to check on. And then also, we're going to get with DCRA. We're going to do our due diligence and see, what their position is on all this that's transpiring as well. And then I will get with my colleagues after I, find out what I find out, and see whether or not we have enough information and we're on sound ground with moving forward, and whether or not they would like to join me in moving forward as well. So I don't want you to go out saying Vincent Orange is going to do a moratorium, because we don't know that. What we do know is that I'm going to do my due diligence and examine this issue because it continues to come up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I
Thank you.
just say one more thing?
And however, we are going to look into, because I'm, this whole thing about the chimney, I mean, that has really, I think the pop-ups is a collateral issue, the whole issue as it relates to you having a chimney and someone saying they're going to raise your chimney without you having notice, or whether you not haven't even agreed to it, and whether or not you have the right to say no, and which would stop their project as well. So that's something else that we would be looking into immediately.
Well, I appreciate that. I did request that there be a stop order and a revocation of the permit. So I do appreciate you looking into it. And I also appreciate you looking into whether or not the council can actually do a moratorium. I know that quite a few of us in the community would love to see that happen. I think the developers, they know that the zoning rewrite is underway, and it seems as though the zoning commission will vote to enact 1411. So they're in a hurry to get their permits done as quickly as possible, and I believe the DCRA is helping them in that process.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Tamara Ramez, Burton Pavon, Felipe Aris, and Stacy Desi.
Actually, no, also all right. It's definitely great to get to this table.
Oh, 1 second.
Oh, for sure.
Jennifer Bryant. Okay. Okay, you may begin.
Yeah, I was going to say it's definitely great to get to this table. You can see the humbleness and patience that these individuals have, because you've seen that we've been here the whole day. So if they have something to say, they're here to tell you, because they need to tell you this, right? Good afternoon, Chairperson Orange, Councilmember Silverman, Councilmember Allen, and Councilmember the New England Committee members. My name is Tamira Ramirez, and I'm Organizing Manager at the Latino Economic Development Center.
Can you 1 second? She's representing the organization. She gets 5 minutes. Okay.
All right. We equip Latinos and other D.C. area residents with the skills, financial tools that they need to buy and stay in their homes, take control of the decisions affecting their apartment buildings, and start or expand small businesses. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm here today to testify about the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs and their efforts to improve our community's quality of life by improving living conditions in multifamily apartment buildings and provide the same opportunities to limited English proficient LEP residents and business owners. DCRA's housing inspections are essential to the preservation of affordable housing. There are very serious and threatening housing conditions that are pushing long-time DC residents out of their apartments that they have been residing in for decades. All too often, poor housing conditions are intentionally used by bad landlords to pressure residents to move out so they can convert to condo, sell, or raise rents. Today, you will hear from some residents living with these issues that have been trying to resolve these issues for a long time. They're not looking for relief just for themselves, though, but comprehensive and systematic change. Thanks to the willingness of DCRA leadership to hear from the community, we have regular meetings with the relevant DCRA DCRA inspection staff, including interim director Melinda Bowling. She has now implemented meetings every 2 months with the tenant advocacy community, which we're hopeful will lead to positive change. Though we have seen improvements over the years, issues with enforcement, repairs, and language access continues to persist. LAC works with entire buildings being affected by substandard housing conditions by assisting tenant groups to improve these conditions. One of our initial steps after contacting management is to request for a proactive DCRA inspection so that all units and common areas can be inspected. Unfortunately, after the proactive inspection process happens, buildings are often remaining with substandard conditions. This is largely due to the reinspection process and the lengthy enforcement process used when housing providers do not meet the reasonable deadlines to abate these violations. We also regularly see that problems are considered abated when only very minimal or substandard work has occurred. There is no clarity regarding where exactly the enforcement process is failing residents living in substandard conditions. However, there is an agreement among city inspectors, community members, and organizations that something needs to be done about this ineffective process. Language access is still an issue during DCRA proactive inspections. We often are there to help, but we only speak English and Spanish, so we're not able to assist those tenants that speak other languages supported by the Act. When we're not there, we receive feedback from LAP residents saying that they were not able to communicate with inspectors. This results on incomplete inspections. Moreover, DCRA's website, which is frequented by hundreds of business owners, including LAP business owners, should provide language access in the languages supported by the Act. Unlike English-speaking business owners, LLP small business owners are unable to access DCRA comprehensive online services. To get access, often these individuals have to go in person to DCRA's offices. Aside from the challenge of trying to communicate with untrained security personnel and trying to get the services that they need with interpretation, they have to pay an expedited fee for going to DCRA in person. This triples their expenses. We would like to recommend the following. An evaluation to the enforcement process for housing code violations not abated within the appropriate time. Inspectors are trained not only to obey poor housing code conditions, but that are only able to only abate poor housing conditions that are repaired in workmanlike manner. Revisiting the previous proposed discretionary repair fund legislation in order to improve these threatening conditions in buildings where housing providers refuse to do so. This is attached in this testimony. A preference for bilingual staff when hiring proactive and traditional housing inspectors, and evaluation to ensure that inspectors are using the language line when speaking with LEP residents. Also, a plan to translate DCRA's website and its online services into languages supported by the Act. I would like to encourage you to use your position to do more rigorous oversight of DCRA. Tenants and advocates must be included in the oversight process, given the first-hand information that we have. I look forward to working with DCRA and the Council over the next years to ensure that the inspection process, enforcement process, language access continue to be strengthened. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Bertín Pavón, vivo en la 2724, zona 1, Columbia High. He vivido por 9 años y 4 en el edificio.
My name is Bertín Pavón. I live in 2724 11th Street, Ward 1, Columbia Heights. I have been in DC for 9 years and 4 years in the building.
El edificio vivimos en muy malas condiciones y los propietarios de la familia Park y el administrador Stanford no hace mantenimiento básico.
In the building, we live in really bad conditions. The owners, the Parkers, and the administrator Stanford, they don't do the basic maintenance.
Los pisos tienen muchos hoyos donde entran ratas y ratones, cucarachas y chinches.
The floors, they have many holes where rats, mice, roaches, and bed bugs come in.
Las estufas están muy viejas y frecuentemente no funcionan.
The stoves are really old and frequently they do not work.
Los pisos están desnivelados.
The floors are not leveled.
Hay mojo y las calefacciones no funcionan muy bien. Cuando nos quejamos nos dicen que van a reparar y nunca reparan bien.
There's mold and also the heat doesn't really work, and when we complain they say that they will repair but they never repair well.
Porque las condiciones son muy malas. 3 de mis vecinos se han se han mudado del edificio. Cuando nos volvemos a quejar, nos dicen que si no nos gustan, que nos vayamos.
Because of the bad conditions, 3 of my neighbors have moved out. When we complain again, they tell us that if we do not like it, we can move.
No los merecemos que nos traten así.
We do not deserve to be treated like this.
Insiste que paguemos un incremento de renta porque si no lo pagamos, el incremento, ellos no van a reparar.
They insist that we pay a very high rent increase, and if we do not pay this rent increase, then we won't get any repairs.
Llamamos a DCRA y eventualmente los inspectores vinieron a todos los apartamentos.
We've called this area, and eventually inspectors have been to all the apartments.
Pero los inspectores que vienen no hablan español y no usan líneas de lenguaje.
But the inspectors that come do not speak Spanish, and they do not use the language line.
No podemos comunicarnos y no investigan bastante si.
We cannot communicate, and also they do not investigate well.
Si cubren el mojo con pintura, los inspectores no lo ven.
If they cover the mold with paint, inspectors do not see it.
Si no ven ratones, ellos dicen que no hay rata y no la notan.
If they don't see rats, they say that we don't have any rats, and they don't write it down.
La última vez encontraron muchas violaciones y dijeron que les daban 30 días para arreglar.
Last time they found many violations, and they gave them 30 days to fix them.
Si no le daban multas desde diciembre, ya pasaron 30 días y no hay mejoras y no hay multas.
If not, then we're going to give them fines. Since December, 30 days have passed, there is no improvements, and there is no fines.
Queremos que los inspectores hagan un buen trabajo para vivir en buenas condiciones.
We want inspectors to do a good job so that we can live in better conditions.
Pedimos al comité que tome acción para que hayan consecuencias cuando un propietario rompe la ley.
We ask the committee to take action so that when a landlord breaks the law, there are consequences. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Felipa Arias y sirvo como presidente de la Asociación de Inquilinos del 2724 de la 11th Street en la zona 1.
Good afternoon, my name is Felipa Arias and I am the president of the Tenants Associations at 2724 11th Street in Ward 1.
Vivo en el distrito por 22 años y desde el 94 en mi edificio.
I've been living in DC for 22 years and since 1994 in the building.
Las condiciones del edificio están malas ya que la estructura está muy vieja, necesita mantenimiento y no se lo hace.
The living conditions in our building are bad. The structure is very old and needs maintenance, but they do not give them this maintenance.
Hay aperturas en las paredes, en el techo y hay muchas pestes.
There are cracks in the walls, in the ceiling, and there are too many pests.
Yo cubro aperturas de las paredes con tape para que las chinches no entren.
I cover these cracks with tape so that bed bugs do not come in.
Se escuchan las ratas andar entre las paredes.
We can hear rats being in between the walls.
Buscamos apoyo del Centro Latino y de UDC como abogados y a vuestros vecinos.
We looked for help with LEDC and UDC's legal team and also our neighbors.
Así logramos que los inspectores de la ciudad vinieran varias veces.
That's how we got the city inspectors to come out many times.
Pero no han hecho bien las inspecciones y no han ayudado mucho.
But they have not done the inspections well and they have not helped very well.
Los inspectores no les prestan atención a la calidad de trabajo que hace la administración.
Inspectors do not pay attention to the quality of work being done by the management.
Por ejemplo, me fueron a pintar la sala. Iba a mover los muebles, pero me dijeron que no, porque iban a pintar del mueble hacia arriba.
For example, management came to paint my living room, and I was going to move the furniture. They told me not to move it because they were going to pay from the furniture up.
El inspector no se fijó.
The inspector didn't notice.
Nosotros como residentes de DC tenemos el derecho de una vivienda digna.
We as DC residents have the right to have a dignifying housing.
El gobierno debe asegurarse que los residentes vivan en buenas condiciones y que los propietarios le den atención necesaria a sus edificios.
The government needs to make sure that residents live in good conditions and that owners give the attention that they need to their buildings.
Y solo así podemos vivir dignamente.
And only that way we can live in a dignified way.
Gracias por su atención.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bryant, and I'm an organizer with 1DC, which is also a member of the Just Pay Coalition. 1DC organizes long-time, low to moderate income DC residents of color to exercise political strength to create and preserve racial and economic equity. In 2009, 1DC was written into legislation as a designated agent to participate in the development of the Job Training and Hiring Program as outlined in the new Convention Center Hotel Amendments Act of 2009 and the amended Washington Convention Center Authority Act of 1994. We launched the One City, One Search campaign and successfully recruited over 3,000 job-ready DC residents to apply for the Marriott Marquis Jobs Training Program. Out of the 719 residents who completed the Marriott Marquis Jobs Training Program, only 187 were hired, reflecting a 26% hiring rate. The First Source Law requires that employers who receive public subsidies from the district hire DC residents for 51% of new jobs created. The Marriott Marquis fell woefully short of this benchmark. I've reached out to the First Source office several times over the last few months seeking hiring statistics for the Marriott Marquis Hotel. Each attempt has been met with a clear lack of transparency. In the last 3 months, I've called the First Source office 7 times, sent 11 email meeting requests, and showed up at the Department of Employment Services twice to request meetings, and still have been unable to meet with anyone at the First Source office. After submitting a FOIA request for the hiring statistics, I received a one-page document from the First Source office with scant details of Marriott hiring for the last 4 months. If the First Source office is tracking hiring statistics, they are not very forthcoming when this information is requested by the public. As it stands, the First Source law lacks transparency, compliance, enforcement, and oversight. 1DC has 3 recommendations to improve this program. We'd like to see improved infrastructure of the First Source program. The First Source office needs more staff in order to enforce the law and ensure compliance. San Francisco faced a similar issue regarding its labor laws and proactively created the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement to ensure that the laws they passed were actually being enforced. DC should seriously consider creating a similar office to oversee compliance, not just for First Source, but for wage theft, paid sick leave, minimum wage, and other programs. We also want to see increased transparency. So First Source hiring statistics should be publicly accessible. DOES should publish First Source hiring statistics on its website, creating greater transparency for the public and greater accountability for employers. Lastly, we want to see greater enforcement. The DC auditor reported that because DOES did not monitor First Source program goals effectively, most developers did not reach a 51% employment level for newly created jobs, costing the city over $14 million in revenue. We would like for DOES to begin to immediately enforce First Source penalties, and funds from penalties should go towards effective workforce development initiatives like the DC Black Worker Center and the development of worker-owned alternatives like co-ops. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go to Councilman from Ward 1 first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony. I just wanted to let our witnesses at 2724 11th Street know that I am plugged into what's going on there. I have been through the building and seen some of the issues there. I am working to get a meeting with the owner of the building so that we can address those issues as quickly as possible. And I really appreciate your testimony in helping us identify the enforcement issues. I'm especially concerned about the language barrier that the residents face there. And I will be asking the agency about the use of the language line to make sure that all the inspectors know about that and that they are using it properly and regularly. It's essential for all of our residents to be able to communicate their needs to these inspectors in whatever language it is that they speak primarily. So I thank you for raising that issue in particular. And I thank you for your testimony also. And we'll look forward to talking with DOES about first source enforcement. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Silverman?
First of all, to the residents of 2724 who testified, buenas tardes. Thank you for coming. Affordable housing should not be substandard housing. And so I want to thank you for coming to tell your story. We'll be asking questions of DCRA about their interactions with your building. And I encourage you to keep up your fighting spirit. So thank you. And thank you to LEDC for being a great advocate. To Ms. Howard, or to Ms. Bryant, I'm sorry. I couldn't agree with you more that we need more transparency as well as clear measurements of outcomes of programs. I have to say I'm a little surprised about your numbers on Marriott Marquis, and I will ask about that because my these numbers are low, certainly, and the intermediary program has been seen as very successful. There's confusion, it seems to me, about what the outcomes really have been from the intermediary, and so I'll be asking about that as well. But I appreciate your advocacy and as well your interest in making sure that DOES is transparent and we have data available on how successful our programs are, and I'll be asking about that. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything to add. Just, I know you've been waiting a long time today, so thank you for holding out there to testify, to make sure that we can hear what you got to say and your stories. I know that I'll certainly defer, but work with my Ward 1 colleague in terms of how I can help support the work there. So thank you all very much.
One last thing, just showing some love for OTA since today is still February, and there's still love for everybody. So OTA, thank you so much for the support that they give to LEDC.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Bryant, I'm glad that you came and testified today because I'm stung at your numbers as well. First thing, you said they launched just one city, one search campaign, and your organization successfully recruited over 3,000 job-ready residents to apply for the Marriott Marquis Jobs Training Program?
Yes, and of those 3,719 completed the program.
Okay, and of the 719 that completed the program, you're indicating only 187 were originally hired?
Yes.
Okay, so this was 719 DC residents?
Yes.
Because what's widely been reported, unless I got this wrong, is that 650 DC residents were hired at the Marriott Marquis.
Yes, and one of the issues with the first source hiring statistics, which these are the statistics that they sent us, which is really inadequate because it doesn't tell us of these new hires, which ones of them were transferred from other hotels, which seems to be something that happened a lot with the Marquis. They were just bringing over people from other Marriott hotels to this new hotel. Yeah. And so that's not necessarily, that's not creating a new job.
Correct. And because this is supposed to have been the model program that we all were going to get behind this particular program and actually emulate it for other programs.
I'm aware, and I just also wanted to go on public record that when I contacted the First Source office, they originally scheduled a meeting with me, and then they contacted me again and asked me if the Marriott knew that I was meeting with them, and then they canceled our meeting. So it seems like they're intentionally not being forthcoming with the hiring statistics for this program because it is being held up as a model.
like I said, if memory serves me correctly, there was a Washington Post article that put that I believe put that number out there, 650 or more, because I know a number of my colleagues, I don't call them names, but a number of them have used that as the model, because we all knew that Marriott was going to open up and there was supposed to be 1,000 permanent jobs, and we were all pushing for our folks to be trained to actually be able to take those 1,000 jobs. But if what you're saying is accurate, one, that your organization was the one that recruited 3,000 job-ready D.C. residents. D.C. residents. So you had 3,000 D.C. residents trained, ready to go.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, we recruited 3,000 residents for the jobs training program, and 719 completed the program.
Okay, so out of 3,000, 719 actually completed the program, and out of that, only 187 were hired, or 26%.
Yes.
Did you track the others that were not hired? Does your organization track the others that were not hired? Out of 719?
There are several partners on this program, and we've also had trouble getting some of the statistics from other partners as well. And I'm sure that if we were able, if that information was publicly accessible, we would be more clear on what the actual hiring statistics are.
Okay, because that's approximately close to 500 other residents that have gone through a training program. And
yes.
So good to know what happened to them as well. And now, how long was this training program? 6 weeks? 8 weeks? You recall?
It's like 3 weeks, some 3 weeks, some 6 weeks, some 8 weeks, some 11. It's a range.
Yeah, there were a range of dates.
Okay, so we can hear her. You want to say what she said?
So there were a range of lengths for the training program. Some were 3 weeks, some were 6 weeks, and some were 8 weeks.
Okay. And so that's a pretty significant amount of time, and then to be actually trained, and I think that's what gives us a bad rap when people go through these training programs and they're expecting at the end of a training program to be hired. And then for, to get only 26% of these persons hired, and then to, read elsewhere that 650 D.C. residents got jobs, I mean, something doesn't really add up here. And then with the document that you've provided us, that you said you got this through a FOIA request, and it says total employees 820, and of that amount, 409 from D.C., 236 from Maryland, 167 from Virginia, and 8 from elsewhere. So 49% for D.C. Now, I guess they would argue, just based on this, that they came close to the 51% threshold. The 51% of the hirees would be D.C. residents?
Yeah, I'm supposing that these numbers would show that they made a good faith effort, but even these numbers show that 650 D.C. residents were not hired, and these numbers don't tell us what the retention rates were. These numbers don't tell us how many of these employees were transfers from other hotels and how many were actual new hires. It also doesn't tell us how many people were hired through the Marriott Jobs Training Program.
Right, and that's the reason why, a lot of the advocates, they say when we look at the law that we should look at, might change that law, because like you indicated, they just transfer folks from other places and they don't come under the definition of a new hire. So since it's not a new hire, that's like the loophole. Mm-hmm. Well, we didn't hire, under the new hires, we gave you your 51%, but we transferred in 1,000 people from other places, and so they were not new hires.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you very, very much for your testimony. We'll certainly look into this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your testimony as well. Sarah Maddox, Carlos Castillo. Jose Cisneros and Jeremy Lowry. Jeremiah Lowry. Mr. Young L. Victorio Griffins, I saw him here earlier. Devon Michael. Leon Fields.
What's going on, man? It's good to see you again. How you been? Look at that, you got a long testimony.
Oh my God, what in the world?
Oh, man.
Okay, ma'am, we'll begin with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm Sarah Maddox, residing at 522 21st Street Northwest. I'm presenting this testimony on behalf of the Federation of Citizens Associations of the District of Columbia, 29 organizations. At the Board of Directors meeting February the 12th, 2015, a quorum present and voting, the board moved to support and present to you the attached letter to the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration, which provides comments on the proposed rules, which would make procedural and administrative changes to Title 23 of the D.C. Municipal Regulations. This letter represents a most thoughtful and detailed review of the proposed changes. It reflects a consensus of D.C. citizens who have broad and long-term experiences with the issues of the sales and service of alcoholic beverages and all kinds of commercial and special events institutions throughout the District of Columbia. Most importantly, we citizens live among, next to, and nearby these institutions and have daily experience with what works and what does not work. The impact of the distribution of alcohol affects the whole environment of the District of Columbia, more so than any other function overseen by the authorities of the District of Columbia, even more than the garbage pickup. This letter highlights 6 elements of concern. These are not the only ones, but those are the highest priority. I would bring to your attention especially the one concerning the noise issues, something which affects the quality of life for us and the need for quiet enjoyment in all venues, whether private homes or public common areas. A thread through all of these issues is the need for timely, open, effective, public notification of processes, basis for legal and regulatory decisions, and straightforward, not subjective decisions. These are basic rights for all citizens in a democracy and should be held as the highest and required standards by those serving on public boards and commissions. We trust that ABRA will carefully review this letter and respond in detail to the issues described herein before any final regulations are issued. Thank you for this opportunity, and I would be pleased to address questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Orange and members of the committee. My name is Jeremiah Laurie, and I'm the Research and Policy Coordinator at Restaurant Opportunity Center, D.C., which is a member of the Just Pay Coalition. Restaurant Opportunity Center is a nonprofit worker center with over 600 restaurant worker members in D.C. Our mission is to improve the wages and working conditions of D.C.'s restaurant industry through professional development courses, workplace justice campaigns, and member-led policy fights for policies like increasing the minimum wage, ban the box, and paid sick days. The Just Pay Coalition, along with several other organizations in D.C., has been successful in passing many important pieces of legislation aimed at improving the lives of restaurant workers in the district. However, Rock D.C. takes in countless complaints from restaurant workers dealing with their lack of paid sick days or their wages being stolen from their employer. Therefore, we need to ensure we have strong enforcement of these laws and every restaurant worker is adequately protected. While we strongly support all of the Just Pay Coalition's acts, we would like to highlight a few requests that will ensure transparency and community engagement in the enforcement process. Work with enforcement and regulatory agencies like DCRA, OAG, and OHR to create interagency collaborations in labor law enforcement. Regular sharing of data with advocates and community, including a number of claims resolved by the Office of Wage and Hour, the number of claims referred to the Attorney General or administrative law judges, how much money is recovered and what percentage of wages claimed by the worker is this, and what is considered a resolved claim. What DOS public forums, hold DOS public forums to hear from workers directly, and also host regular quarterly meetings between DOS and advocates. Work with enforcement and regulatory agencies like DCRA, OAG, and OHR to create interagency collaborations in labor law enforcement. Restaurant Opportunity Center is also a member of the DC Fair Budget Coalition, and we support the coalition's budget platform because we believe it offers a comprehensive approach towards fighting poverty in the district across a range of issues areas that affect DC's lowest income communities. Lastly, on the topic of wage theft, we believe that the strongest enforcement measures for tip restaurant workers in DC would involve eliminating subminimum wage for tip workers, increasing tip workers' hourly pay to equal the regular minimum wage in DC would ensure no worker gets paid below the minimum wage by the employer, and all workers have at least one fair wage in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Delvon Michael with DC Working Families, which is also a member of the Just Pay Coalition. DC Working Families is an organization powered by local activists, community groups, and labor organizations that believe our democracy should work for everyone, not just the wealthy and well-connected. Today I'll focus my testimony on the Department of Employment Services, specifically the Office of Wage and Hour. The Council, with the help from Just Pay Coalition, along with other organizations in D.C., has been successful in passing many important pieces of legislation aimed at providing D.C. workers invaluable rights and benefits. Among the most important are the Earned Sick and Safe Leave Amendment Act and the Minimum Wage Amendment Act of 2013. I don't need to remind the Council of the importance of the ability to take the time needed to recover from illness and the benefits it provides us all. Nor do I need to remind the Council of the need for higher wages to survive in a city with a cost of living that is astronomical as ours. But I do think it's important to highlight the fact that it's a two-step process. Laws passed and left unenforced leave workers without their rights, fail to level the playing field for small businesses trying to do the right thing, undermines the credibility of the Council, and leaves the good work that you've set out to do unfulfilled. In the past, the OWH has been entirely complaint-based, leading to a passive enforcement strategy that has come up short when it comes to making sure that workers and their rights are respected. We feel the DOES and OWH specifically should be more proactive in enforcing labor laws. There are many ways to achieve this goal, but a few steps in the right direction would be holding community and business forums to educate the public on their rights and responsibilities, conduct proactive public outreach to audit whether businesses are compliant and cross-check violations. When employers do not follow one law, ensure that business is not committing other violations as well. Full staffing, fill all vacancies, and increase number of investigators, outreach staff, and administrative law judges to ensure timely adjudication of workers' cases. Work with other enforcement and regulatory agencies to create interagency collaboration and labor law enforcement. We also feel the DOES and OWH needs to continue the partnership with advocates in the community and fostering environments of transparency to ensure that workers' rights are being protected. A few small things that could be done would be, one, regular sharing of data with advocates in the community, timely issue of regulations of Wage Theft Prevention Act and Secure Accrued Safe and Sick Leave Amendment Act regulations, create necessary documents, including frequently asked questions documents to guide employers on how to comply with the law and workers on how to stand up for their rights. As a citizen, I look forward to working closely with the DOES under this new administration because it's important to me that DOES is transparent, accountable to the public, and proactive in enforcing labor laws and responsive to the community concerns. DC Working Families is also a member of the DC Fair Budget Coalition, and we support the coalition's budget platform because we believe it offers a comprehensive approach towards fighting poverty in the district across a range of issue areas that affect DC's lowest income communities. Thank you very much for your opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Orange, and the committee for allowing me to speak today. Good evening. My name is Leon Fields. I'm a proud member of the DC Commercial Clean Team under the Collaborative Solutions for Communities. I've been a member of the Clean Team since May 10th, 2014, and been a family member of the Collaborative since January 2014. As a Clean Team member, some of my duties are to ensure streets, sidewalks, storefronts, wheelchair ramps, and even store drains, and even graffiti on small business are free of debris and kept clean. As a clean team member, I, along with my coworker, Mr. Argueta, service Connecticut Avenue from Calvert to Auburndale. We clean both sides, keep it free of trash. We service the community. We act as ambassadors out there. We take pride in our work. We have from Bank of America to Ace Hardware to Cleveland Park Library have befriended us, allow us to keep our materials behind their place of business. Every day we're proudful we come to work. Since being a member, I have established a checking and checking and savings account. And actually was actually able to keep a positive balance in the account. I have been able to get insurance, health insurance, and even learn about healthy relationships. I'm a full-time father, single father. With the collaborative, we receive professional development weekly. This is just a stepping stone for us. We plan on, getting permanent, long-term career. But also, by being a member, I have learned how to interact with different personalities. I have understand myself more as a person now. Also, I have met people that I probably wouldn't even met in my neighborhood. And also, the class have gave me so much knowledge that it inspired me to even want to start my own business. So I would just ask that you can continue to fund it, hopefully even grow it, because from my understanding, this is the nation's capital. We want to keep it clean. We also know that the less trash that's in front of businesses, the more customers, more revenue they might have, more revenue for the city. And we want to keep it that way, even grow to some other areas. Even, more small businesses can open up because they're not scared of the location no more. I just want to extend my gratitude again for allowing me to speak. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Councilmember Nadeau? Okay. Councilmember Silver?
So thank you to this panel for testifying, for the great advocacy that Working Families and ROC does, and I will be asking questions about the Office of Wage and Hour. And to Mr. Fields, so I have at certain times in our hearing been curious about how people have gotten to the jobs that they have. So what were you doing before the Clean Team?
Searching for employment. My mentor.
And how did you get to the Clean Team? Let's put it that way.
my mentor knew one of the job readiness counselors for the collaborative. So in order to become a family member, you have to go through a 3-week job readiness class, which prepares you how to approach a job, how to learn more about yourself. And I graduated from that class, and they placed me on the Clean Team.
Okay, terrific. And you think that class was critical to you being successful in your job?
Yes, because it made me think about stuff that I haven't even thought about before. A lot of, I'm kind of a product of my environment. You only know what you see. So they kind of opened my eyes to new things, and it made me look at things a lot differently.
You grew up in D.C.?
Yes, in the Petworth area.
Okay. And do you have your high school diploma or GED?
Yes, I do. And I did 2 years of college at University of District of Columbia.
Oh, okay.
Majored in mortuary science. But due to a death of a friend, it kind of made me stop going to school.
Okay. Well, certainly the Clean Team members have communicated effectively today how critical the program not only is to our city, not only for keeping our streets clean, but also as a great workforce development program. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you all for testifying.
Mr. Allen?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate everybody's testimony today and for hanging in there again. We kind of get towards the end of the public witnesses. Appreciate it. Mr. Michael, appreciate your testimony, everything that the Working Families Coalition does, which is many things. You've got a pretty broad agenda, which is great. And I think one of the things we've talked about over the course today is certainly the council has moved many, I think, progressive issues forward and implemented a lot of legislation that we care a lot about, that we think are the right for workers and for our working families. And really, we've got to do the next job, which is the implementation and the accountability and the transparency, and a lot of that has to happen. And that's where our agencies are here. And as I've kind of said before, our job is to hold them accountable, and then your job is to hold us accountable. And so I appreciate you taking the time to make sure we talk about those issues. And I know this isn't the only venue where we get together, so I appreciate that. And again, I appreciate everyone's time. Also, sir, thank you for coming down and testify about your story.
Thank you.
It's we've heard from several gentlemen with the clean teams and with a lot of those organizations today, and I think they've really spoken powerfully about what the opportunities that they create, and as you've talked about as well, kind of the way it's expanded the perspective and the experience and the opportunities that you've got ahead of you as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Michael and Mr. Lowry, for being here again. Once again, you guys have helped us get to where we are today with the strong agenda for working families and individuals. And I would even have to say that all the work that has transpired has even forced Walmart yesterday to make an announcement that they're going to raise their hourly wage to $10 per hour, as well as they're looking at $15 per hour activities. So when people say, what you're doing, that doesn't matter, it does matter. It may take a long time to get where we need to be, but, we just have to keep at it. And we're going to be pushing to ensure that the tip wage workers are getting the minimum wage. And the minimum wage is not the $2.77 per hour. It's the actual minimum wage. Today in the nation's capital is $9.50. This July it'll be $10.50. So we were pushing for that as well. One thing that we need to make sure that we implement is the certification from restaurants, letting us know that their tip wage workers are actually getting the minimum wage. So we're going to be working with DOES and others to make sure that aspect of the law is put in place as well. So we still have a long way to go, but at least we are making some progress on it. Thank you for that. Mr. Leon, thank you for coming down and adding to the chorus of great work that the clean teams are doing. And it's also another gentleman, he made it clear that he was not an ex-offender, but he needed another opportunity as well. So the program isn't just for ex-offenders, although the majority of the ones on the clean teams are ex-offenders. But it's good for you to be here. You present yourself well. You indicate you have 2 years of college education from UDC. And so just need you to keep up your good work as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Maddox, I want to thank you for your testimony. I don't know if you ever put on the record, though, your 6 issues. I know you said there were 6 issues.
There's supposed to be a letter attached to the testimony.
Yeah, okay.
And those are the 6 issues.
Okay. I just wanted to let everybody know that the 6 issues that you're talking about.
I realized when I had the opportunity to testify, I had been asked to read the whole letter. That wouldn't have worked.
Yeah,
so I just did the summary.
Under the time constraints, but at least we'll put on the record your 6 issues deal with the renewal process, the regulatory enforcement, protestants' rights, safekeeping, noise issues, and substantial changes. And you have a number of people that you're representing. Sarah Peck, Ms. Nichols, Joan Sterling, Chris Young, Robin Daner, Jackie, what was it, Blumenthal, and
Blumenthal, yes. And more members of the Federation will be signing on to this as the regulations are proposed. Okay. We appreciate the opportunity, but this was one of those windows of oversight that we snuck into.
All right. Well, thank you very much for testifying. Thank you all for testifying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Marcus Agreto, Jeremiah Stewart, Linda Gross, and Kelly Ellsworth. Sam Jeweler, Okay, Michael Thompson. Sir in the back, are you testifying? Yeah, come on, you've been here all day, so come on down. Keep running into you outside. Okay. Okay, ma'am, we'll begin with you. You may begin.
Okay, great. Chairman Orange, council members Nadeau, Allen, and Silverman, I'm so excited you're all here. My name is Kelly Ellsworth. I'm a resident of Ward 3 and executive director of Bite Back, a computer and job training center that serves over 1,000 unemployed and underemployed DC residents each year. Last year, we received a grant through a partnership between DOES and OSSI to pilot a technology-based career pathway. Thanks to this funding, we were able to enroll 386 unduplicated individuals in computer classes that matched their interests and skills. I'm proud to say that we had 370 enrollments in computer literacy classes and 188 enrollments in IT certification classes. 94% of students pursued additional education and/or obtained and retained employment. Our students obtained growth industry jobs in the IT and business services sectors that pay a living wage with opportunities for advancement, earning $30,000 to $65,000 per year, working at the Pentagon, Booz Allen Hamilton, Octo, MedStar, GW Hospital, and others. I'm pleased by recent improvements to DOES and the WIC, particularly the prioritization of training for growth industry jobs and a focus on career pathways, sector strategies, and outcome-based grants. I hope that these trends continue under our new mayor. I'm concerned, however, by DOES' continued overemphasis on subsidized employment.